It is 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We have a charity charge check to present today. Beckett's Blessing Box. We'll have them by today issue that check from Tim Spencer and Buffalo Wild Wings. Taylor Morton will be here. So that means Buffalo Wild Wings will be bringing some delicious food here today. So it is a win for everyone. We'll announce the amount raised for last month's charity charge beneficiary, which is Beckett's Blessing Box, and then announce what's coming up this coming Monday. We just keep churning them out at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, another charity charge, so make sure that you're standing by for that. A lot of fun. We got the Good Time Gang settling in, and we're ready to go for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Over to my left, it's Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Boys. What up?
What up, dog?
Yesterday we got the question is, what was the first thing that made you feel old? Remember that question?
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking about that yesterday. You know, I'll ponder the things in life. And I had a moment yesterday that made me feel old.
Did you?
The Alabama High School Association is playing their high school baseball championships right now. And one of the teams that was playing at Jacksonville State yesterday was Westbrook.
Yep.
And I was walking, so we're having the tennis courts resurfaced, and
Finally.
yeah, goodness, project has finally got here and hopefully coming
Kudos.
to an end. But the guys needed to store some stuff in the shed, and so I was helping them through that. So we got through that, and I was walking back to my office, and I hear over the loudspeaker, now batting for Westbrook, playing shortstop, Brody Blevins. And I thought, so I'm that old. That old. Brody Blevins' dad, Bart, introduced Amanda to me.
Really?
Oh, that's cool.
And I thought,
And he's
so,
got a son old enough to play.
He's got a son over there. I mean, I know it's a reality that I have a son graduating
Sure.
too, but it was just one of those moments where I
Right.
kind of just stopped in my tracks, and I'm like, did that really just happen?
Oh, yeah.
So Bart and Heather were friends of ours. Heather lived with Amanda.
Yeah.
And Bart played baseball with me for several years, and so he was an Etowah boy.
Yeah.
And he introduced Amanda to me.
That's
He's the one
cool.
that put the puzzle pieces together.
Many years ago.
And all I could think about was, so I'm that old now.
Yeah.
That his son is being called on the loudspeaker over there up to bat playing
One of those
shortstop for
moments.
Westbrook.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And I know having three boys and Taylor out of the house, all his buddies, you've gone through it. But I remember the moment that Tyler, all of his age group, some started getting married. Now they got kids. That does make you feel old. You're like, wow. So I was coaching you when you were 5, 6 years old, and you're a grown man with a family now.
Weird moment. Weird moment.
That's like those that come to the golden ticket seats, and they're like,
yeah.
this is my dad, and this is my son here. And I used to go to, ride to school with him. And he would listen to the show, and then now they got their family here, and it's just like, we're on up there.
Well, like the intern that was in here a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, grown man.
Chico, the
Chico
sound
the
man.
sound
Yeah.
man.
And
pastor
From way
coming
back.
here, hired
I didn't
somebody from Highlands College in town. He's a grown man,
And
very successful.
I
and,
didn't recognize him with a beard.
yeah, beard.
When he was talking about his kids, I thought, wow, so you're talking about you're like us. You're a full blown adult talking about kids.
Yeah, it's really
Strange.
crazy. Robert Ray, who was here when the old sales team came to the show a couple of Fridays ago, we were sitting there talking. He was talking about how his kids are grown and out on their own and stuff. And I remember it was just, what felt like yesterday. And here he is selling, and I'm on the air. We're saying it's just boy, time flies, doesn't it? But yeah, those are some markers, Helmsy.
Yeah.
Hearing your old buddy's son playing shortstop.
It just made me feel old. I mean, I just went back to work, sat down in my office, and I'm like, wow, okay, so you're at that stage of life.
Have you guys ever successfully introduced two people that ended up getting married or anything?
No.
Did you ever?
I don't think so.
So he introduced you to Amanda.
Yeah. He told Amanda, he said, listen, I got this buddy of mine that, now listen, he's cocky, and
He's a little bit of a hothead.
That's kind of the way it was introduced, but I think you'll like him. And so that's when the magic happened.
That's when the magic happened.
When he gets older, he's going to get this unreal haircut.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
A little bit of a widow's peak, and
I
he's gonna
noticed
try to keep that trim.
with the hair, with the widow's peak, is I went somewhere different this time, and I didn't pay attention, I guess, because they didn't get the Widows Peak down like they normally do. So I'm going to have to go back earlier
Peak is
than
back.
normal. The peak is showing out right now. I was going to walk over and watch a little bit of baseball yesterday, but I was afraid I was going to have to pay for the peak too, for a ticket.
Oh, really?
Thought I was going to have to get the Widows Peak ticket.
Yeah, bring it in there with you.
Speaking of this, I love cool names of different businesses and stuff. There's a barbershop in Huntsville, and I think I got this right. The JC and I saw what you did. JC and Reese, they would drive back to Birmingham. They're both in Huntsville now just to get a haircut, and it was like
They must have really liked their haircut.
yeah, and it's not. I mean, they're not like every week. So it was just, hey, while we're home, I'm gonna come in get a haircut. And then sometimes it would get out of hand. Like kids their age, men their age, they would just let it grow,
Yeah,
and
nothing wrong with that.
and so finally JC talked to some roommates and some different players there in Huntsville, and hey, where do you get your haircut, man? Because some of the seniors that had been around for a while, we got a place. We got us a place. It's called Greasy Hands in Huntsville.
Greasy Hands.
Greasy Hands.
You know what I wish you would have
And
done?
I'm like, that's a pretty cool name. So JC goes
What's
first.
it mean?
JC goes first and meets the guy. Big fan of the show.
Is his
Listens
hands
to
greasy?
this hour, and it was weird because JC's talking to him, and you know how the chair will swivel around, and they're just getting to know each other, and JC starts talking to him about well, where you from and blah, blah, blah. And anyway, I don't know how the show came up. It did. He spun him around. He swiveled around back to him. He goes, wait a minute. You mean to tell me? He goes, man, we're huge fans of the show. But I thought that was a
Greasy.
I thought that was a cool name.
I wish you would have said.
I think I got that right.
I wish you would have played a little game with that and asked Greg and I to name what services this business provides
If it was called Greasy.
Greasy Hands,
That's-
and
that'd
we
been
could have had
helpful.
fun with that.
Try to guess.
Yes.
Yep.
Probably wouldn't have got it.
Probably wouldn't have. I would have thought,
I thought it was an oil change place.
yeah, that's a
Where you
good.
get
That's a
your
good
oil
one.
change.
Yeah.
That is a
But
good
they
Well,
anyway.
some
I-
people's hair, you've seen it. It's
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
life changing.
Yeah.
I mean, but they enjoy it. So then Reese goes, and so JC's like, Reese, I got a place, man, and so he went, and so now that's kind of where they go. But I just thought that was a cool name.
Yeah, that's original. I'll give you that.
What would your barbershop be, Greg? What was your name?
Let me see.
Rude Tourette's? No.
No, I don't know. I'd think about that.
How about you, Helms? No? I'm putting you on the spot. Would you take a drink or something?
Yeah.
We be hair.
What's that?
We be hair.
Okay, that's fine. That's not bad. We be hair.
Nah.
No, that's not good.
So I would keep something simple like cuts and coffee or something like that, and it'd be known
Have
like
coffee.
as a hey, I know we're getting the coffee today. Let's go to Cuts and Coffee because I need a haircut.
Yeah.
Okay. Have y'all
probably what I do.
seen those?
What about Rusty Rump? Like Greasy Hands, Rusty Rump.
Well, there you go, Greg. There's your business right there.
Greg, are you?
There you go.
What in the world?
Huh?
Sitting in that chair salon.
That's it. Okay, Rusty Rump. Have y'all seen this barbershop? His barber that you sing when you're in the chair?
No, I don't want no part of that.
He sings or
No,
you
well,
sing?
you sing. Well, it's
That's
on.
dumb. I would never
This
do
guy,
that.
I think it's in. Now they can
Clips and songs?
understand. These people can sing.
Okay.
All right, and they're
Everybody
sitting there,
that gets a haircut can
they're
sing?
in the just the people he posts.
Really limits. Oh, okay. I see where
He
you're
can
going.
sing, and then the people that are sitting there can sing.
I'd rather sing
And
ones that couldn't sing.
and so the what he posts is that people are in the chair. He's cutting their hair. I mean, they got everything. Like they're sitting there getting their hair cut, and all of a sudden he's like, "Hey, sing this for me," and like they're really good. It's just pretty.
But it
fun.
just cut my hair. Sing,
Break.
you may get a video.
The Rusty Rump. I like that, Greg.
You like that?
Rusty Rump Barber.
Well, ain't good as Grimy Hands, but it's pretty good.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. It is leaning on 16 minutes past the hour. Good Time Gang in studio live, ready for another day together. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Set immigration policies aside for a moment. New diseases are entering through U.S. borders. Now, you remember medication shortages during COVID? Do you remember not being able to see your doctor? Well, you can get out in front of this with a medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. This is not, I repeat, not first aid. It's like having urgent care in your home with essential prescriptions and strong antibiotics for infections of all types, plus a Dr. Easy guide. Order your kit and get 15% off at twc.health/Bubba. Use the promo code Bubba. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering up to 30% off all mattress orders, plus a free gift with purchase. The Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep quiz. Find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So they give you a 100-day free trial. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba today to save up to 30% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em.
All right, welcome back. It is 21 minutes past the hour today. We got a big show planned for you. We have a charity charge check to present. Buffalo Wild Wings will be here. Tim Spencer. Taylor Morton with Beckett's Blessing Box will be here. They're the beneficiary from last month's charity charge. Another great charity charge. And this month we have another charity charge coming up on Monday. And we'll talk about Provision Works. That's the beneficiary nonprofit organization that's located in North Alabama. We'll talk to you about what they do and how the money will go to great use with another great charity, and that's Provision Works this coming Monday at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, where 10% of food sales go to the Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. So look for that. Always fun to see Tim Spencer. And you know how time flies and it gets away from us. And when we discussed this, Ivan was discussing it with Tim yesterday. It's just, boy, time flies. It seems like he was here yesterday, and it's already been a month.
The months just click away.
That boy, do they?
Boom, boom.
Huh? We might as well say Merry Christmas to
Merry
each other.
Christmas to everybody.
Merry Christmas,
Let me
guys.
get the tree down.
Yeah. All right. So Helmsy he's saying, guys, I have so many questions from the audience that if we don't get to them, I'm just going to start deleting them. So
Well,
what you got?
I didn't say it like that.
You kind of did, and then you kind of went, huh?
You know, I think we probably need to start calling this questions from Ed.
Yeah.
Because it comes from Eddie Doty.
Well, that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, there's several, like Philip sent in one.
Hey, Philip.
And the butcher sent in one.
Oh.
But the rest of them are
greasy palm.
from Eddie.
Big greasy hands.
What do you think? Questions from Eddie, Ed, or ED? Since it's Eddie.
I'd be honest with you. I wish you would kind of keep that from me, because I wanted to. I want to.
You weren't here that day. I explained it to everybody.
No, but I don't really like that. It's just coming from one person.
Why?
I don't know.
Think he's good enough?
No, I just feel like it.
You would like a little more participation.
Yeah,
I get it.
I would.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with him, because he sounds like he's got great questions. I just wish others would fall in.
Yeah,
he wants to know, and others do. It's just honestly, some of the other questions are not any good.
Oh, you're calling them all dumb.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I get
and
that.
some of Eddie's are dumb.
You're not gonna hit a home run
some of
every
Eddie's are dumb. I delete them.
Sorry, Eddie.
But Eddie brings I mean, every day I get a few questions,
There you go.
and they're pretty good.
Wow.
Like he wants to know, have we ever been? And I've never done this, and I've always wondered why I didn't get invited to one of these. Have you ever done a ribbon cutting with the giant scissors thing?
Have not.
I have.
Have you been the scissor guy or just been there?
Have
you
in
really?
Helena? Yes.
How about that?
And it was actually part of the show. We did when we did the whole live out your life on the air, building a house thing.
Yeah.
Remember? And all the saga that came. We did this. I think the mayor came. Whatever. And we did a
ribbon
cutting of that, but it was kind of just made up.
I've always wanted to take them big old scissors.
But I did.
Yeah.
Nah, I never.
You didn't.
I've never been around one that big scissors.
Yeah, it was fun. Some big scissors.
Something I need to work on, and I don't. But I'm going to ask you. Eddie wants to know: do you actively work on your posture?
No, but I need to.
I do too.
I try to sit up a little bit more.
That'd be a good idea. I'll tell you that.
You see, all right. So for those of you that don't know, during this show, I move over behind the board. Greg slides to where Bubba is, and Helmsy comes over and sits where I normally do during the main show, just so we're not all spread out and it looks weird. Helmsy, you see the angle of where you are now? Look up on that TV. That's how I sit. So you always see a side angle. And every time I look over there, if I'm hunched down, I go, man, I got to sit up.
I know.
You know?
I'll slouch if you don't watch
I will. And these chairs, it's tough to get comfortable.
It's tough to not slouch. They're like they're kicked back.
Yeah. And somebody even asked me, I guess it was, were they in the golden ticket seats or somewhere? They were like, y'all not fall off? Why do y'all sit on the edge of the seat? And it's because if you slide back, you fall back kind of into the back of the chair.
Yeah, almost laying down.
Yeah.
I need to work on that.
I do.
Have you ever been in a talent show?
Let me think.
Yeah, yes.
Have you really?
A competition or a?
It's like
I've been in a battle of the bands.
Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I got talked into being in like some high school thing where they like Mr. whatever high school and so I was in that where you have to go through interview and best dressed. I didn't have to do a talent. I can't remember everything. You had
wish-
to go like through a panel
I know.
interview and everything.
I know. Did you win?
I did, yeah. Terry laughed really hard because my sister, who apparently throws no pictures away and has every picture ever taken,
No
she
way.
pulls them out and loves to show the boys and Terry sometimes.
Yeah. That's
My-
outstanding. So you
don't think my red mullet wasn't shining?
So you're a big man on campus.
No, I wouldn't say that.
All right, let me
That's not
change the
case.
question then. If you had to go be in a talent show today, what would you do?
Yeah. No, okay. So talent show,
You do
you're
anything
showing
you
off
want
your
to.
skill. You're not
Yeah.
necessarily competing. It's just a talent show.
Correct.
Talent show.
You got three judges
golly.
sitting there that's going to tell you move on to
Do
the
I
next
have to
round.
know
or
how to
not.
do it, or something I would like to know?
Yeah.
No, you don't have to know. You don't have
Oh,
to
so I
know.
can tell you what.
I would like to be a really good juggler.
Okay. All right. What would you juggle?
Chainsaws. No, I wouldn't do that. Just them that like bowling pins.
Okay.
I like to be able to tap dance.
Well, I'd like for you to be able to.
I think you probably can with
Yeah.
your
I want you
history.
to be.
Yeah, with my
There's
hands.
some-
Hey, with my hands on the hip.
Hey,
I'd
there's
like to
some
see you do the
DNA
river
there.
dance.
There's some DNA there.
What about you, Ham?
I don't know. I'd like to just get up there and shred the guitar like no other.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
And,
yeah.
and be able to sing a little bit too. Like shred the guitar for a minute, and they go, "Wow, gosh, this guy can play."
Yeah. And at the
then
end,
all
would
of
you
a sudden,
would you smash?
then
it at
all
the
of a
end?
sudden, I start singing. They're like, "My gosh, he plays the guitar and sings."
Oh, wow.
And then at the end, I smash the guitar and just go the hell with it. I don't really want to do this anymore.
Okay.
Can I add a unicycle to my juggling?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
I
yeah,
think that
yeah,
makes
yeah.
it. I think
I
if
would-
it's a high unicycle,
Yeah.
especially.
And I would like to yodel while I tap dance.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I always wished I could yodel.
I know too.
Weird question here.
Well, they can't get in.
I'm
It's unreal.
Have you ever met a murderer?
Have I ever? Let me
Huh?
think. Let me think.
yes, I think a guy built my house. Well, no,
No, he
Speedy.
killed somebody.
No,
I know he
I don't
killed your bank account. But
he did. That's what he did. That's what he did.
He murdered our financial plans.
did I? Wait a minute. It seems like there was somebody. Yeah, it seemed like there was somebody that got arrested. We were all like, "Oh my! Wait a minute, who was it?"
I don't think I've ever met a murderer.
I'd like to move on.
Okay.
I'm had to think about that. In my mind, I feel like I did.
Do you currently have toilet paper in your truck?
No,
No, I should.
hunting season.
Yeah, I have it in my
Usually.
bag.
Yeah,
Laying up on that tree.
what a horrible situation.
Was it you that was at the top of the tree, or was
Oh,
it Mickey
It
Dean?
was me in a tree stand.
Yeah. Oh, and Mickey
And a
talked
climber.
about that too. When, oh, was it? No, was it Mickey? I can't. No, it was you. You coming
Yeah,
down that
made the
tree.
best of, yeah.
There was
I ripped
no
the
bark
off
left on the tree.
None.
All right, last one before we go.
Was there ever a
break.
point where you said you were just going to stop and just?
I fought through it.
Okay.
When
You have so much on too. You have to take
it's
off.
terrible.
You sit there running in place.
when playing Monopoly,
Yeah.
I know,
I
that's
don't.
what I
I don't
said last
play. I
one.
don't really like that.
when you do play,
I used to love Monopoly.
what do you
Takes a long time.
which piece do you use?
Top hat.
I always go top hat too.
Really?
Yeah. So if I was playing with you, I guess I would go probably the dog.
I can't remember what else is there.
There's a car, there's a cat, dog,
Car.
boat. I think
I would hat car.
and there. No, was there a thimble? No, there wasn't a thimble. Maybe.
I think there
I
was.
don't know. I'd go dog or hat.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap. Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. Folks, the people of Israel need our help. I want to talk to you about something serious and how we can all help. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors terrorism has brought and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. The facts are people have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Terrorism knows no boundaries and spares no one. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered and communities are in despair. Emergency war relief is needed, and we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com today and make a positive impact. You can provide immediate relief along with support to Israelis affected by the atrocities of war. The pain and the reality is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks rebuild their lives, have necessary food to survive, regain hope, provide medical supplies and needs for children in school. Standing with the people of Israel through this messianic Jewish organization of Israeli believers will send a message they're not alone. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Amoxicillin is the Swiss Army knife of antibiotics because it treats so many types of infections. So how is it possible that America could run short of amoxicillin? Antibiotics come from China and India. So if you or a family member gets sick and there's no amoxicillin, then what? That's why we have a medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. It's ready to go. It comes with amoxicillin and other essential prescriptions to treat over 39 medical issues, plus a doctor's easy guide so you know exactly when and how to use each medication. This is not, I repeat, it is not a first aid kit. It's like having urgent care in your home with these essential prescriptions. You've got your medications now, so there's no waiting to see a doctor and no lines at the pharmacy only to learn that they're out of your medicine. Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit. Order yours in minutes and get 15% off by going to twc.health/Bubba. Use the promo code Bubba. That's twc.health/Bubba with the code Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the kickoff hour. We're off and running, and we thank you for making us part of your day. We have a charity charge check to present. Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings will be here. Always fun to see him, and come on in and bring some food and a check and Beckett's blessing box. I believe it was 2001. I can't remember the exact. I know we'll get that, but I want to say it was 2001. But they were the beneficiary of the charity charge. They, over the past 3 years, Beckett's Blessing Box has sent over 500 boxes to 35 different states and 7 countries. And so All of you went out and enjoyed some delicious food at Buffalo Wild Wings in those participating locations. And 10% of those food sales went to Beckett's Blessing Box, and they are going to be here today to receive that, Taylor Morton. And so another success story. And they continue to come alongside and support families who are grieving the loss of a child by sending them a grief resource box. And we'll talk more about that today. We have another charity charge coming up on May 20th. It's my anniversary, by the way, and it'll benefit Provision Works. We'll tell you more about them, too, out of North Alabama. Let me ask you a question, and we can get back to some more of those, Helmsy, because we didn't really hit many. Lottery winners. You hear stories about, not many of them have really shining success stories. Most of them make the news because they've blown through the money or something wrong has happened. They have, what is it, the show on what is it, Lottery Homes, I believe. Anyway, a lot of folks are out and about trying to find and better their life after winning the lottery and stuff. This one here is interesting. There's a lottery winner, I think out of Maine. They're unnamed. He's been sued by his family because the family is accusing this person of reneging on the promise to share $1 billion from the lottery that this person won. The winner of a Mega Millions lottery jackpot worth over $1 billion has been accused in a lawsuit of lying about sharing his winnings with his family. The guy, known as John Doe in court papers, won $1.35 billion and collected the lump sum payment of roughly $500 million after taxes. He then sued the mother of his daughter in court papers after she broke a non-disclosure agreement about telling the family that he won. Now, in a new batch of court documents, first released and obtained by the Daily Beast, have complicated things even further. The winner, a former police chief, the winner's father, a former police chief, is now in his 70s, says that his son misled him after telling him about the lottery win and that he would share the winnings with the family. And it goes on. I won't bore you with this, but it's basically it's broken promises. And
but that's nothing legal, right? I mean, just because I told you. First of all, give your family. You got $500 million.
I was going to say it's a lot of money.
I mean, come on.
So apparently, he told his
that you
his
did
dad and stepmom about his lottery win, which the lawyers claim shattered the, I guess in the suit, a lot of disclosure and this, that, and the other, and hey, I'll share this with y'all, but $1.35 billion. It is sad that the take home is after taxes $500 million, which goes to, again, the government always wins.
Yeah,
always. But good night.
I think I could work that $500 million.
You can
just fine.
You can.
Especially
sure.
considering I did nothing to get it.
That's right.
Buy a ticket.
But buy a ticket.
Yeah, I'll take whatever's left. That's fine.
Yeah. He basically made, according to the papers, he made the mistake of telling his father that he had won the lottery without having him sign a confidentiality agreement.
So he took the route in some states that you can go, I don't want to be identified.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he's saying that they released who he was, I guess.
Yeah,
his
I guess
family
so.
was running their mouth.
Yeah. Said the father said that his son misled him about a number of things since the large win. And they say in February or March of 2023, his son came to his house and informed him and his the stepmom, his wife, his dad's talking here, that he had won the large amount of money in the Maine state lottery. Anyway, yeah, it goes on and on. But now the lottery winner is being sued by his family for saying that he reneged on the promise to share the money with him. I get. He probably said, "Hey, I tell you what, I'm gonna give you all this. I'm gonna give you all that." I don't know.
First of all,
and if you got $500 million, good night.
Yeah.
Take care of your mom and dad.
And my point is though, but how can he? Is that illegal? Just because I told you I would,
No.
we didn't have an agreement. I just told you I might share, and I changed my mind. Did he change his mind because they had? Is he mad that they released who he was, or?
Yeah, I guess so. And it's a really long story, so I haven't dove too far into it on that side of things. But the father claims that his son told him he would set up a $1 million trust for him, and that would enable him to have a monthly income.
Hey, listen, chump change, and you've got $500 million. Give your old man $1 million.
Well, that sounds like, I mean, I agree with y'all on that, but I also think there's no telling with family dynamics these days.
Well, you're right.
Who knows what this guy's been through with his family? He may be like, so if I give this guy this, next week he's going to want this, and the next week he's going to want this.
I just didn't think it was illegal if I tell you I'm going to give you something, but
I don't.
Especially, and I don't.
I don't think it is. That'd be hard for me.
Change my mind. Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
So it sounds like to me we got some family issues here. You got the mom of the kids, and then you got the dad and the stepmom, and the father claiming that he would also his son would provide the parents with 24-hour care should they ever need to avoid going to a nursing home. They would tell you would take care of them.
That would be something good that you could do with it. Yeah.
But then it sounds like there's just some internal fighting going on. He said the lawyers are now involved, and they're gonna go to the bank too. And it looks like to me it's just a mess inside the family. So anyway, I just thought that was interesting, and really the reason I brought it up is, I mean, you're not going to spend it with your family, but it sounds like there's more to it than that. There's some internal fighting going on.
Listen, I don't know if I can make that $500 million last. I don't know.
You never know what's going on with people.
No, you really don't. Okay, so Helmsy, what? So the questions that you have that come to us are one guy. Is it named Eddie? What's his name?
Well, I'm going. Yes, Eddie Doty.
Eddie Doty. Thank you, Eddie Doty, for bringing the questions to us. Do you have any from anybody else that's come in that's worth anything?
Would you rather me do that?
No, I'm just.
So he wants a segment that's no Eddie.
No, just move them around. Go back to Eddie if you have.
No, I've kind of been going through them as you've been talking about the lottery, just to kind of get a feel for things.
Lottery stories are always interesting to me of how it plays out.
Where to go here? Gosh, so many.
500 million.
Yeah, 500 million.
Yeah. Dang, I just don't know. Okay, what was your favorite food as a kid, and what was your least favorite food as a kid?
I hated everything.
Yeah, I did too. I was
Helmsy,
I was a very picky eater when I was growing up.
My favorite would have probably been, as a kid, like a hamburger, something like that.
You can't go wrong.
Because I like a good hamburger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right,
Fries with chocolate milkshake from Hardee's.
Let's go through a few
English peas
here. If I needed to jump my car off right now, do y'all have jumper cables in your vehicle?
Yes.
No.
Yes. I don't either.
Yes.
I don't. I used to carry them.
Yeah, what
did
I do with mine? I took them out of one vehicle to move them, or I may have left them when I turned it in. That's good.
Hey, these new cars, I had to jump somebody off the other day, and it's to the point now where you can't hardly even find the battery. They're under.
Oh, I know.
They're under. You have to pop everything off and take half the engine apart to get to the battery.
What about the ones that have it in the trunk? Or
Braden's got it under the seat, under the passenger seat.
But if you'll look under the hood, they normally have poles for you to clip on. But still.
Have you ever fallen in the shower?
Yes.
When's the last time?
It was when we were renting a house when we were building our current house. And I remember because it just had the tub shower, and I lost my balance and crashed through the curtain and everything.
Did you really?
Yeah,
I pulled the curtain down one time in the ride.
Oh, yeah. It was terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, like this one. Would you rather be the last human on Earth or the first human on another planet? Now, Greg, before you go on
either way, you're by yourself.
Yes, but before you go, you can live like you live here.
On another planet?
On another planet.
By yourself or other people with you? You're just first step off?
I'll give you somebody's with you.
I'd rather be the first because if I'm the last, everybody's probably ruined everything.
Yeah, I mean, probably.
Things got bad that ended up with just me.
It was just me. I'm the only left one.
A brand new place on this other. I'm going with the first.
Yeah.
I like to explore. I'd like the new.
Go first. Yeah, if I could bring Terry with me, she's right behind me stepping off.
It didn't say you wouldn't have a second.
That's right. You said I would be the first there.
There you go.
Would you rather fight crime with Batman, learn karate from Mr. Miyagi, or treasure hunt with Indiana Jones?
I want to.
I'm telling you, that's a tough decision.
This is a good one right here.
By the way, this came from Cameron.
I think
not Eddie.
I want to treasure hunt I want a treasure hunt.
I'm going with Batman because he's got some really cool stuff.
He does, but
Cars
it's,
and
but I mean, he never.
planes and
But Batman's
he's really rich.
Batman's superpower is his stuff that he has
That's
with
what
him.
I like. That's
Okay.
cool. I'd rather have that than some guy that's got some weird can read your mind or something. You know,
Okay.
Batman's basically normal. He's got cool stuff.
Right. I do like Mr. Miyagi though.
I do
He'd nice to
too.
be there.
I would go. Batman would not be in my.
I don't want to
he
have
would be my
to wax
third.
on and wax off and all that.
It is hard work with
I don't do
Miyagi.
all that.
Yeah, he's gonna have you clipping them, whatever those trees are.
Yeah, bonsais.
Bonsais.
And then he'll have me standing up on the boat working on my balance.
Yeah. Do I have like for Indiana Jones? Do I have a whip and am I really cool?
Oh yeah.
And
Now,
I-
Indiana's
yeah.
in a lot of dangerous things. I think I'll pass.
If y'all cut your finger right now, would you know where a Band-Aid was?
Yes.
No.
It's
I
like I
wouldn't.
knew the answer before.
I have no idea.
I would too, but it was funny. I knew you wouldn't. That's why I
I don't
just.
know. I don't know. Is there one here?
Is there one here? I think I have some in my bag.
And I've got some in my
Yeah.
bag too.
Oh, ooh. Are y'all medics?
No, we actually think ahead. You dumb.
Rick and Bubba.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Tyler from Wendy's here. The best part of Wendy's new Cinnabon Pull-Apart is every part. Unlike mornings, which have no good parts, until now. Because with Wendy's new breakfast Cinnabon Pull-Apart, mornings finally don't completely suck. And now that mornings have warm cinnamon sugar rolled dough and ooey gooey frosting, are they the best part of every day? Probably not, but you get the idea. Get to Wendy's today and get the best part in every bite with the new Cinnabon Pull-Apart.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Cinnabon is a registered trademark of Cinnabon Franchisor SPV LLC.
And Doug. To celebrate everyone who's customized and saved hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, we got a savings siren that goes off every time someone saves. There it is! It's a really more savings, which really... Okay, a lot of savings. Little annoying now. Will you stop saving for 5 seconds?
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
I can't remember last time.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba.
20, no, not 20, but 8 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by our friends at the Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association. Most of us are thinking about summer travels maybe. Right now, you're thinking about, hey, what could we do that's fun? How about this? You might could win your way to a great summer trip, the Ultimate North Alabama Kayak Bass Fishing Road Trip Giveaway. It's on, baby. Here, it includes a 2-day guided trip for two to kayak bass fishing. We talked about this with KBF founder Chad Hoover, plus a Yeti prize pack, a pair of sunglasses, Wally X sunglasses, a $200 gift certificate to West End Outdoors, plus $500 spending money towards your Ultimate North Alabama Kayak Bass Fishing Road Trip package. Man, it's about a $2,000 prize pack, folks. You can sign up and win to win today at alabamaroadtrips.org. That's alabamaroadtrips.org. Get there, sign up, see if you can win. That's the North Alabama giveaway here, and it's really a cool thing. I know we talked about kayak fishing yesterday, and Helmsy, you've done that before. I know my boys have as well. This fishing with KBF founder Chad Hoover is cool, but the whole thing is just neat, and about a $2,000 spending package that is really going to be kind of cool. So anyway, go Ultimate North Alabama Kayak Bass Fishing Road Trip Giveaway and make your summer one to remember. You can also find the link and then sign up through rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. But, man, this is kind of cool. It's about a $2,000 prize, so sign up. You add all that together. It's pretty neat. The $200 gift certificate to West End Outdoors is cool, too, plus $500 spending money towards the Alabama Ultimate North Alabama Kayak Bass Fishing trip. So check it out and sign up today. All right. So as we're rolling on, we're talking about all kinds of different things here this hour. The QFTAs have been a big part of this hour because they really haven't been, and it's kind of cool to hear all of y'all's questions. I'm sorry, bud.
Did I see where Rory McIlroy's getting a divorce?
Yeah, he filed for divorce.
Big money.
With his wife. I think they've been married 7 years.
They got a kid, too.
Yeah, they announced that he married her, I think, in 2017. He said they filed the documents on Monday. So he wins on Sundays wearing a ring. He takes it off Monday, and he was on the course there in Louisville, Kentucky yesterday, and seemed pretty happy, smiling and jumping around. So we'll see what happens here.
I'm gonna say
Why are
he's
you in
playing
such a good mood?
right now. He had an 8-hole stretch on Sunday that I've never even seen before. It was so good.
Yeah,
and yeah, he did look happy. So.
He is his career earnings total nearly $87 million. So there'll be some things to figure out. But
Yeah,
yes,
there'll
they
be some
did.
checks written.
They did announce that they they're getting a divorce.
He was married or not married. He was engaged to Caroline Wozniacki, the tennis player,
Right.
and he broke that off.
Right.
And then a couple years later, you know how he met this woman that he married and been married to? He was late for a tournament one time, and like woke up late, and it was a major, and she rushed him to the golf course and got him there on time, like in
Was
a
she a
car. Like she
stranger?
worked for the PGA Tour.
Okay.
And then like months or years later, that's when they met, and then they started dating, and then long story short, 7 years a kid, now divorced.
Here they are.
Dragon breath.
So. But
Yeah,
I am always interested to know this is not something that snuck up on them. They've been going through this for a while, and so when you look back over the last couple weeks on how he's been playing, how has it affected him on the golf course? And maybe it has affected him, and then finally he got to a point where he knew this was coming to an end, and there was some relief there that he's not relief because of the divorce, but because all this is finalized and off of his back, that he's playing the way he's playing. I mean, he's one of the favorites to win this week.
Yeah, how about he busted up with that tennis star in 2014, right before Valhalla, and now he's busted that one up, and he won it then too.
How about time flies? She's had kids. She has gotten married, had kids, and retired, and now come back and playing again. Meanwhile, Rory's going through a divorce. It's weird.
Maybe golf is his marriage, and he can't have relationships, which is sad. And I don't know the case.
His ex-wife.
Hopefully, that's not it.
Sitting there waiting. I guarantee you that.
Yeah. Now, the total different scenario is Scotty Scheffler. They just had their son, and so he took some time off, and now he's back. Hearing him talk about having a newborn and not sleeping a whole lot or whatever, it's just kind of funny. It brings back memories of, when you have a newborn in the house and things are just different. You think you know, but you don't know till you experience it. But hearing him talk about that yesterday was pretty cool.
Well, and it's always interesting to me to watch what happens next. Like, kids change you. And and the fact that he hadn't played, and I know, look, he's the number one player in the world the guy strikes the ball so pure, putts so well, and he's head and shoulders above everybody else right now. But when you have a major thing like this happen in your life, and you take a couple days off, and your priorities are different, and they should be.
Right.
You just wonder how it will affect him moving forward. Will he be the number one player in the world? Or will you see Rory, who now doesn't have those responsibilities, dial it back in and take over this spot? It'll be interesting to see. I do like they're asking all the dads out there what advice they have for Scotty Scheffler, like Tiger Woods and Justin Thomas and some of these. And some of these have had kids. And so, it's so funny that the sleep comes up more than anything. Like, get sleep, get rest.
Tiger's response on the sleep, it got the whole media laughing.
It was funny.
About how you're going to have to sleep a little
Tiger
bit. Tiger
is so different now.
Yeah. Greg, I know, buddy. I know. We're going to go to break.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Coaster stops and starts you, like shoots you like a rocket. We do too. This one does drops. We drop. We do big drops. And he said that he got on that, and they were like, yeah. They're all fired up. Here we go. Yeah. No kids. Wife, nobody take care of. I ain't got to take care of anybody. So he says, I get on it, and he said, I realize when I get off that I'm wobbly. He said, I think I'm in trouble. And so the other wife's like, "You wasn't that great yet?" He said, "Yes." And he said, "So now I'm starting to struggle." Oh, no. He goes, "But I'm thinking back to my problem to begin with. We're free. I don't want to. We can go. I'm good. I'm grown." So then they go to the Forbidden Journey, which is a multi-dimensional experience with the 4D and the. And he said, and in there, I got so disoriented. He said, I made what I would find out later a huge mistake. I shut my eyes.
Oh, no.
Which they will tell you, if you're having motion sickness, shutting your eyes is the worst thing you can do. Because now your body doesn't know what it's dealing with.
So he stumbles off a roller coaster into this thing.
Then,
well, they're free, Greg.
Then decides. She comes back and says, "Let's ride that roller coaster one more time." And he's struggling. So then he says,
Can you not just say,
"Is he not turning pale?"
Then he says, "I get off of it," and I finally say, "I'm in trouble." And she's like, "What?" Now remember, she wants to take care of no one. She has no little kids. This is her husband.
Right.
And he says,
Rick, he was in trouble like 2 rides before.
Hey, I have to sit down at that restaurant like right now. I have to sit down. So he said he looks at her, and all of a sudden he realizes at the lunch, she's all talking about it. He said, you know that point where you're talking to whoever's with you, but you're not listening anymore because you're in your own struggle? And he goes, just stay here. I've got to go, okay? And I'll try to communicate with you. He said, I went into the bathroom where I stayed for 1 hour.
1 hour?
What? 1 hour with things just going really bad.
Oh,
okay?
no. 1 hour.
He said I would text, and he read me the text he kept sending to her. And I get to laughing. I've got tears running down my eyes. She's outside, and she goes, I'm out here. Where are you? I'm still in this bathroom.
An hour later.
I'm still in this bathroom. I still have this going on. And I said, well, how bad did it get? And he sent me this picture.
Okay.
So look,
Is that a paramedic?
He's got paramedics.
He's on the stretcher.
He's on the stretcher. He got his mask on.
Hey, we're going to the theme park.
Look, they're checking it.
He's got things hooked up to him.
Oh, wow.
Rick.
Oh, goodness. Sorry,
Let's go one more time on that roller coaster.
He's got instruments hooked up
They're
to him.
doing EKG on him. They think he's having a heart attack.
Oh, my goodness.
I started laughing at that picture because that picture not just tell you.
That is.
He goes, how bad did it go? Wow. I'm texting you a picture right now. I want you to look at it.
Oh, no.
So he had to.
How about you, Les?
Y'all, that seasick feeling is awful.
Yeah.
Where you just
so
dizzy.
But he did say, he said, what happened? He said, of course,
he is in incredible shape too. I know that has nothing to do, but just the fact that he's incredible.
Old like the rest of us.
I know he is.
So
Those little bitty things on your inner ears controlling all of that.
He said the roller coaster and that dimensional ride, it just took me out.
Yeah.
And he said, so then, and now keep in mind, we're going out. We free, baby.
We're having fun.
So he said I had to go back to the hotel. They gave me all kinds of medicine. And he said, just like seasickness, he said, but once I took the medicine, look, this is the ride he was in. He said, once I took the medicine.
Imagine the second go round.
I can't watch it. I'm going to get sick.
Y'all
may have to have me.
Yeah. But
I'd be a mess.
He said once he got the motion sickness stuff and got back and just had a restart, he said, I came back and I was fine after that. I actually felt like nothing had ever happened. He said, but at one point I think I'm going to die. I think the theme parks killed me.
So he went from bathroom for an hour.
So did he?
To calling.
He said I haven't even told you what it was like in that bathroom for an hour.
Oh gosh. So
people trying to talk to you.
The motion sickness he got from that. How does that compare to seasickness? Because that's really two different things.
Yeah, but it feels close together.
I don't know because I've never been really seasick.
I have both,
and I never had motion sickness, so I don't really know.
They're close.
Are they? But he said that they told him the worst thing he did was shut his eyes in that 4-dimensional. Throwing you around thing.
Yeah.
Because now your body doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Your eyes are helping you as long as it can see.
Well, the reason I ask because usually with seasickness, the minute you get off the boat, you're fine.
Right. He said that thing that was different. He had to take the medicine for the nausea. When he took that, it was like stepping on the land.
Right.
He was back. We'll be back. Your phone call's next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right. Worst Neighbor of the Year award goes to this Oklahoma man. Well, I tell you.
Rick, are you going to do that?
Well, straight up know your neighbor.
Hey, you need to know your neighbor. You know, the problem we have in our society today, and I'm as guilty of this as anyone, we don't know our neighbors anymore. You know, there was a time you knew I don't know my neighbors very well. I mean, I've met them like a hey, how are you? And but I don't know my neighbors very well. I don't know them. But here's a reason why you want to.
Oh, Rick.
I'm not going to get in any grave details. I'll just hit the highlight here. We have an Oklahoma man that is suspected of murdering 3 people. He has confessed to killing his neighbor and then cut the heart out of the neighbor, cooked it, and fed it to his family. Now, see, that's information you need, and he definitely has been given the award worst neighbor ever.
Get the full quote here from authorities. He cooked the heart with potatoes to feed his family to release the demons.
What?
Good.
I think that probably sums it up.
All righty, let's bounce. Let's bounce. Hey, 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 hey. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new show. Rick and Bubba's show in its 31st year and the final year. And we start this hour with the national anthem. All right, 7.5 minutes past the hour. Here we go. The kickoff hour already behind us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy knocked that out for you. If you're not available, or I'm not aware, I hope you're available for the kickoff hour. Know that if you miss it, it's in the archives every day on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel and the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. Eddie Van Adler now joins us, the YouTube channel enhanced now. He'll be handling all those duties as he does every day. For the tubers who catch the show live, or for those of you that the YouTube channel is the archive option for you, or maybe you're Blaze TV and you're watching that best of hour every day, all that is handled by one Eddie Van Adler. And he is with us. Also, America's boldest radio stations. There's your live option. Thanks to each and every one of those all across the country. If you've got an affiliate, thank them. If we just joined, your radio station recently, and you're like, "What in the world's going on here?" We understand. Give us 30 days, okay? The show, you don't fall in love with the show immediately. That's just not the way it happens. So that's one option for you live. Also, another live option is the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app. That can be found. Just go to TuneIn. It is free. You download that app, and then you search Rick and Bubba Show, and you'll get our 24/7 channel, which includes the live option every day. Another archive option on audio is the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. Man, a lot of you use that. I see that and hear about that everywhere. That's the audio archives available for you every day. There's also a unique podcast every week called Rick and Bubba University. We don't do that every single week, but we do it most weeks. Have another one tomorrow. I'll tell you a little more about that on the show today, because this is a question that comes up quite often on the show. It just came up recently. And then I get a lot of emails about this. I'm aware of this with people who I love that had this same experience in their life. So I'll tell you more about that, promoting tomorrow's podcast as the show progresses today. We have Speedy, Greg, and Helmsy and Adler, as I said. Bubba is not here today. Bubba let us know, Bubba has a lot of projects, and he'll have a project, and of course he's had some that he does on his own, but some that nature created for him, and of course his lake house with the rebuilding it back and getting everything done. He gives us those tornado recovery updates, and he has one today that, when you have these contractors and you got a chance to get them to finish something, you don't want to miss it. And unfortunately, this particular contractor apparently had no other options than to get to Bubba when he would have normally been at work. So Bubba is not here today. He is going to meet that contractor, get that finished, and hopefully that'll be done today, and he'll be back with us tomorrow. So he's not sick. There's been nothing bad happen. He just simply has a scheduling conflict today. So wanted you to be aware of that. So we will unpack it. One thing I thought about, and there's nothing we could do because by the time Bubba let us know, all of us were already in bed. But, today is a Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge update, and that means that Buffalo Wild Wings usually brings lots of food. Mm-hmm. And all I thought about was, with Bubba's absence, the amount of food that will be left over.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Greg, his buddy's going to have to double up.
Greg, don't go crazy.
It'll be significant what's left over.
Yeah, but don't you think Greg gets sometimes this, hey, that's my eating buddy, I gotta pick up. Don't feel that way, Greg. Don't make yourself sick.
I won't.
Okay, and just and it's but another thing is, because we do have a refrigerator, and I know Bubba is a next day guy too.
Yeah.
So what we do is we enjoy what they bring us.
Yep.
Okay. We take some home, like you said, when your college kid is home.
Yeah.
So you feeding them is like having a horse show up.
Yeah.
So you take some of that with you. Hams, I think you're on the road. Are you trying to
home today?
Yeah,
I'll take advantage of that.
Take some of that. Adler,
Maddie, Caroline, and Brady will love it.
Your kids are a little young, so they won't eat a lot. But you can have some. But I think we should also pull some aside for Bubba tomorrow. If we put it in the fridge, he'll come back. He'll hit it tomorrow.
Even after doing a little bit of that, depending on who's home and where we're going afterwards, there's still stuff in the refrigerator.
Oh, yes, there is.
So he'll be fine tomorrow for sure.
Buffalo Wild Wings, it's like, I guess they never got out of the mode of there's 12 people in the golden ticket seats every single day.
Yeah.
And they don't realize that we only have 8 seats and we only do Friday now. And so it's just us.
Yeah.
And they bring enough food to heal a nation.
And they have cut back.
Oh, they've cut back. Yeah, after telling him that right here. They
perfect. Don't mess with it.
They did cut back. So, yeah. This is where Greg gets mad when you start talking about food, Rick.
I know. I'm sorry, Greg.
Better have, not need, than need not have.
I know. Greg,
buddy.
Take a sip.
Get you a sip of that.
Let me tell you something. Greg rises up if I ever tell somebody, hey, y'all bringing too much food.
Well, I mean, they ain't hurting nobody.
See there?
Ain't hurting nobody.
You just said it. You get to feed your families and all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
It's a good thing.
Thanks, Greg.
I actually like to see them bring a little more.
No, don't do that. So I will tell you this, the big, and I'm going to say, who can hear me talking right now?
A lot of people.
Yeah, a lot of folks, Rick.
Anybody, though, that is in the mode that they would get on me.
They're like for what you eat?
For not being,
okay.
for not doing a little better.
Right.
Cause
there's a lot of tattletales out there.
Because we're all trying to do a little better.
Right.
And
Sherry will tattle on you. So really, it's her. Is she listening?
Oh, had to work out yesterday with tattletale. Wow, what a tattletale! But anyway, so
my assistant trainer.
He's supposed to go. Isn't he supposed to go all the way down on that push-up?
No rep.
He's stopping. Shouldn't he hover then come right back up? He seems to be resting on every. Thanks, tattletale. But anyway, but Rick, don't rest. If you're gonna rest, stand up. Don't rest during the push-up. You're supposed to be doing. You just keep it going. Okay, thank you, honey. Love you, babe. But anyway, so when they did away with those mini corn dogs,
oh
boy,
that was heartbreaking.
It was. Good. It was good for me, but heartbreaking.
No, it was the best thing for my health because my heart thanked them, but my flesh was disappointed.
Because so many.
Because like we talked about, even when you're doing a little better, there's certain foods, and we've talked about this, that just own you.
Yeah,
and I have them. Cornbread owns me. Nothing I can do about it.
I won't. Won't apologize for it.
Cornbread can do with me whatever it wants.
Yep.
Okay?
Will not apologize.
Okay.
For that.
All right. Biscuits own me. I love a biscuit. I just love it. Okay. It owns me.
Yeah.
And corn dogs own me.
Okay. There it is.
I love a corn dog. But so what I try to do is I just stay away from them.
You were talking about.
Hey, don't go to that side of town.
No.
You're talking about Bubba not being here and how it affects food. One thing that will remain the same: that salad they always bring him, it won't get eaten.
The what now?
The salad they always bring him.
Yeah.
Believe me, it doesn't get eaten when he's here or when he's not here.
I don't know what makes me feel. I feel so bad every time Tim comes in with 2 grilled chicken salads.
Right.
Usually, what I do is I'll eat one during the show and then make one since it's on Wednesdays when they come. we have the Wednesday Bible study back today, so I don't leave for lunch, and then I'll just eat another one for lunch.
That's it.
Or make something out of it for lunch. Yeah. So anyway, we got a lot to cover. Wednesday Bible study is back today. We continue to walk through Hebrews chapter 3 today, which led to an interesting conversation. Speaking of Sherry, interesting conversation. What Sherry's requesting, I said, I don't even think that's how marriage works. Do we agree that marriage is what's yours is mine?
Oh.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Yep. See, in the homeowners association is worried about when my trash can goes back to down from the road.
Yeah.
These are the kind of people that maybe y'all could do some good.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we here's the good news. We don't want your house to be a certain color, and you can't have a swing set in the backyard. But the guy who ate the heart of his neighbor and cooked it and gave it to his family, we didn't pick up on that. Well, thanks for taking care of the swing set, but I'd like for y'all to actually have known about him.
Now, get this, too. This guy...
Worst neighbor ever.
He has a long criminal record that includes drug convictions and domestic violence. Why is he out walking around? You know, we got states now that are going to this no-cash bail deal. I mean, this guy here could if he's charged, could just walk right back out in some cases.
No. I guess he can he?
Some states, they're very proud of that. I don't get it.
He went on to do some other things, as y'all talked about with family members. The aunt survived the attack.
Yeah. So did he go? Did he feed this one neighbor's heart with potatoes, and then he killed the people that he just fed?
It says here,
or tried to kill them all.
Yeah.
Because he says his family got attacked too, like you just said.
He cooked the heart with the intention of feeding it to them.
Yeah, I don't think it ever got done.
It never got on the table.
Yeah.
But he had the potatoes going with it, as Bubba said.
And he was doing this to release the demons.
That's what it says.
That's what it says.
Wow.
I don't know.
Know your neighbors.
Yep.
I'll tell you this
right now, that story right there. Somebody has said, "I will speak to my neighbors more."
Yeah,
I will say hello. I need to go meet the neighbors.
Or is it just immediate?
Mine is this. I'm actually the opposite. I know neighbors further down the road than the ones that are closer to me.
Okay.
I barely know the ones close to me. But really not very well.
Well, you hate to bother.
But I've
your
got
neighbors.
friends I know pretty well on down the street.
Yeah.
And everybody's busy. You hate to bother somebody, you know.
Yeah.
You see them out sometimes.
Right.
Or you have get-togethers at a certain time of the year.
I will say at the Cove, it's the most I've ever known.
Do you think
we're a friendly little bunch?
But do you think if you paid attention, a guy who's going to cut the heart out of somebody, feed it to his family to release the demons, there would have been things going on before that made you think, I don't know about this guy.
Do you think there would have been signs? Maybe the prior convictions.
You know, Phil, the little league coach, who's the accountant. You don't expect this.
Right.
It could happen.
Right.
But I'm just saying just taking some pressure off Bud. But but I mean,
now Phil's going to call.
Do you think this guy? Well, actually, you know, Phil's harm. You know, you remember we used to laugh really hard at I think was one of my favorite bits we ever did on the show that's underappreciated is Little League today versus Little League when we played.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the points we made is that parents today go to every single practice with Phil the accountant as the coach, but our parents drove off and left us with Billy Joe, who we all rode to practice in the back of his truck, who fought in Vietnam and just finished off a beer, put a cigarette in his mouth. As the smoke went in his left eye, he shut it and said, "Let's get one," and start hitting the infield. And see, our parents had no issue with that whatsoever. But today we're paranoid about Phil the accountant, who coaches our little league, that he's going to do something.
Yeah.
But
we all shared 4 helmets.
Right, and it was and we used the bats he had in his Army duffel bag.
That's right.
That's 100% accurate.
It is.
My little league experience. And so I mean I didn't. There's nothing on that list that I exaggerated.
Nothing at all.
And my parents never.
Let's get that.
and my parents never attended.
Smokes up in your eye.
Right.
Get that.
My parents never attended one practice.
Yeah.
Now they were at every game, but they didn't go to practice because you know what? That's when Mom was going to go to the grocery store, get dinner ready, clean the house up, or you know if your parents might work or whatever. There was none of this every single day. My parents brought their folding chairs and sat there and hawked the coach every day and hovered over them to be sure that nothing happened to hurt my feelings. You know, it was
Different time, for sure.
And, and a lot of times your parents didn't even take you to practice. You just rode in the back of that truck, your coach. Do you remember sitting back? And the only rule was don't sit up on the side. Get down in the truck.
Yep. You'll fall out.
Or ride your bike, Rick. Heck, I'd ride a bike to practice.
Yeah, if you practice in the neighborhood. Yeah, if it wasn't too far.
But I remember now where I would go off on my bike, and you didn't have cell phones to check in with your family. You just left.
Nothing.
See ya. I'll be back at dark.
Went to Taylor's Grocery on our bike all the time. Went and got us a little snack, came back. I think I was like 7. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, new Rick and Bubba swag there, no doubt about that. And also a long, the best-selling Rick and Bubba item I think that we've ever had. Got to where we couldn't get it anymore, and we now have word that it is returning. So there will be one more shot to get one of the most sought-after Rick and Bubba items. I hope that we can get that thing in time for y'all to get those for Father's Day. I'll let you know when they're available. Speaking of Father's Day, if you'd like to get the dads on your list a signed copy of the brand new devotional, Sin Always Matters, we have a link at themanchurch.com. If you click on that link, I'm worried, guys. I'm just going to tell y'all straight up. You know how you can sense something? You just can feel something? And I keep being told, by Team Man Church, Burgess, it's good, man. I'm seeing a lot of orders coming in for this new devotional, even pastors who are buying them in bulk, and they're not using the link that lets us know that you want it signed. And I keep being told by the guys, well, look, if they don't use that link, they probably don't care about that. They're just ordering the devotional. But you know how you can sense, I can just feel that there's people ordering it that think because they're ordering it right now that it's going to be signed, and they're not using the link that lets us know they want it signed. And I have this horrible feeling that people are going to get it and go, well, it's not signed. So maybe, I hope I'm wrong, but those of you that use the link that says,
you gotta use that.
And if you go to themanchurch.com, it's right there on the homepage. Use that link. If you just go into the store and buy it, we don't know whether you want it signed or not. All right, I'll just be honest with you. I saw a pastor buy 50 of them for the men of his church, and he didn't do the signed. And the guys were like, well, he didn't use it. I said, guys, you think, that was the whole promotion. That was the whole thing we sent out. Yeah. You think he just didn't, he could have got that and he didn't?
Yeah. Well, he thought it was too many.
Maybe. But anyway, went over yesterday and signed a bunch of them. So
it's a big stack.
It was a big stack.
How'd that forearm feel?
You talking about 200 yesterday? But anyway.
Well, it's 50 less.
All right, so
what a minute.
Right. Thank you, Greg, for always being the silver lining.
Well,
I'm concerned the guy's going to be disappointed. Greg's like, thank goodness you never said I'm 50.
Well, Rick and Link's right there. You're a grown man.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Maybe.
Am I just wrong on that? I hope I am. But anyway, it just. But because I can see when the orders come through whether they use the right link or not, and I think right now. Andy and Les, if they could take me out of that loop where I can't see that, they
would
do
really enjoy it.
Yeah, because I'm driving them nuts about it.
I bet you are.
And I need to call myself today and just be over it. Talking about this situation, so what I'm doing, and Sherry and I, we are madly in love. Okay, madly in love, and we have a powerful, wonderful, strong marriage. Okay, we've been through a lot together. Okay, and only have been stronger. But though we are equal in value, and though we are madly in love, I'm not her and she is not me. Okay, and that's wonderful. I mean, you don't want to look. I'd hate to be. I feel bad for her for having been married to me. I'm glad I'm married to her, not a version of me. Yeah, because I would drive me crazy.
I feel so bad for her.
And so I feel so bad for her. And so, but there's this. The trying to do a little bit better. We've covered all that. We do that differently. We teach differently. When we do, like, for instance, Sykeston, Missouri, coming up June 7th, 8th, and 9th. They're going to do a men's event Friday night, a women's event Saturday morning. Then we'll do a marriage thing together on Saturday night, and that's where it'll all get a little dicey for me. Once we're doing things on our own, we don't really bother each other. It's when we try to work together, okay, on stuff because we're different. Sherry is a writer who speaks. I'm a speaker who every now and then will write, okay? So when she's preparing, she prepares to speak like a writer. Every word is lamented over. Every word is written over and over again. They'll just be legal pads full of her working out the message, and then there'll be me. And then I'll have one page. Like sometimes she'll look and I've written what
with
I'm
that sharp handwriting.
Right, Greg. One time she looked. She goes, "Did you just write your whole message on the back of something?" And I said, "Yeah." One time she saw me working on some different. I was changing the message before we went up, and I was working out a few things I wanted to change on the offering card. And she's like, "This is unacceptable." And I said,
You're
no.
writing on an offering
I
card?
said, this is just the way I prepare differently than you do. That's fine. Okay, well, let's just. And finally, she's given in after years of if we speak together, she wants me to do it the way she does it, and she finally realized that just doesn't work.
Okay.
Here's what you need to cover. Here's what I'm going to cover. You fix it your way. I'll fix it my way, and that's worked great. But then when we teach together, like our Sunday school class,
yeah.
I'm always being. Sherry will always say, "Hey, you're taking my stuff and you're using it," and I'm like, "Well, it really isn't your stuff because it's in the Bible." And she goes, "No, the commentaries, things
for everyone.
I'm teaching you." I said, "But you're teaching me, and then I regurgitate what I've taught. I hope that sometimes you regurgitate things that maybe I've taught you." And then she had kind of a look on her face as if that's ever happened. But you know what I mean. You bathe your wife in the Word of God. She undergirds her husband. We do help each other, and everybody that's in your life that's ever taught you anything, what they've all taught you comes out. Sometimes you don't even know where it came from.
Right.
You just learned it.
Yeah.
And so I'm doing something right now with a Wednesday Bible study and I've never done this before, is that we are teaching Hebrews at church, and I'm also teaching it on Wednesday. So. And I'm trying to catch up. We'll be exactly the same. Right now, I'm chasing a little bit. But I will actually teach today what Sherry and I taught Sunday. Okay?
This past
Sunday. And so, I couldn't believe. She says, you only use the stuff that you did. Don't use my stuff. What? And I said, what do you mean? The verses you covered, I mean, you've already done.
Right.
What? She goes, well, yeah, but you don't just go in there and say what I said. I said, well, why not? And she's like, no, you need to take those verses and you go back through them again and prepare them like you've never had them. You mean the ones you researched, and then now here's all my stuff. I mean, I have access to all the notes. And she says, well, but you need to, don't just go in there and like you just take my intro. I said, well, I don't, you're like my wife. And I mean, whatever is yours is mine, and whatever is mine is yours. And she goes, no, you don't go in there and let somebody else. That's like you listening to somebody do a message, and then you just write their message down and then go do it again. I said, well, preachers do that all the time.
Yeah.
And I said, no, I will use the information,
right,
but it'll still be in my own words.
Yeah.
And she
use the outline that she gave you.
I said, you expect
the
me?
Facts.
You want me to take the verses you covered and just act like I never heard it? And she was like, yeah, that's what I would prefer. And I'm like, but I mean, that's like, there were people out in the class writing down everything.
Right.
I don't understand that. And so today, whatever I say about certain verses, this is what the Bible says, but I won't say it the way Sherry showed you what the Bible said. But then I was just like, I don't really. She goes, no, you don't do that. And I thought, well, I understand because there have been some pastors who have gotten in trouble for not saying, hey, so-and-so said this, and you do need to give credit. And I'll give credit. I'll say, hey, Sherry covered this, and here's what she said. But I mean,
Rick and Bubba.
A tech update with Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, we're now hearing a lot of stories coming out of Texas with the historic cold and power outages that they had last week.
You're talking about people with power bills that are how much money?
Yeah, some of them
$16,000, $8,000.
Yeah. Now, Greg, how's that work? You were telling us how does that happen?
It's deregulated.
Yeah, it's deregulated. You can buy like wholesale, and as the price of the kilowatt hour goes up and down, it's nice when it's low, but they didn't see this coming.
No.
Yeah, might want to have a cap on that.
Yeah.
Rick, Dan
You can't do
Basile.
that here. That's
Dan Basile, 38, is a cybersecurity analyst from Bryan, Texas. He said that he doesn't even have a license plate on his new truck. He purchased it in January, but it came in handy the last few days as he used it to heat his home and to help neighbors during rolling blackouts.
Have you seen this?
How about that?
Look at that.
He posted online saying that while he thought it was a nice feature to have a 7.2 kilowatt generator that came in his new truck, he thought, hey, I may use it sometime, who knows? He had no idea that it would power his house constantly for 72 hours straight. He said that he was able to run his fridge, his lights, his cable modem, his router, his TV, his power recliner, his coffee pot. He also was able to run the fans in his heating system so that he could heat his house. He said during the 72-hour run, he only used about a quarter of a tank of gas.
That's amazing.
Now, how about that?
That's amazing.
72-hour run?
I love how the fact that he said, I tell you what, I think I can get my recliner working again. You wouldn't think that would even make the
I
list.
know there's a lot of things you want working during this.
Yeah, I'd go, you got to have heat.
Yeah.
And fridge is big.
Definitely.
Yeah. And lights.
I don't know
if
where
I get,
recliner actually ranks.
You know what? He must have had some left. He said, let me see if the recliner will work.
Hey, there it did.
Now, he said that he has not wired his house to run off this generator yet. He had to use extension cords, and that was a little bulky and, troublesome. But he said he is planning on wiring in a switch so he can switch his house to the truck if this kind of thing happens again. He said he thought it was probably a gimmick when he was looking at trucks, but he thought, heck, why not add the 7.2 kilowatt option? He went for it, and he said he is sure glad now.
Boy.
Yeah.
What about when you added that?
How about when he thought, hey, I got an idea, and then he does it, and he goes and it works.
I'm shocked at how many things it was able to power.
Yeah.
And only a quarter of a tank after 3 days?
It says it's a hybrid. It's a 2021 version. It's a Ford F-150. Comes standard with a 2.4 kilowatt generator that runs for 85 hours with a full tank of gas. Buyers often upgrade for $750 to the 7.2 kilowatt system, which generates more power and can run for 32 hours with a full tank of gas. But he's got more than that out of it.
I was about to say.
It wasn't under load, I guess.
I see what you're talking about, because that kind of confused me a little bit, but I see what you're saying now.
Yeah, he's saying he only ran a quarter of a tank out. They're saying that you shouldn't be able to get that much, but the amount of fuel that a generator uses is directly tied to the load. So if he was not running it at close to 100%, he would save quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
You can't deny the laws of physics.
No, that's really incredible.
You see a lot of these, especially I think more in trucks. You see, and it's across all different makes. A lot of them have inverters now. The Jeep has an inverter in it that would run off the battery.
Mm-hmm.
But this is actually a generator that you have to run. I don't know if it runs separate from the engine or the engine itself.
All right, we got a caller's got one. I don't know. Corn Pop, talk to us.
I've got one.
All right, so tell us how it works.
It works. It's a 7.3 kilowatt, and motor has to be running, but it runs just like way different from an inverter.
Mm-hmm.
So it runs just like a generator. I mean, you can plug stuff up. I've run like skill saws, stuff like that.
So basically, are they running like using the power off the alternator to run an inverter? Is that what they're calling a generator?
Pull up I'm going to give them pull up a Ford video with one that's plugs in the left rear corner of the truck.
Right. We saw that, but is it a physical generator, a different engine running, or is it just the engine in the truck?
The engine in the truck runs it, but the engine in the truck runs the generator itself. I mean, it's like a separate thing. But you have to have the motor running. You have to have the motor running to power in.
Where is it physically in the truck, the generator part?
It's on the hood.
Okay.
$35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Have you made the switch yet? Well, if you haven't, how do you feel about the... I had an email this week, somebody saying, can I still feel good about taking my family to Disney and all the stuff they're doing? And I'm like, well, if you're trying to find a place where you're not supporting anything that you may disagree with, I kind of usually judge the things on the, the content. And I wouldn't want to get in front of anything Disney's putting out that you go, well, the content is. But, if you're somebody that says my kid wants to get the picture made with Mickey Mouse, I understand that. But sometimes you don't have choices. But in this particular case, when it comes to your wireless provider, there is a choice. Does it bother you to be sending your money for wireless service to companies that just represent things that you just like, man, I wish I wasn't funding that? Well, you can go to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. There is a choice here. You will not be downgrading the quality of your service. They have access to all the 3 major networks. You get the same coverage you've been accustomed to, just not funding with things you don't want to. Make your phone money matter. You also can keep your same number and same phone if you so desire. If you want to upgrade, you can, and they'll help you with that. Go to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Use that URL, and activation is free. Or call 972-PATRIOT. Use the code Bubba, and activation is free as well. You'll find the direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so let's take a look at Your America. Let's take New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Eric Adams is, he's an interesting character. I actually got to meet him in person.
Really?
Let me name drop there.
Okay.
When I was in Brooklyn for the Promise Keepers event back in December. I've been somewhere. Does that count?
Yeah, you in Brooklyn.
Yeah. And
maybe a half a
yeah, he just came in to welcome us to New York and all that. He has said something today that I didn't think you were allowed to say.
Right. Well, this is what Greg would say.
Yeah, this is what Greg would say. I think that Eric Adams may have rude Tourette's. This is we got a border that is just. I don't know if y'all know about the border, but it is wide open, and we got migrants coming from everywhere. More than 180,000 of them have arrived in New York since 2022. New York realizes this is a problem. Even I thought at one time they were a sanctuary city. But anyway, now they got a problem. Well, he is saying, all right, we got all these new people, and then we have vacancies. He's ready to expedite migrant work permits to fill where they have issues. Nurses, fast food workers, and then this comment about a shortage on lifeguards. Here we go.
Okay.
Plan that states those jobs that we are in high demand, we could expedite. How do we have a large body of people that are in our city and country that are excellent swimmers,
guys,
and at the same time we need lifeguards? And the only obstacle is that we won't give them the right to work to become a lifeguard.
Thank you for that, Greg.
Determined as excellent swimmer because they came across. That boy Greg. Mayor Greg.
Especially the Cubans.
That's so you, Greg.
Can you say that?
So
I thought you couldn't say things like that. At one time, if you said anything that had a stereotype that involved swimming.
Well, they swam across the Rio Grande,
right?
Which isn't very wide.
Well, look what Adler's saying. What about coming across the Gulf of Mexico?
You got Cubans. You got
yeah.
All the Colombians coming across the Rio Grande there.
Yeah, so
I love how he says it with a straight face, and those around him don't even break a smile at all. It's like, yeah.
So can you say we got a shortage on lifeguards? How about some of these excellent swimmers? He just said it. I mean, now can you imagine Donald Trump saying that?
Oh, well, it'd be a headline today, a major headline.
Do y'all want to hear it again?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I do.
Because he says it so deadpan. That's the part I think I like the most.
He takes such a long breath before it, too.
Well, you know what? He wants to make sure we fully understand his point. All right, so, which we had that.
How do we have a large body of people that are in our city and country that are excellent swimmers, and at the same time we need lifeguards?
Y'all.
How does he know an excellent swimmer?
A large body. Surely somebody followed up. Like, this is not the only thing that was, like somebody said, what do you mean by that? Or can you walk that out for me?
He referred to a large body of excellent swimmers.
Are you writing his speech?
Did he mean it like that? Like, somebody had to follow up.
Right. I'm looking in the written story, and Helms, I see no follow-up.
No.
Matter of fact, the written story is showing a bunch of them in the water swimming.
I've never heard of a nationality that was considered the best swimmers in the world.
Well,
let's say long distance running, you got the Kenyans.
Well,
we know what they dominate.
Yeah,
but I've never known anybody to dominate swimming. Everybody can swim if you've tried.
Well, the point he's making, though, Greg, is the point you're not supposed to make.
I know,
because there were some slurs that involved water, involving people who came through the border,
That's right.
and you weren't allowed to say them.
No,
and he's just taken that slur and walked it out and said, "I tell you what, I bet they'd be great lifeguards."
Yeah, they can swim.
I mean, it's
Here's speaking of
that's his plan.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Democrats that run liberal areas, and then once their policies actually occur, they're like, whoa, wait a second, now this is a problem. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, a guy who has supported sanctuary cities throughout his entire career, is complaining about having to deal with them.
The governor of Texas is determined to create chaos. We have brought calm, structure to a very volatile situation. But again, this is unprecedented. Unprecedented. Never in the history of America where a local government has been asked to build a resettlement for migrants. But yet here we are.
Well, it was okay when they were in Texas.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what Texas had to do. This is the famous leftist, and really humans all do this to an extent. I'm all for something as long as it doesn't affect me.
Right.
And hey, we need to let these people come in here and have access to a better life, just not here. As long as it's somewhere else, I'm all about it.
All about it.
If Texas has to build these communities, then that's something wonderful. If I have to build it, I'm a hero because I got a problem that Texas created.
Yeah.
No, Texas didn't create it. They're just saying, let's all share in this. We're just closer. It affects us more than everybody else, so we'd like to let y'all have a taste of it and see if it's delicious. Because you're forcing us to deal with it, and it's awful convenient for you to talk about at some swanky banquet how wonderful it is that we have an open border if it doesn't affect your life.
Right.
But see, what Texas is trying to do, and others, is let's all share in this, and then let's see if we like it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's all have a bite. And now the Chicago mayor acts like he's some hero for doing what he claimed he wanted to do anyway. Right. So you're not a hero. I thought you said you want to be a sanctuary city. Well, sanctuary on.
Texas is causing chaos. No, I think the open border is causing chaos. That's causing problems.
I think tens of thousands of undocumented people wandering into the country, that sounds chaotic.
It does.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams went on to say, how can we have a shortage of chefs and cooks in the city? We've got all these people stabbing people on the sidewalk. We should have plenty of chefs.
Okay. Did you think that one all the way through, or did you think about that pretty quick?
I just came up with it. Just
off the top of your head.
There's a lot of stabbings have happened recently.
Hey, a lot.
We get it.
A lot.
Right. Yeah, I see where you were trying to go.
They have to outlaw
Should I have gone
knives.
with like sushi chefs?
Yeah,
probably that.
That would have
cutting.
good.
That would have been better.
Okay. All right.
That would have been better.
I'll give it
I
a
thought
try.
you were going to go another place. I'm thankful you didn't go.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Wow, yeah,
Set
get
a
a break.
Wait, Greg's thought of it. He'll say it.
Yeah,
He can't help it. It's just it burns in him not to say it.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever seen him have something and not be able to say it?
It's tough.
The bed almost has to run out.
I feel bad for him. It looks like it hurts.
It does.
Yeah.
Try to hold that in.
We'll be back.
What direction were you going, Rick? What direction?
No, I'm
See,
good.
now, see, here
There
you are.
you go.
Okay.
Don't bother me. I'm over here on the bench.
Okay.
Don't put me in the game.
Sushi chefs. I mean, we're running out of those.
Very good. We'll be back.
All right.
Is that Eric Adams?
It's some time.
Update on the charity charge coming too. All that still to come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then just the panel to access it's in the back.
Right.
Well, like I say, they've come a long way in the electrical features on vehicles. Like
Yeah,
I
they
say,
have.
so many of them have inverters now. I have several things I run in the Jeep that are AC, and to have this at another level, that's really cool. I like that.
Yeah, that is good. I mean, and if especially
and
if it lasts
that's
that
a
long.
pretty big generator for a truck, 7.2. That's a pretty good sized generator.
Well, obviously the guy had really the basics that you need.
Yeah,
and if there was recliner in there,
and with
I'm sorry.
probably nicknamed Bud.
Did y'all see this person kind of got a little innovative too to get some heat in their home?
That is
That's
crazy.
own duct work.
That's
He
crazy.
run duct work out. It looks like it's taped onto the dash of the car, and they're just pumping it
Run
in
the
the
heater.
house. Hey, if you're cold, you'll try anything you got. You know.
I mean, that's.
I don't know
how
that
efficient that's going to be.
I don't know if there's enough airflow
By the
coming
time
out of that vent to get to the other end of that pipe. It may just be a pipe with warm air in it.
Yeah, they need a booster in the middle somehow.
Please look
Maybe
at
a
that.
fan,
Look,
pull it out.
But look, you're sitting there. The lights are off. What do you else you got to do?
Yeah.
Well, hey, how about that? How about we're pretty innovative if you back us up.
Well, and two, the thing you don't have to worry about is a refrigerator, freezer. I mean, it's good to have those powered, but if all else fails, you take them, throw them out in the yard.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to freeze. I mean, they're not going to thaw in that temperature they had.
All right, go ahead.
See, so story about a generator on a house. I think actually, Helms, you have a generator, don't you?
I do.
Yeah, and it's like wired straight into the fuse box, so you can
Has a transfer switch, automatic transfer switch.
Super cool.
Yeah.
Unless it doesn't crank.
Yeah, that's
right,
probably-
right. We had
Better
one,
call Sneagall.
We had one at our
I
old
did.
house. And this one was on like a weekly timer where it would kick itself on
That's
to
what mine
check
does.
it.
Yep.
And I think I've told the story to you
It's
before.
called an exerciser, yeah.
There you go. And the
Calm down there, Spike.
Back off talking down to him.
Old habits are hard to break.
That's all right. That's all right.
Exercise
That's a
it,
wasted
DA.
T-shirt, but go ahead.
the generator at our house would do this weekly test to make sure everything it still works, still running. And a year or two went by, my dad did not check the oil in
Yeah.
the generator because you don't think
No.
about it.
You
It's
helped
not
me on
running.
this, by the way. Yeah.
And it totally burned it out.
Oh, no.
Totally wrecked the entire thing. Generator
Just like
gone.
any engine, you don't change, you don't put oil in.
Yeah.
And so that slab where it was right next to the house where that generator was, where they had the connections and everything, he went ahead and just bought like a rolling one, and then it kept rolling generator, kept it in the garage, and when the power went out, he would roll it to that slab and hook it up.
Well,
and,
most of them
You can't even
now,
have an automatic one.
most of them now have a low oil alert on it and will cut off. So I've dealt with that too.
You don't change yours either.
I keep a funnel close to the close by.
Wesley and Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Wesley, go.
Hey, man, you know, Bill's got all this land he's bought up now. My question is, what's he going to do with it?
Are you talking about Bubba?
And no, Bill Gates.
Bill Gates. Oh, Bill Gates.
Buying up all the farmland.
Okay.
And another thing is, if you got a place to grow a garden, you better start growing some food.
Now, why you say that?
Well, I ain't a conspiracy theorist, but hey, it might get where you need some food.
Well, look, let's be
But I'm not a
honest.
conspiracy guy.
Listen, I have appreciated preppers here, but preppers have been made fun of a little bit for going overboard the last
Just
couple
overboard.
of decades.
Yeah.
But after this government shutdown, it didn't look quite so silly anymore, did it? At least initially.
No, you're right.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt. I
We
think.
all wish we'd had some canned food.
Well, I think
and toilet paper.
I hate to keep bringing up this word that just doesn't seem to be able to. We as fallen human beings, we just can't do it, and it's proper balance. It's having everything balanced properly. Do you? Is it good to be able to have access to things you need in an emergency situation? It is. To obsess over it and bury yourself down under the ground, as if it's the end of time, probably not. And to not have any kind of plan whatsoever and nothing, probably not good on that end of the spectrum. The balance of it all, I think, is what we want. Now, I did find out though. I mean, people are starting to garden more apparently.
Yeah.
Based on my last the last survey we had, people. I mean, look, and you know what? I appreciate that's a nice garden. And we've had a big one. We learned how to work it. We know how to do it.
But you're talking about gardens at your property, not somebody else's.
Well, apparently, sometimes people. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty unique. So we're here For another day, no Bubba today. Bubba is out. Should be back with us tomorrow. He is not sick. He does not have any problems. A scheduling conflict with the tornado recovery updates, and he is dealing with that again today. So, all right, so as we work our way back, we do have an update on the Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge coming up next hour. We'll update you on that. Wednesday Bible study back today. That be noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. And also want to bring this up. All right, so tomorrow, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. This is one of those questions that it happened just in the last couple of weeks. Somebody called up and says, I know that Scripture says you need to honor your mother and father, but I had a terrible childhood. I had terrible parents. We were highly dysfunctional. And we had so many people even after that say, man, I'm glad I got to hear that conversation. I'm in that same situation. And you know, we landed on the Bible says to honor them. It doesn't say what they did is okay. It doesn't say they're wonderful people. It doesn't say any of that. It says to honor them, which means you don't have control over what they did, but you do have control over how you're going to live your life. And what Scripture is saying is live your life in a way that brings honor to your parents, no matter how they treated you. Because they look at you and say, oh, wow, is that your son or is that your daughter? Yeah, wow. Well, look how they live their life. A life of integrity. They're godly people. And so it brings honor to your parents. And that helped people a lot. Doesn't mean what they did is okay. Doesn't even mean that you have to work things out with them. You need to forgive them and all that. But, I mean, it may never be the same. Well, Patrick Morley's been around for a long time. He actually wrote a book that played a huge role in the creation of themanchurch.com called Man in the Mirror. And in that book, Patrick Morley correctly pointed out that most men's ministry is designed to treat symptoms. It's not treating the disease, meaning that we go to these events and we challenge men and we keep pointing out the symptoms, but we never, ever help them solve the disease. And the way you solve the disease is through discipleship. You can't just challenge men and then not equip them. All you've done then is let them know they're sick, but that's it. So you now have to follow up, and then we took that truth and then said, well, then how do you follow up? And we created all these resources and all these curriculum for men's small groups because it didn't exist. So he has written another book called From Broken Boy to Mended Man. Now, this concept is going to apply to men and women. He's focusing on men because that's his call. But this is a whole book designed to give you a plan if you were raised by dysfunctional parents. How to heal childhood wounds and break the cycle. And this is, man, I know so many people. I had lunch with one just this week, and I've seen it eye to eye, people that come from highly dysfunctional families where their mother and fathers were not wonderful people. And it deals with every kind of bad parenting there is and how you can overcome it. It really is a valuable resource. So it's available wherever you get books. We're going to interview Patrick Morley tomorrow, and Lord willing, and record it, and then it'll be out this weekend. So if you're in that category or you want to help people in that category, this is a good RBU. Don't miss it coming up this weekend. All right, so we warned all of you to be aware of this, that it seems to be official that the World Health Organization and the CDC, they have picked bird flu. Now, we didn't know what it was going to be, and I think they're picking bird flu, even though they got a problem here because bird flu isn't that much of a problem. They're going to convince you that it is, even though if you read the fine print, even they are saying it's not, but yet they want you to think it is while telling you it's not.
Right.
Because they've been caught lying so bad during the pandemic, they're trying to see, can we get any credibility back at all? Now, the reason why they're doubling down on bird flu is that the new variants of COVID aren't dangerous enough. People are just feeling bad, and then they're going back to work. You know, they tried all the, hey, new variant, and everybody's like, it's a head cold. Okay, so it's not terrifying people enough. So they needed something that brings more terror. Well, bird flu brings terror. I mean, if you start looking at bird flu, you don't want bird flu. Mm-mm. Okay, now the chances of you having it are not very high at all. But that doesn't matter. So scary move here from the CDC. CDC launches new dashboard so you can track where bird flu is rising in your state.
Ooh.
Now, when you just see that headline, you're like, my goodness, bird flu is going to get us all. My goodness, we need to mail in our vote. We can't go to the polls, and we need more vote boxes. But then you read what is actually going on here. This dashboard draws on samples of wastewater that test positive for A-type flu viruses like H5N1. That's the strand that's affecting cattle and U.S. dairy farms. Now, first of all, if your wastewater just has anything in it that detects any of these any virus of any kind, you will now you'll get a ping on that.
Okay.
Which means it might also have bird flu. It doesn't mean it does. It means it might.
Possible.
It's possible. Now keep in mind. Then you read on. The data that is presented in the map compares positive tests to the same time last year. Remember what Bubba said yesterday? He was right. Look for upticks. Well, if I'm a coach and I take over a team that did not win any games and we win one, that's an uptick.
Yeah.
But we still lost most of our games. Okay. So scientists say the upticks do not necessarily mean bird flu has jumped to humans, because type A flus are common in people and account for about 75% of all cases. So they're really playing games here, saying the odds of it even jumping from an animal to you aren't very high, but it does happen. And so you're like, yeah, I ain't got no cows. I ain't got no cows. Oh, okay. Yeah, but do you drink raw milk? I don't. Yeah, but
people in 25 states do.
What about the meat?
What about meat you're eating? I'm good. I don't. You could get it right. Since I was born, I guess I could get it. But I don't. Uptick, map, things like map. That's scary stuff.
Oh yeah.
And then you immediately go to your state and you go, oh my gosh, we're on the map. we got a dot somewhere that I've never seen. And that I'm nowhere near. I guess, do y'all think this means they've officially picked bird flu? Is it?
They keep bringing it up.
They're trying.
Monkeypox didn't take.
Right. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Remember that one.
Don't forget this. Look, over 2 weeks of data available. One location in Kansas. Now, I want y'all to think about that. They found one location in Kansas that there's an outbreak of the virus in cattle. What do you mean an outbreak? Well, it shows an uptick. Well, yeah, I mean, if they had no cattle with it and they have some that have it, that's an uptick.
Yeah.
Okay. So it looks like they're going to try to go in, and it says states are not the two states. There's only two. Illinois and Florida also have seen an uptick. But look at this. Both states are not recording surges. Okay. Well, all that's important. So I'm just telling you, America, this is the same old garbage again. This one, though, this one is not even as good as COVID.
No, they're trying. Nobody can really.
When COVID hit us and people started dying, they had something to work with. This bird flu is a reach. You do not have to live in fear out there of bird flu.
Did y'all know? Oh, go ahead.
Only if. Now, here goes conspiracy, but this is what I'm hearing.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Now in cows and milk and all that. That doesn't scare any of us.
No.
Okay. But what does scare Americans, and that's not what I'm trying to do here, is they've laxed all the regulations that these labs now have to take the bird flu in the labs and start experimenting for medications and all these things, and that's where a lot of the concern is coming now.
It's gonna get out again.
That now what happens when they get in there messing with it? Somebody in the lab gets it, then we go out in public, and that spread starts. That's what I'm hearing is the big.
Well, they got to have
watch
something
out.
They got to have something like that in there, or it doesn't have much.
This is where it starts, guys. I'm just telling you.
Yep.
It's not coming from a cow. It's coming from a lab.
Gain of function? What could go wrong?
Right. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, let's talk about a topic that is it's no fun to talk about, but burying our head in the sand is not going to mean the problem doesn't exist. I want to introduce you to a great problem solver called Covenant Eyes. Now, whether we want to face the reality or not, our children, and it's not just with men now. It's the numbers are even growing with women. Porn is a horrible problem in our society. And pornography is not fun to talk about. None of us want to talk about it for, good reason. But it's wreaking havoc on marriages. It's wreaking havoc on families. The stats right now say that over 70% of men who claim to be Christians and 33% of women who claim to be Christians, this is not outside the faith, are viewing pornography on a regular basis. The average age of exposure for children, hang on for this, 9 years old. And we're not talking about, hey, I saw somebody, without their clothes on. We're talking about violent, we're talking about hardcore, horribly dark stuff. Something our children should never see. 56% of all divorce cases state that porn was the main issue in the home. It was a major contributing factor. So I know this is shocking. I get it. But now I'm like, okay, you've told me about the problem. How are we going to solve it? Well, Covenant Eyes is one of the ways to do it. Covenant Eyes is a powerful tool that helps Christians who are serious and want to quit this garbage for good, or more importantly, never start. The industry-leading technology with decades of experience in leadership and recovery content, accountability, and behavior change, that's all the folks at Victory that created Covenant Eyes Victory app. It's a powerful accountability feature. It's got built-in and optional blocking technology, making it unparalleled in the fight to live a life free of this garbage. So go now to CovenantEyes.com. Use the promo code RICK for 30 days free by clicking on the link in show notes today as well. Again, CovenantEyes.com. Use the promo code RICK. And instead of just pretending the battle doesn't exist, get the weapon you need to win the battle. Pardon on your part,
right?
But as long as it's a nice one, you know what I say? Hey, that was nice. I enjoyed it.
March 4th's coming, guys.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
now is that when Trump's going back in?
Yeah, that's the latest one.
Okay.
Get ready.
Now get ready. Listen, you're about 0-6 on these dates, so
will it be
really,
extended again?
I'm gonna say if you blow it this time, you really need to examine where you're getting your information.
I mean, Inauguration Day was drop dead. I mean, we were told this it's going to happen.
I got a text. Stand by. It's about that 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Can I go back to this again? Because look, we all sometimes get information and it's not right. Okay. But I like everybody to come back and say I acknowledge that I said something that wasn't right.
Yeah.
Like the guy that was in the truck telling us that the CIA. They were actually the people storming the Capitol building.
Yes.
And they were getting Nancy Pelosi's computers and all these people.
Because I'm sure she just left it.
It was CIA people, not really any kind of nothing. These were CIA operatives pretending to storm.
Yes.
And apparently they pretended so well they even killed some people.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, they want to make it look real.
Right. And then they get everybody's computers, and now they're going to use that to prove the election was stolen from Trump.
And send them all to
And the
jail.
guy said that, and it really scared a lot of people. And I know that guy wasn't saying it was prophecy, but he was a pastor.
Yeah.
Did he ever come up in front of the church and say, "Now I know I put that video out," and
these military sources I claimed I had,
and apparently
lied to me.
Apparently my sources were incorrect, and I acknowledge that I put out a video that terrified a lot of y'all. Or gave you false hope, however you look at that, and I was wrong about that. And I just before the church,
I haven't seen it.
I repent of not having my information right. I didn't mean any ill will. I hope y'all don't cast me in a bad light of my credibility as your pastor. Now I made a mistake. Did anything like that? Maybe it did. It may have. Maybe.
Well, Rick, it wasn't viral because I didn't see it.
No, I would have probably gone viral with that too. So you can kind of clear the air. Right,
I didn't see troops from other countries on the streets of New York or Washington around the White House either.
No, there's all. Look at.
I didn't see a White House that didn't have a president in it.
I make mistakes.
Yeah,
but don't you?
James Spann makes mistakes.
Don't you kind of come back and at least acknowledge, hey, that was a miss?
Yeah,
the guys that pick ball games on Saturday, they make mistakes. Matter of fact, most of the time, if you get one above 500, you're really doing good.
Right.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's right, baby. A brand new hour right now. Thank you for being with us today. We're unpacking another one, and we thank you for being with us. Bubba out today. Should be back with us tomorrow. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings is standing by for an update on another Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba charity charge. Here we go.
Looks like Greg going to the food. That's what it sounds like.
You will get run over. Watch out.
Yeah, we have already told Greg.
live up to today.
Told Greg again today. Just because Bubba's not here, you do not have to eat for two.
Well, Rick, a lot of pressure in this seat.
A lot of pressure in the 0-2 seat. Tim, welcome back, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Good to see the family today.
Yeah,
How about that? What a treat.
Again, it's the last week of 6th grade. She's checked out.
All right, so
well, I can go, Dad.
Go ahead and get summer
I can go. Yeah, let's get started.
Tim's daughter is here, Landry. There she is, and hey, you also brought your number one earthly priority here.
Number one, absolutely number one.
Hey, CC, good to see you. Glad Tim's wife's here too. So let's talk a little bit. What's the state of things with Buffalo Wild Wings right
Things
now?
are good. Things are good. We're just trudging through some cost issues, but
we all are.
Yeah,
Boy,
I know, but we're fine. We're good.
How about bird flu?
Greg.
Hey,
thanks, Greg.
There's Greg's question.
It's not chicken flu.
That's right. Chicken is fine.
That's right. Chicken's good.
Right. Isn't it weird they're calling it bird flu, but it's coming from cows?
Right,
That's weird.
exactly.
Isn't that weird?
Anyway, so we the locations where you can participate, because we have another Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge coming up on Monday. So these are all in Sweet Home, Alabama, and Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham on 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Alabama. Greg, our hometown
That's
there,
right.
was just over there Monday. Chelsea on Highway 280. And then tell us about these Buffalo Wild Wings Go. We got them in Vestavia and Northport.
Got them in Vestavia and Northport. They're smaller. They're really a smaller we learned it in COVID. People take it home. Take it home, deliver it, take it home, deliver it. So we've gone in, and corporate has created almost a side brand of these smaller versions of Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah.
They're a counter service. 60 to 70% of the food is out the door, takeout or delivery.
Right.
There's some seats in them, so you can absolutely eat.
Okay, so you can see
oh,
yourself.
absolutely.
Yeah, all right.
20 to 40 seats.
I experienced one over by the lake.
And?
Very good.
Did you sit
Very
down and
good.
eat, or did you just carry out?
Gone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, in and out.
Grab and
Boom.
go.
And it's fast. There's lockers to pick
perfect.
your food up in. It's made for that. Place your
Yeah.
order online.
Right.
It's ready. You walk in.
Boom.
Most people have a little struggle talking to people nowadays. So
Yeah.
you walk in, head down, grab your bag, head down,
That's
out
it.
the door.
Yeah.
So if you're socially awkward, this is for you.
Perfect. It's absolutely
That didn't
perfect.
counter it.
Yeah.
great.
And it's really perfect for, hey, I'll grab some food, bring it home.
Oh,
You know,
absolutely.
just go in, grab
I'm
it.
sure Helmsy uses it in Vestavia
Oh, yeah,
all the
he
time.
does.
Right.
He does.
Once they're done with the Speedy, telling them, I'm Speedy from Rick and Bubba, I get a discount.
I
Then you're
didn't
ready to go.
say
Head
that.
Right.
I didn't say. I look.
You
I
might have
went-
heard of the
I went
charity
to
charge.
I went to the. Apparently, I'm eating at a lot of Buffalo Wild
This is
Wings.
how
I went to Chelsea
Yeah,
the
this
other day.
This is how
Yeah.
Speedy comes in. Hey, is Tim here? Tim Spencer. I know him.
I know Tim
I know
personally.
Tim. I work for Rick and Bubba. And sometimes we just get food for free. Honestly.
They're like, who's Tim Spencer?
Right. All right. So it's going well. Glad to hear that.
I did think about texting you though. No, but
I know you did.
I'm kidding.
So many great organizations have received money from all of you going out eating at these participating locations. Thank you, all of you, so much for that.
Wow.
10% of the food sales. Today, I'm going to reintroduce you because we have actually talked with Taylor and his wife before, and their wonderful ministry called Beckett's Blessing Box. And but Taylor, there's some out there that may have never heard of this. We all wish that your ministry was not needed, but it is, and you and I are in a club that we wish that we were not members of, and we know what it's like to have that unfortunate calamity of the death, earthly death of a child. It is one of the most daunting things anyone can go through, and it can really wreak havoc. And you and your wife are there to try to provide some basic needs for those that may be going through this. So tell us how it works.
Yeah. So back in March of 2021, March 21st, 2021, my wife and I lost our firstborn son Beckett to a partial placenta abruption, and it was a concealed too, and so we had no idea. And then just kind of going through that, I'd lost my brother at I was 14, he was 12. My wife lost her brother and her mom. And, just grief had kind of really sunk into our family, kind of something we become accustomed to. And when this happened, we just kind of looked at each other and said, how can we use this to help others? How can we use this to meet people where they're at? And my wife calls it giving them a hug from heaven. And what we do is people request boxes for families who have lost a child, and we'll fill those boxes with grief resources, a blanket, teddy bear, Miss Sherry's book, all these great grief resources to help them walk alongside them through their grief. And that's what we do.
And so the check today helps provide all the things that go into the box and the shipping and everything that takes. I was telling you in the break, it was just a month ago because we were going to Nebraska for the men's event there, which was in mid-April or toward the end of April, exactly a month ago this week. And I was driving to the airport and had a pastor. This is so daunting. I mean, sometimes even pastors are like, help. He said, we just had a small child, and it was very similar to what Sherry and I went through. It was a drowning, and right around the same age of Bronner. And he was like, hey, I need help. I'm going over to see this couple right now. They're distraught, obviously, and any pointers. Yeah. And I told them about you guys, that that they needed to contact you to get a box sent to this family. And of course, I told him some things that we learned through the process that would be very helpful for them to hear from a ministering standpoint. And it's wonderful that you're doing this, because especially in the beginning, people are just so rocked. Just anything that establishes answers and comfort, and so just want to thank you for everything. And those of you, he's talking about Sherry's book. This came out in 2016, and it's called Bronner, A Journey to Understand. Every Beckett's Blessing box has this in it, and this is a resource too, and it's also an audio now too. Those of you that have ever heard Sherry actually take you through the book in her own voice on audio. It's really an experience too. So that's the thing that we're so thankful to be part of what you guys are doing in some way.
Well, when we first established the box, we knew that book had to be in there, and we wrote one, but we pulled from great authors, great resources that we trusted, that were biblically sound, and we said, hey, these are the resources that helped us,
right?
That we went through as well, and that we know will help others. And they've been at over 500 boxes, have been in 7-8 countries, almost 42 states, and there's boxes being requested as we speak.
We speak. Yeah. So Tim, tell us what we did. The audience went out.
It was good. Yeah. It was good, Rick. $4,600, which should help. Should help well.
So think about what Taylor's just telling you. I mean, $4,600. Man, that helps.
Yes.
That'll make a big difference.
Tremendous difference.
Yeah,
for sure.
So that's great, and thank you for everything that you and your wife continue to do. So if somebody wants to find out more in show notes today, we have you guys linked up there. They just simply contact you.
Yep, go to becketsblessingbox.com. You can request a box, you can support a box, and you can even host a packing party. So we've started a deal where we create an Amazon wish list for churches, and they can pack boxes, send them to us, and we'll send them right out. And so,
wow,
yep.
Well, that's great. And another opportunity comes Monday, and this is something that's just a daunting situation. But, another thing that we don't like to think about, even in places, like North Alabama, is that we have people that have immediate needs when it comes to food. So we're going to work with an organization Monday called Provision Works. They're a nonprofit, as all of these are, in North Alabama, and they purchase food for distribution to those with emergent and immediate needs, taking the number of people into consideration that are in the household. And they'll even go as far as to say, even though people need food, sometimes they still have things that their body won't tolerate. They have food allergies. They take all that into account, and they go far enough to say, we're not just going to bring you any food, we'll bring you the right food. And they do their best to shop and deliver items same day that assistance is requested. You don't think about that, but there's a number of times when people are like going, hey, we need food right now. And so Provision Works says we'll provide.
That's awesome.
So,
That's awesome.
So you can help them coming up Monday at all the participating locations. I told you about 10% of all food sales will go to Provision Works. And today, $4,600 goes to Beckett's Blessing Box.
Thank
Taylor,
you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Tim.
Absolutely. We got to thank all the guests that came in and did it for us.
Yeah, amen. They
Just
did
us. We opened the doors.
Yep, that's right. And y'all go out and enjoy the food and make a difference. Thanks for what you do. Again, Beckett's Blessing Box. Find that in show notes today if you need their services. And today, their services are provided a little easier with $4,600 from Buffalo Wild Wings and all of you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our Rick and Bubba show, brand new hour beginning now. Thank you for being with us. This hour starts with the national anthem. Hey, Bubba. How about it?
Rick Burgess, friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
There it is, Simple Minds. Mm-hmm. Great.
Simple Minds.
Do you know if he's still married to Chrissy Hines?
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, I mean, well,
Yeah,
if you
but
just,
I do remember that.
If you spin the wheel of celebrity marriages, usually if you don't know, if you'll go with they're probably not still together, you probably win. But I really don't know.
None of them Simple
make it,
Minds
dude.
had 2 hits, right? They had that one, then they had one more.
Yeah,
Alive and Kicking.
Alive and Kicking.
All right. Okay, that was it may remind you of the '80s. What do you think about the Pretenders, Chrissy Hine? You give them anything?
No.
I'm not a huge.
Look, Rush. We just laid him to rest. I like how he used, the my city is whatever it is. I like that riff, that bass riff. But I can't say that there's ever. This may be a bold statement. That there's ever been a time that I got in my car and said, "I tell you what I need right now." I need the Pretenders' greatest hits as I run.
I don't hate them because I'm like you. I'm not going to listen to it, but it reminds me of the teen. Because when MTV first came out, they were in heavy rotation.
Oh, yeah,
Pretenders,
they were.
And the fact that at least they play their instruments and it's live music compared to this canned crap.
I got you.
But I'm like you. I never go. I tell you what, I'm about to listen. Let me pull up Apple Music and see if I can.
I'll tell you one thing. I need brass and pocket. I mean,
Rick, I'm going middle of the road.
I just never. It's not. I'm not. I'm like you say. Here's my reaction to the Pretenders. Yeah, I mean, okay.
Just like I said, they play.
You walk through a store, it's playing down one of the aisles.
Yeah,
but
cool.
I might hum along to it or something. But I'm not ever going to add it to my playlist. It'll never make it there.
Didn't we do a story though? Because I'm sure she's a raging lib. Wasn't it her father that was a fan or was a conservative of Rush Limbaugh's? Why she let him use that?
Yes,
wasn't it something like that?
Because you remember Chrissy Hine was one of those kind, Bubba, that would throw blood on you and stuff like that. If you had fur on.
Big Peter person. Radical person.
Yeah. But I think you're right, Greg. That sounds familiar.
Seems like we
that
did a
Rush
story
maybe
on
said that one day on the air.
I think
She went after it to begin with, but I think she backed off. And I heard that her dad was a raging conservative
or something like that.
I think I think Rush had the ability to use it because of the licensing fee agreement, the blanket license.
No doubt.
She couldn't say she already sold the rights to BMI, and BMI sold it to the radio station he worked at.
Yeah, no doubt. But I just remember at one time, like she was publicly saying she didn't like that he used it.
Well,
or
I think she caught a bunch of blowback, but there was nothing she could do. And I think the conversation came up about her dad liking it or something.
I think
I don't even think that. Really, I don't think. And I'm just shooting from the hip here. I don't know that had anything to do with it because I don't think once they sell that to BMI to be played by radio stations can play it.
Yeah, and I keep asking the question why
BMI, ASCAP, and CSAC.
Here's what I can't figure out: why YouTube can't just simply do the same thing.
Well, it's Rick. Yeah. It's an absolute unbelievable question that you can't even find anybody that can answer.
Right, and I know the bed music thing is very difficult for YouTubers, but I'm glad that y'all love that option enough that you're willing to work through it. But us being on YouTube right now, I think y'all prefer more than not being on. It's one of those things where we can take our little bed music and go to the house, or we can find a way to stay on YouTube. So right now we're choosing to give that option because ultimately the content of the show we think is more important. So some days maybe not. So there it is. We'll come back. We'll jump in 866 We Be Big. The stories of the day, your phone calls, and we'll stay updated. Another edition of Rick and Bubba University. The podcast will air today. This is another one of our Where Are They Now? Former intern Cassio Kidd will focus on his history with the Rick and Bubba Show on this week's edition of Rick and Bubba University. We'll leave the more serious topics, go a little more lighthearted.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thanks for being with us. 22 minutes past the hour. We're glad you're here today, and we've covered a lot. Bubba out today. He will be back tomorrow. It was just a scheduling deal today. He's okay. Nothing wrong with Bubba. He just had something he had to tend to today, and we understand that. All right, a couple of things to be aware of. It is a very, very active week. If you are someone desiring to find a Man Church location near you, just go to themanchurch.com. Thursday night, First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. Brian Dawson there. The 18th, Hope Mountain Church, Calera, Alabama. Gil McKee there. Sunday, two-man churches. I'll be at West Mobile Baptist Church Sunday night in Mobile. And then Brian Dawson is going to be at First Baptist Church, White Plains, there in Anniston, Alabama. So if you're a guy saying, and we get these emails all the time, hey, where's somebody doing Man Church near me? My church won't do it. I want to plug into where they are doing it. Or you are part of these churches. Be there, and you can get plugged in, okay? Speedy with the Stallions this Saturday. UFL's undefeated Birmingham Stallions Protective Life Stadium on Saturday. Speedy will be there working the crowd into a frenzy.
Let's go.
So something is going to happen on Friday's show that was kind of a bit of a surprise. You guys, over the years, have been introduced to John Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
John, hello, Rick. This is John. Hello, how are you and Sherry? And so he would come on the show periodically. He's kind of gone into sort of a retirement. His son has kind of taken the reins on Living Hope, but he's still kind of an ambassador, which is a nice way of saying he still goes out and raises funds and things like that because he's good at it. And he's established these relationships, and everybody knows John. But it means he's not as we used to. There's a time we knew when John would be here, but now he might show up at any time. Hello, Rick. I'm in the United States, wondering maybe if we could have coffee. And John Thomas was the one who got me drinking coffee. So
Look what that turned into.
And we all remember John's famous birthday call.
We do.
Yep.
And I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
So here's what was really strange. You know, we think in our minds as Americans, and this is just the way we are. Whatever America does, the whole wide world does.
That's right.
And we forget that in other countries, things like Mother's Day, well, they don't have that.
That's an American thing, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's whatever. So they may have it, but it doesn't mean they're having it at the same time we're having it and all that. So I didn't know that. So it's Mother's Day, and we're celebrating, you know, the moms and all this, and celebrating Mom and you know, my wife and her kids are celebrating her and our kids. And so I look down and I realize I've got a call from John Thomas. And I thought that son of a gun has got a calendar. Hello, Rick. I hope Sherry's having a good Mother's Day. You know, and I'm like, he's on fire. But he didn't. I went to check the message, and he was just, hello, Rick. This is John. Wanted you to know that Avril, that's his wife, and I will be coming to the United States. We will be there probably Thursday, and wondering if maybe I could pop by and see the show, and maybe we could get together and have some coffee or spend time together. And at first, I thought, well, he knows when to call. He's calling again, almost like he did on the birthday. But I realized pretty quick, okay, he doesn't know it's Mother's Day. Yeah. But I thought my first thought was, well, I tell you what, here's John again. I mean, he's probably got my anniversary down on a calendar, and you know what all does he know? You know, Sherry's birthday, my birthday.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. You know, a nice. I don't know in any holiday.
Yeah.
But that was not the reason he called, and so he is. You know, he is now. I might have led Sherry to believe that's why he called. All right, the kids are all gone. It's Mother's Day.
Hey.
You know,
you're trying to make that turn.
And I said, you know, it is Mother's Day, and so
that
you won't believe who called. You won't believe who called. You got a call from John Thomas. Did you now? Yes, I did. Isn't it amazing he would call on Mother's Day? He just wanted to be sure that I was making sure you were having a great Mother's Day, and you know how he does. He calls and checks in. And
just leave it at that.
So John just wanted to. Are you having a good Mother's Day? It's been good, hasn't it? Everybody's gone. Everybody's gone. I know adult children, it's a little different. They going back to their lives, and you know Brooks has gone on back to Atlanta, and you know Brody and his wife needed to go see you know her mom too. You know that's how marriage works. So just you and me now, and a phone message from John Thomas.
Here we are all alone.
Here we are. You know, empty nest world, Mother's Day. Sacrificially, I just want you to know that I'm ready for anything that would make your Mother's Day special.
Oh my goodness.
And John reminded me
of that
as well. Hey, Rick, I hope that Sherry's having a wonderful Mother's Day. Everything going well, I hope. And so when I called him back, hello, Rick, this is John. How are you, brother? I'm good, John. Hey, thanks for the Mother's Day call. I'm sorry. You called me Sunday? Yes. Wanted to let you know. I said, well, I told Sherry that you wanted her to have a good Mother's Day, and he started laughing so hard. And then his wife's in the back going, oh, John! And they all get laughing.
Just giggling.
Right. And so you know, it's good to have a friend like that.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
So to kind of let the audience know, I think Johnny will be stopping by Friday.
Okay.
Do we need to get some Cokes with real sugar?
Well, you know, I was going to say
the
Mexican.
I didn't think about
Mexican Coca-Colas. He educated me on that.
Do you,
That's
by
a thing.
any chance, have a cola, real sugar? I think where you are, Mexican cola. So yeah,
it's a thing.
That could be it. Yeah. I am sitting the new studio. I am sitting opposite a truck. Faded in color, but it appears to have you and Bubba on it.
Well, she is a faded. I was out there the other day.
She's looking rough.
I've had somebody email saying they'll take it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I tell you, get Bubba to turn it loose, so you know he's very attached to it.
Well, it was his dream at one point.
It was
all that work.
Roving Well, he built an outstanding studio.
Now it's just a
y'all used it twice.
Phone calls coming back. 866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so as we make our way back, a couple of things. Speaking of Reagan and conservatism and all that, did you know that Rush Limbaugh will be honored at CPAC? You told me about that Trump is supposed to speak there.
Yeah.
And he'll be inducted into, I didn't realize this existed, the Conservative Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I've never heard of
Wait
that.
a minute.
Wait a minute.
The Conservative Hall of Fame.
I've never, ever heard that.
Why do I think the Conservative Hall of Fame does not have very many displays? Well, because if you get into true, pure, let me be clear, pure conservatism, there's not a whole lot of people that really believe that. And it doesn't really exist anymore. That's what I said.
So you're saying it shouldn't take long to go through it?
I thought Limbaugh's death was almost fitting because the type of conservatism that he communicated so well and taught has been long dead.
Yeah.
Now, you've got the left versus the right. I follow that, and the right is less destructive to the Constitution than the left, but there is no true conservatism that I see of anybody who has power. And haven't seen it in a while, really. Who'd be conservative?
I'm trying to see who exactly is in that.
Yeah,
I am too, Bubba. I'm over here looking.
Reagan was a true conservative.
Yeah. Well, I only see
Limbaugh was a true conservative.
Well, some people would argue that Reagan in the early years was not.
Didn't he
kind of?
I think he shifted to conservatism. Of course, even when he was a Democrat, the Democrats were more conservative.
They were.
I looked up Conservative Hall of Fame here, and I only see one person or group that's in it's the NRA.
I was going to say you don't have to. I guess you don't have to be a politician.
Oh, I see.
No,
so Kurt Schilling's probably in it.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah. I saw
well, he
his
should
name
be because he's
pop
had to
up.
pay a price for his conservative views many times.
Yeah, in 2018, they say the NRA was the first member in the Conservative Hall of Fame.
And the only member, because on here it says where you go to position 2, it says stay tuned, check back for more.
Now, I want you to listen to this. So what we're saying right now, because I want you to listen to this one line, okay? All right, we're going to do a Hall of Fame of conservatives. So far, one inductee, the NRA. Number 2, apparently, is going to be Rush Limbaugh.
Right.
They will play a video tribute at Ronald Reagan's, the Ronald Reagan dinner Saturday night. So they got Reagan, they've got Rush, and they've got the NRA. That's about all they got.
That's it.
I mean, all right, so give me another conservative. I mean, modern day, you can't. Name somebody modern day that's in politics that you think is a true conservative.
That guy from
this
Louisiana
apparently
that
just
talks like what's his name?
Yeah.
Kennedy.
John Kennedy.
It's
a good
well,
one,
apparently you don't have to be a politician to be in the Conservative Hall of Fame because I mean there's none in there.
And again, I haven't looked close enough at him. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know John Kennedy. I may sit down and find out he's kind of a big government guy.
Have you ever came? I did it the other
conservative.
I did the other day.
William
come into
Buckley.
him being interviewed in the middle of it, and you don't know who it is and what's going on, and it's like on Fox News, and you go, what is this? Because he is country.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And you're like, what in the world is this?
I love when I know he's going to be on though. I will make because you know he's going to come up and say some colorful little quips.
Oh yeah, he's always got some type of saying that he's going to go by.
We love his little quips.
Yep.
So
but Rush even credits William Buckley as one of his icons.
Yeah.
So but Buckley was very dry, and it probably didn't sell as well. Let's say with Rush.
No. And then now
brought a little more creativity to it.
Yeah.
So what about Barry Goldwater?
Goldwater would be, I mean, he was really before my time, so
Right,
I don't have first.
It seems like he was like a pioneer of conservatism.
Well, I think conservatism has been around a long time.
But it seems like wasn't he like the first conservative who's tried to say the Democrats are no longer conservative? I'm over here on the Republican side, and they must be stopped.
I really don't know. I can't because I don't remember him well enough to
I hear him being referenced a lot.
Right? Yeah. Well, I think so. I think he probably was a conservative politician back in the day.
I tell you who was pretty conservative is John F. Kennedy.
Well, in his policies,
His policies were quite conservative. Now, I know the left has made him out to be the greatest thing the world's ever known. I think what they've done is they've never really looked into his policies.
Right.
They just like the idea of him being, they're kind of the celebrity of him.
Yeah. Right.
But if you really look at his policies, he was quite conservative.
the movie star dating
economically,
time.
absolutely.
Economically, no doubt.
Yeah.
So
he's a complicated historical character. That whole bunch is.
So I've moved down to media personalities.
That's the understatement of the day so far.
I searched true conservatives.
It's time. We're going to the phone calls. Greg's taking them at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you want to get in, you can. I do want to point you to the wellness company. This is a great idea, and it is not a first aid kit. So don't think what I'm talking. I'm talking about an urgent care in your home. 39 different medicines, all doctor prescribed, and telling you how to use them. You know, with some of the stuff going on, we got some callers standing by going to talk about some of this too. If you want to join us, you can right now. But, you know, amoxicillin, for instance, I mean, it's been around forever, and it's in the kit. You know, it treats so many infections for the ear, the nose, the throat, lower respiratory infections, sinus infections, skin infections, UTIs. So, Think back to the pandemic. We had a shortage on some of these basic antibiotics, but you won't because when a lot of this is now being farmed in from China and India, Joe Biden hasn't changed that. We're kind of sitting ducks. If China decided to say we're cutting you off, I mean, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but we are in that situation. So these doctor-prescribed antibiotics are going to be in your urgent care kit that you'll have in your home from the wellness company. If you want to order yours right now, it can be done in minutes. twc.health/Bubba. twc.health/Bubba. And you'll save 15% on your kit, and it'll come right to you. It's at least get one medical emergency kit. Again, not a first aid kit. This actually has some of the most well-tested, safe, and effective medicines available to treat things that really should not be a big deal, even though it's miserable, but you don't have to depend on anybody else but yourself to have them. All right, to the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, now Keith is in Alabama, and Keith, I understand from Greg you're a chemist. Is that correct?
Biochemistry, master's degree in biochemistry, Middle Tennessee State University.
All right, and you said that you can shed some light on, it's obvious the CDC and the World Health Organization and whoever else is seeking to either hang on to power or gain more power. The pick this election year appears to be bird flu. And
well, it's a lot more than just that, okay? We're in a depopulation program called Operation Lockstep. This is not conspiracy theory. This is 100% fact. If you go back to read David Rockefeller's book published in 1991, it's called Memoirs, he talks about using a medical crisis to bring in the New World Order. Okay, we are there. We are in the New World Order now. And they are in a depopulation program to lower the population. I learned about COVID in 2002 when I was studying biochemistry at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Dr. Ralph Barrick. He created SARS-CoV-2 in his lab using two viruses that came from Chinese snakes. One was the Chinese crate, and the other one was the Chinese king cobra. And he removed the Cas9 gene sequence and fused them together with a CRISPR gene editor. That is what COVID is. It is not a virus that they're telling you it is. It is a snake virus that attacks your immune system by attaching itself to the CD8 killer T cell, okay? And on that T cell, you have what's called a glycoprotein, and that glycoprotein is shaped like a Y, okay? And at the top is your FAC, and the stem, where it attaches to the cell itself, is called the FAB. And when it attaches to that, your body releases something called macrophage, okay? That's what they release. You have macrophage type 1 and type 2. These are like little firemen. What they do is they go out and they kill viruses, okay? Well, when you took the COVID jab, people were getting anaphylactic shock. Okay, what that happens is because of the polyethylene glycol in the jab, it wrapped itself around the FAB and shut down the production of macrophage type 2.
All right, Keith,
so there is no off switch.
Okay. Keith, I'm sorry, I'm fading, and we desperately wish Bubba was here today. All right,
Right.
let me go to this, Keith. So that would explain. You're not going to believe what I'm about to say because you
Okay.
think I was long gone.
Right.
That would explain the theory. And you would say it's probably not a theory, Rick. It's a fact based on what you're saying. But it seems to be some conversations that those who took the vaccine seem to be more susceptible to long COVID than those who didn't. That would explain that.
Because it shuts off
Right. It would explain that.
CD8 T cell. Okay, it turns it into a zombie cell. You no longer have an immune system. Okay, this was the plan all along, was to shut your immune system off. So you're going to be relied on the pharmaceutical industry for the rest of your life to buy their products.
All right,
They're
so-
turning you into their patients forever.
Yeah,
okay?
no-
God gave us an immune system. Nobody's ever talking about building our immune system up.
I
Okay?
do.
They want to turn us into their lifelong patients, and at the end of it all, they can hit a switch and kill us with whatever it is they want to hit us with.
All right, easy now. But I will agree. I agree with you this, and we've said this on the air because I know some of this people may say, "Well, Keith's out there." But just hang on. I'm not
No,
saying.
I have the actual proof of it.
No, I'm not
Okay,
saying.
I
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying people are going to say that. But I do want you to know that on this show, we have said into these microphones, these people that are keep telling you the world is overpopulated, they're dangerous, dangerous people. And that I completely agree with you on. So we got other people want to talk. So for lack of time, let's now get into bird flu. So what's going on with bird flu?
All right. We have a natural immune to it. All right, H5N1. I studied that in Dr. Anthony Ferrone's immunology class in undergrad and graduate level. We're immune to it. Our body does not have the substrate for it to attach to. You've got these little sites on the virus itself called glycoproteins, okay? They have to have an exact fit, just like a lock and a key, to connect. We don't have that connection point, okay? It's called a receptor site. We don't have those, okay? Our body does not produce them because we are immune to it, okay? So somewhere in our genetic history, our body kicked it out and created no more of those types of glycoproteins. Now, I don't know if you believe in evolution or you believe in creation.
I'm creation.
I'm a creationist.
Yeah.
I'm very much a creationist.
I am too.
And I get into details about that.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to what I'm saying. We are naturally immune to these things. That's why they chose a snake virus to create COVID, okay, because we're not immune to that. That's why they did that. So we are immune to this. This is a scare tactic. When your body is in fear, okay, we go from an alkaline state in our blood to an acidic state in our blood, and that's where we get our immune system shut down, and that's how we get sick. This is where cancers come from. This is where viral infections come from, because our immune system has been weakened through fear. Fear not, rejoice and look up, because the time is nigh at hand.
Yeah,
God was telling us something.
You're right.
Okay?
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought of when you said that. So, Keith, thank you. That was a lot of information.
Wow.
And I know that you probably even had more, but we want other folks to be able to get on. But I appreciate you calling. Thank you for throwing that out there. I know people can agree or disagree with some of what you said, but I will tell you the parts that I do agree on. We do need to be concentrating, and it's what I've done in my own life, and I have seen great results. You need to be concentrating on your immune system. Do not do things that break down your immune system. Keep that immune system. Feed it. That's what you need more than anything else for whatever is out there is to have a strong immune system.
Yep.
And so that we can control.
Yeah.
Okay, we can do that. Now, some people say mine has been compromised because I had to take cancer treatments. I understand that. I had people that I love that's why they passed away during the pandemic, because they just, one thing had to keep them alive, but it made them susceptible to other things. I know there's sometimes you can't control it. That's not what I mean. I mean, or you may have an autoimmune disease. I'm talking about if you are a person that is perfectly healthy and you don't have these kind of insults to your immune system that you can't control, concentrate on having a strong immune system. You need to be concentrating on being healthy. That is the most important thing you can do, as opposed to I'll do whatever I want to and they'll just give me another shot and another pill. So that I agree with. And I do also agree that the world's overpopulated people are dangerous people. Dangerous people. All right, so let's do this. He took up that whole segment. There's a lot of you still on hold, and you have other comments that are other topics. If you're okay, and I apologize doing that to you because I know you're going to have to be on hold for 5 minutes, but if you're on hold and you can stay with us, or if now you want to call, and we'll come back and we'll finish up the hour chatting with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So those of you that are on hold, stay there, and we'll get to your questions. And if you want to call now, I think we have about half the lines now are available.
He said that was a snake virus? Is that what he said?
He said that's what COVID was created from. Yep. So anyway.
What I'm talking about.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
American True Conservatives, and the list of media personalities is a pretty long one. Paul Harvey's in there.
Okay, there you go.
Lou Dobbs.
I'm sorry?
Lou Dobbs.
Yeah, he might have changed it. And he used to be with CNN. Then
he wasn't real conservative till later.
Yeah.
Dennis Prager.
Prager's
no
good.
doubt.
Prager's a good one.
No doubt. By the way, very, very. I mean,
I put Walter Williams is in mine.
No doubt.
My personal Hall of Fame.
Yeah, no doubt.
Good. Yeah.
I love Walter Williams.
Sean Hannity's in this.
Yeah,
Clarence Thomas, Scalia. They would be in it.
It's there, but every now and then you'll hear a little something with some people that say they're conservative, and there's sometimes being a true conservative, you run up on things that are inconvenient, and you say you're still conservative, but you're over here giving in on something because it's difficult and hard to really stay to true pure conservatism, and so sometimes you have to take a deep look and go, the new thing that's become popular, you'll say something like, we're conservatives, and the person goes, "Are we?" and you have to really look at it and go, "Okay, let's unpack that now. Are we really?"
Oh my gosh, I made the list. Rick Burgess and Bill Bussey.
There we are.
Be dang.
You're awful.
I know.
I know. I watched Bubba's face, and you saw it too when I brought up the Conservative Hall of Fame, and he couldn't help it. He couldn't help stop his face from saying it. Here's another Hall of Fame we'll never get him.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, I
could see his face say that.
My face was like, I can't believe that there is one.
No,
of
I
those,
know.
Walter E. Williams is on here.
It doesn't seem like conservatives would worry about that.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And and sometimes it's.
What list are you looking at, by the way, Speedy? What is that?
It's list of American conservatives.
On Wikipedia?
It goes through. Yeah, it just goes through people, and then it goes.
Mark Levin
into politicians.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
He would be in my hall.
Because Mark Levin is a constitutionalist, and I think that has to be one of your principles if you're a true conservative.
Yeah.
Because the founders believed in small government. If you don't believe in small government, you're not a conservative.
Under religious leaders, Billy Graham's at the top of the list.
Yeah.
Joel Osteen.
I was waiting on that.
I
didn't even get to two.
He may be a conservative.
He may be.
Right. Now, there's some other things I'm not sure that he is. But, I mean, he might be a conservative politically.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
You got perfect hair.
He does.
I wonder who's on the board of directors.
And takes
of the
many naps like Bubba.
Hall of Fame.
Greg, he does.
Nothing wrong with that.
He shuts his eyes a lot.
Former teacher from Glencoe, and you were talking about teachers not catching COVID from students. Well, I am a retired teacher, and I've started substituting, and I am a rare commodity because there's not anybody that wants to substitute now. And tell Helmsy that I actually taught kindergarten Tuesday, a half a day, and believe me, that was enough.
So
I'm a high school teacher,
right.
But we did have a bus driver in Etowah County that died from COVID, and he caught it on the bus. So.
Right. So what age students what did he catch it from?
Well, it would have been a combination of ages because the bus driver goes from the high school to the middle school and elementary school, and they go a route.
Right, but you would be able to know who tested positive on the bus, wouldn't you?
No.
So we don't know. Do we know he caught it from the bus?
Probably.
Well, see,
And,
probably is not definitely.
Yeah, it's hard to base our policy for our country on probably.
Is that an assumption? I mean, this.
And I will say this: the ones they have gone out and they have thoroughly tracked and traced and tested, they didn't get it from the classroom. It was from a family member.
Yeah, because the bus driver lived his life outside of the school bus. So what I'm saying is, have we proven that he caught it from somebody on the bus, or is that just a probably or most likely?
Most likely, but the thing.
Well, that's not the same thing. Okay, I thought you were saying that we drew a line from a student who had it on the bus to the bus driver, and it sounds like that.
And that's hard to trace.
That's on the list of places he might have caught it.
Yeah,
and that's not really the same thing.
Well, again, study after study. This is Biden people now. Okay, this is the Biden CDC, Biden Surgeon General. They said the kids ought to be in school. The numbers just are not that it's dangerous not to be there. I mean, that if you go,
that's not 100% because we don't live in a world. We don't live in a world of 100%.
No.
You know what? You know what you could do every year teaching? Catch the flu from a kid and have a bad time with it.
Absolutely.
You know what else you could do? You could take the flu shot and have a bad time with it.
Car wrecks on the way to school. I mean, there's nothing 100%.
But you have to say this thing is mostly safe.
Right. Yeah. We can work through it.
Let's go to Matt. Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all?
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so phone call standing by. You guys have been so patient. We did want to get Keith on and lay out the things he said, okay? You take that and you can digest that yourself. All right, so to the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's start with Craig in Sweet Home, Alabama. Hey, Craig, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good. How are y'all?
Craig, we're well. What's on your mind?
Hey, I have a question about your website. When the show goes off the air, y'all, how long do you keep your website active, and are there going to be old shows for people that want to listen to?
Yeah, well, here's the thing this is the battle you have. As far as the YouTube channel and everything that's been captured there, that's always going to be available to you. The old stuff, and there may be a combination of the new show and the old show, or just it stays there with the old show. But yeah, those archives will be there. The best of CDs are there. There's all kinds of Spotify channels and stuff like that. All that'll be there. The website's a little different because Bubba and I would have to be willing to keep paying for it. And because if these services that create these websites, you pay every month for it to stay there. Are Bubba and I willing to continue to pay money for something, that has ended? So the website, to me, I'm not sure how important the actual website is because it's the archives you really want, and those will be available with or without the website. All the website does is have you somewhere to click to go, but you could still find the stuff whether the website existed or not. So we'll have to decide what function the website even plays, and is it even necessary to accomplish what you want, and that is to still have access to archives. And really, the website isn't needed for that. Yeah. It really isn't. All the website would do is you'd click on and see that logo and pictures, and
it's a menu.
It's a menu is all it is.
That's all it is.
So I'm not sure there's even a reason to keep it. Does that make sense, Craig?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys.
Sure. Yeah, but old shows, that'll always be out there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Rick in Starkville, 96.1. Rick, go ahead. If you want to join us, lines are becoming available. Go ahead, Rick.
Good morning. Just a quick public announcement and a quick defense of Greg on his eating habits.
Okay.
We hosted y'all in Starkville with the Men's Church Conference.
Oh, yeah.
People came in sections, you and Greg and a few others came in first, and we had another phase of group come in, and then we had another. As we got the last group come in, I walked over to your table and said, hey, guys, we got plenty of food left. Would y'all like to come back?
I remember that.
Greg's response was, oh, I'm getting another plate. And Greg, in his defense, was so kind not to use his existing plate. He got a complete new plate.
He did.
And I think he walked in from Birmingham instead of riding with y'all because he piled that thing so high. And in his defense, it was good.
Let me tell you, the food y'all had was so good. That food was all, I'm talking about bringing tears to your eyes good.
Really?
Okay. Oh, it was phenomenal.
Yeah. What you start for?
So I understand. Look, Bubba said it. It's Bubba's eating buddy. I mean, Greg he can eat.
Yeah, he can.
And he's but he also exercises.
Yeah.
He also takes care of himself. His weight's in a good place right now.
Right,
but that's something you're gonna eat.
Boy, Willie.
Now I will tell you this.
It's like he blacks out.
Well, he's a little bit of a type 2 daredevil.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have to tell him all the time, hey, type 2. When he's over type 2. We continue. If you want to join us, I know that some of you are calling and we're trying to scream, but you can try again. Dennis in South Carolina. Dennis, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Green Acres.
Thank you, Dennis. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm just so thankful that Greg brought to light something I've been suffering with for a while, and that's having an itchy weenus.
Yeah, what is this? There's just see this kickoff hour stuff.
Yeah.
Things happen on the kickoff hour, and people start emailing me and calling like you, saying things, and I don't know what this is about. What are y'all doing?
It's your elbow, the skin of your elbow.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the official name, but that's
what it is
right there.
Yeah,
that's called a weenus.
Yeah, it is, and Helmsy brought that to the table.
I didn't. I lived my whole life and didn't know that.
I didn't know that was the weenus.
Y'all said something like that with Greg in the room.
Yeah, I mean, you
can imagine. And how did that go?
I tell you why.
Do you regret it?
No, that's the only reason I did it. Rick.
Okay, I got you.
Where's your weenus? He would do stuff.
Yeah.
Like that.
Oh yeah. Greg, don't be like that. Okay, he's in there screening calls now.
Yeah.
So.
Well, no, he just showed me his.
Yeah, right.
Just quit
That's
saying
what
it.
that's called.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Just pull on the skin below your elbow.
Do y'all? Does that part? Do y'all get dry right there? I get dry skin right there. I have to really watch it.
Yeah, we have a lot of your elbows on the counter all day.
Right, but I mean, does it because
I'll have a white wing.
Okay, it's very important to moisturize.
See,
your.
That's.
But that's true.
It's a fact of science. I ask Keith, the chemist. Okay.
That's funny. That's a good callback right there.
That's good,
way to go. Let's go. If you want to join us, you can. 866 We Be Big. Now, Greg is on the phone.
Now, that
do not now start calling and see if Greg can talk one-liners about the elbow skin. Okay. Frank, Pell City. Frankie, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, man, good. Good morning, guys.
Thanks for calling.
I was telling Greg, I just switched over real quick and was listening to some news and heard a commercial for this UAW vote that they're having today
Is
at
that
the
today?
Mercedes plant.
Is that today?
And tomorrow, by Friday. Yeah, by Friday.
Okay.
But anyway, the commercial was saying, vote yes, vote yes, vote yes. Well, at the end of it, just like a lawyer commercial would do, there's a lot of fast talk and paid for. One of the partners that pay for that commercial, BLM.
All right.
Yeah, I've heard the commercials. I think that some of them even run locally during our show. And
that'll make you want to vote no.
Yeah, and I don't. I guess I'm a little confused.
I am too. I'm totally lost.
For a minute. I really did.
Let me tell you
Took a nap.
Let me tell you where I'm confused. Why are they telling? I don't work for the auto workers at Mercedes. So are they trying to get the word out to those that are out in the audience that are auto workers that are part of this vote? It seems like this would just be a promotion within the where they work.
They should just put up flyers like at the plant, not buy spots on a radio station. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, well, I'm glad they did. I'm glad we got the revenue. But what I'm wondering is, I don't understand what my role in that is.
I guess it'll affect workers nationwide, is what
it's
saying.
Yeah, got it. But so I guess if I'm a worker. And
you working?
Yeah, and I hear this, I go, when I get to the plant today, even though we're all there and I could read it on the flyer, I'm reminded I should vote to unionize.
I guess so.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
It's just
or is UAW first to do that in the South?
Is UAW just marketing out there to others saying, hey, this is what everybody should be doing if you're an auto worker? Is it that?
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe.
You know, it'd be interesting to see what happens here because, when you work for Mercedes, you're dealing with the Germans.
Hey, buddy, just...
I'm just saying it's a different. We understand you want to unionize.
No,
isn't that the Volkswagen? The Volkswagen?
Well, how will you be voting today? I would think on it longly. I mean, it's
serious folks.
It's just. I'm just saying they have a little more of a serious stereotype.
They do. Good quality too. That's what happens when you're serious.
Who has
Get good
written
quality.
UAW on the walls? It's. I'm just saying it's a different thing.
Do they still speak like that?
Oh, yes. Have you ever talked to them? Even when they say something nice. I love your dress!
Don't email me. Don't anybody email me about this.
Speedy at rickandbubba.com.
Don't do it.
Adler, I love your hair!
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you in part by our friends at First Cup Coffee Company. Boston Common recognizing the first park in America, the John Hancock, the first signature on the Declaration of Independence. You see what's happening? These are all different roasts, and they all recognize and educate you on famous people and moments in our nation's history. Helps you build core values, great time with family, and this company building community across the entire company, Christian-owned, patriotic coffee company. So go get yours now at firstcup.com. Use the code BUBBA, and you'll save an additional 10% on your order. If you subscribe, here comes another 10% for the life of your subscription, and all subscriptions have free shipping. Get yours now at firstcup.com. Use the code BUBBA.
I'm in law enforcement down here in Clark County.
Yes, sir.
And I had an encounter with a fellow yesterday. He called himself a First Amendment auditor. What he does, he goes around the country with a video camera and goes in post offices, courthouses, every government building that has public access, and just walks around videoing the whole thing. And then when law enforcement confronts him, he starts spouting about how he's got all these rights and this, that, and the other. And Lone Wolf Audit News is his YouTube page. I'm just going to let y'all know about it because I think y'all would get a kick out of it. I mean, he just goes around the country stirring up trouble, and he's from Colorado, but he ended up here. But
can you imagine? This is what happens when you legalize marijuana. I mean, this is what happens.
He might be worthy of a pat down.
So he's a First Amendment auditor.
Okay.
Interesting. Lone Wolf.
Yeah, how about that?
Let's go to.
That reminds me of the guy we used to have in college.
yes, oh yes.
Police
the big
Watch
sign,
USA.
The big sign out in front of his house.
And he loved the show, but
He
wow,
did.
strange.
He was. Carrie in Illinois. Carrie, go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Carrie. Hey, Carrie.
My girls go to a private school. We love listening to y'all up here in South Central Illinois.
Thank you.
And they love listening to you guys on the way to school in the morning. I just wanted to reiterate what you guys were saying a little bit ago. They've not been shut down. We've been going to school this whole time.
Yeah.
And
yeah. I'm hearing that a lot, that the private schools went a different route, and those kids are going to be further ahead again. Let's go to Keith in Huntsville. Keith, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba. First thing I want to say is love you guys.
Thank
Brothers
you.
From another mother.
Thank you.
And this COVID thing, I'm convinced that it is. I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing the word conspiracy, but
Yes.
more people died in 2008 than any other year for the last 2 years or 20 years. I mean, the numbers are out there. I don't have the numbers in my head.
So you're talking about the total deaths, and I know that we had actually a scientist who put that out at one time and kind of got in a lot of trouble. So I don't know if that's factual or not, but we can certainly check it. Thanks for the call, and thanks for the kind words. Bottom of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we've talked many years on the program about the industry in which we work and have worked for a long, long time. I guess you and I probably combined now for over 60-something years worth of radio.
You know, I was doing that. It's funny you mention that. My first paid job 40 years ago. I was 1981. 11th grade in high school.
All right, so my first paying job.
We're probably closer to 80 years.
Wow. I don't think I'm 40, but I'm in the mid 30s. So
Yeah.
you're right. We're probably 75 years worth of radio. So we noticed that that every time, if you look at television programming, it's interesting since it's on the television. But when television has decided to wrap a sitcom around radio, they do pretty well with it.
Yeah.
And so WKRP in Cincinnati, which was absolutely written by someone who actually worked in the business.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then you had News Talk, which is
News radio.
News radio. That's
Yeah.
right. Which was about the news talk format of radio.
That thing would have gone on a lot longer if Phil Hartman had not been killed.
You are correct.
Yep.
And then Joe Rogan, we didn't know who he was at the
Yeah,
time.
he was just a side character on that. The engineer that was copying VHS tapes in the back.
Right. And then you have, what we'll talk about today, you had Frasier.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there were others. There may have been. You had the movie Talk Radio.
Right.
Which was, based on a true story and makes us all come to work a little different every time.
And
we think
you
of
know,
it.
a movie I don't remember it, but it's when I was a kid, first started listening to the radio. The movie FM.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. I sure do. Because it had the soundtrack had Linda Ronstadt and Tom Petty and others on it.
Steely Dan,
and with the song FM.
But I don't remember that movie per se.
It was it wrapped around a radio station that was promoting a big concert.
Yeah.
That's all I
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah.
But you are correct. So,
Helms, have you ever seen Talk Radio? The movie wasn't it the guy that was killed in the parking lot in Dallas?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
It'll make you come to work.
Let me tell you what you need to. You know
Yeah.
what? You know what? That should be mandatory viewing for anybody
Now
that-
more than
that
ever.
comes.
It really
in.
can.
You know,
It's talk radio.
I'm going to tell you what the premise is. Are you ready for the premise? Talk radio show host that's trying to go from local to syndication deals with crazy callers, and one of them kills him.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You won't take the steps anymore.
Mm-mm. You'll come in a different way. All right, here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour on the Rick and Bubba show. Bubba out today. He's fine. Nothing wrong. Just had a appointment he had to do today, and it just wouldn't work out. So we told him no problem. He'll be back with us tomorrow, Lord willing. Speedy's here. The real Greg Burgess is here. Adler's here, and so's Helmsley. All right, so a couple things you need to know. If you are looking for a gift for Father's Day, the brand new 31-day devotional Sin Always Matters came out in February. If you'd like a signed copy for Dad or the men on your list, or you just would like one for yourself, go to themanchurch.com and use that link. That lets us know you want that signed. I signed a couple of hundred of them yesterday, and we'll continue to do that. If you'd like one, you've got to June 10th to place that order. Also, Sikeston, Missouri, 104.1 there, I know is our affiliate. We've been on various stations in the southern part of Missouri. We've done a lot of events up that way. Coming up on June the 7th, 8th, and 9th, my wife Sherry and I are honored to, it's going to be really an action-packed weekend. They're taking on quite the task. They're doing a men's event on Friday night. I'll be speaking there. They're doing a women's event on Saturday morning. Sherry will be speaking there. And then Sherry and I both will do a marriage event Saturday night. You can buy tickets to all of it, or you can just go buy tickets individually to any of those that you would like to attend. They really have it set up nicely. We have that link at rickandbubba.com under the events, or at burgessministries.com under events. And then I'll also be doing the message Sunday morning. This is all at Minor Baptist Church in Sikeston, Missouri. Make plans to join us. We're excited about that. All right, so we've got some Biden stuff that we got to get in today.
Where did he go?
Here we go.
Where did he go?
Where?
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe. Why is it down there?
And Basement Joe. All right, so first of all, let's update you on this. Biden, the Biden administration, he's probably not aware they're doing this, but they are going to give Israel $1 billion in new weapons, despite Basement Joe warnings. He keeps warning that shipments will be stopped if Rafah was attacked. So he's doing this thing where he's trying to play tough guy with Israel, but at the same time play tough guy with the enemies of Israel, and then try to like both of them at the same time too. It's of course he's good at this. I mean, anywhere Biden needs to be, he'll just pretend he's with them. He'll even. I think he can be both Jewish and Palestinian all at the same time. So anyway, I don't know. You remember he stopped 2,000 pounds of bombs that we were sending to Israel because of Israel, and Israel did own it, that they had a rocket go stray into an urban area, so they and Israel did apologize for that. But again, even when you might have something like that happen, I think the people that are in the situation probably want to blame Hamas, since they launched a murderous, bloodthirsty attack on Israel at something controversial like a music festival back in October. All of this, you probably want to go back to that point, because none of this would be happening if that had not happened. But anyway, so Biden's trying to do that Middle Eastern thing, that dance that can't be done. The only thing you can do when you're dealing with the conflicts in the Middle East is to understand you have to pick a side and then try to win. And nothing else really works. So anyway, there's that. So he is going to send that the $1 billion, but he's letting know there's some. You got to behave a certain way, or I'm going to stop them or delay them. So all right. So Biden once again. Now he's done this a lot, but he's actually done it now twice this week. He's going to convince us that inflation was 9% when he took office. Now, when he says this, inflation when Biden took office was 1.4%. So here he goes.
Inflation has gone slightly up. Was it 9% when I came in?
No.
No,
Just
it
back
wasn't.
to where he's telling a lie a minute.
No, I'm at the point with Biden now. I don't even say he's lying. I just don't think he knows.
Yeah,
he's just telling. He's doing what they. Okay, I see what you're saying. He's just repeating what they tell him.
He doesn't. He doesn't know. Look,
he thinks they're right.
Now I remember when Dad went through all this. He said things, and he wasn't lying to us.
Here it is.
He just didn't live in the real world, and he would see things and say things that didn't happen. Sure. So here, don't take our word for it. You can recite this on your own. If you go to from May 2020. And then you look at January of 2021, you will see that when he took office, we were at 1.4% inflation. Okay, so there you go. So this is that game they play. Inflation's high, but it's not as high as it's only going up slightly, because remember it was 9% when I took over.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was 1.4. So if we want to see how much it's increased, we got to start at 1.4.
That's it.
And that's a large increase. You would think at this point that Joe Biden, and we were all lectured about this. Don't forget that. Remember being lectured about Kamala Harris's name?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you didn't call her Kamala, you're a racist.
That's it.
Okay. Any other pronunciation of her name meant deep down you hated black people because you didn't take the time to say her name right. He's still saying it wrong. So here he is.
About his vice president.
His vice president. So here we go.
But Kamala are going to keep fighting to restore Roe v. Wade until it's the law of the land again. Kamala are going to keep fighting to restore Roe v. Wade.
In all fairness,
Kamala are going to keep fighting to restore.
He's mumbling it so bad, I think his administration can make a claim he is saying it right.
It sounds like he said Kamala.
Yeah. Kamala or not.
He's not saying Kamala. I know that.
Kamala. Now, Kamala, he's not saying.
No.
Now, we were all told say it or be deemed racist.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, she called him a racist.
Say it, don't spray it.
Greg, of course, you keep bringing it up. She did call him a racist at one time.
That's true. She actually pointed him out.
I want to tell him, just slow down. Just slow down.
The mumbling.
Speak like you walk.
That's good. What messed me up was the wrestler, Kamala.
Yes.
That hurt me. I wasn't racist. I was just a wrestler.
There was a wrestler named Kamala. There was.
It's spelled the same in everything.
You ever seen the way he dressed?
Yeah, I'm showing it right now, Greg. That's kind of offensive, actually, now that I see it.
But that was his character. That was somebody that we're talking about.
I love how you said you don't mean any ill will by putting up something like that.
Look at that.
Were we lectured, yes or no, that if you don't say Kamala, you're racist?
Yes. Was it Tucker that was on Fox News being accused of that one time? Because when I think he said it wrong. He said
Kamala. So what are you if you say Kamala?
Cameler, I guess you're just a.
What are you?
You have dementia.
Yeah.
If you say
That's
that.
so true.
Wow, there you go.
Oh, my goodness. Aaron Rodgers on Tucker Carlson, speaking of Tucker, here he is talking about Joe Biden. Here's Aaron Rodgers on Tucker. Here we go.
I was just like, no, I'd love to see Joe Biden give an interview where he can speak on the history of the United States in the same way that Putin talked about the history of his country.
I'd love to see Biden do an interview where he shows how to operate a microwave, and I don't think that's going to happen.
That's good.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Hey, well, there we go. There we go. That's one way to say it. So there you go.
Biden's campaign put out this ad challenging Trump to a debate. In the 14-second video, there are 5 cuts. For this 14-second video, Biden needed 5 different takes that they pieced together.
Wow. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. And since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
Thank y'all for that.
You think
I wonder if Harry Murdaugh's seen it.
Hey, you think I really come into this studio based on where my truck's parked? No, it's a diversion.
There you go.
So, yeah.
Thank y'all for that.
Mm-hmm. That's somebody real upset with him. So anyway, now the world of streaming. See, the thing of streaming, it started out streaming was going to show you old shows in the past, but then the streaming formats became so popular. They now are just like networks, and now they've put out their own original programming. Yeah. You've seen Apple do this. You've seen Netflix do this, and Hulu, Amazon Prime, they all do it.
Yeah.
So Paramount has a streaming service, and Bubba, it looks like they are looking to have a revival of Frasier.
Frasier, do you know that the character Frasier Crane is tied for the longest running television character in American history? Did you know that?
I did not know
When
that.
you look at his time on Cheers and Frasier and a brief stint on the crossover Wings.
Oh.
I forgot about Wings.
I didn't know he was on Wings.
That is one.
They are
Makes me hungry.
According to the Deadline story, he was. I like Wings. I don't really remember him a lot. I know there was some crossover tie-in with the other shows. Maybe that's what it was. But they say that Frasier, which has been one of the most acclaimed comedies in modern television history, truly defines premium storytelling. And this is the president of CBS talking about this. Long has been calls from the fans of Frasier to return, and now it appears that Kelsey Grammer has decided he will bring back Dr. Frasier Crane. It's unsure who else will be in the new reboot of Frasier. We don't know where it will be set. There's really not a lot of details. They said that they have approached his brother, the actor who played his brother, Hyde Pierce, and no word yet about if he has agreed to join the project.
Well, I'm thinking he might be available because he really started making a huge career on Broadway. But Broadway shut down, so he may be available for you to come back to a TV show.
Yeah, and this Paramount Plus, it's CBS All Access, and they've been around for a while, and they've got all. CBS owns a ton of channels, even Smithsonian
Watch
channel.
out.
Smithsonian channel, they own it. You can MTV.
Don't let Pat Sajak hear you say
Yeah,
that.
they own all kinds of stuff. They own Paramount, and so Paramount Plus is going to be the kind of the new CBS All Access on March the 4th. And so to attract everybody over, right now it's like $5.99. It's going to drop to $4.99 with commercials. But they're going to have all kinds of featured films, prequel series, and all kinds of stuff that I think would get on your nerves, Rick, like Grease, Rise of the Pink Ladies.
A lot of stuff,
a lot of
like reboots,
that. Yeah,
and then
a lot of stuff just to attract people over. Yeah.
All right, so Bubba, at the moment, the two walking dogs of streaming, the two streaming kings right now, Netflix and Disney Plus. Well, Disney, just as soon as they went into it, here they go.
Well, the thing that made streaming so popular may also be its Achilles heel in that you could go to one place and get a lot of it, and now it's fragmenting so much. Like with Disney Plus, Apple has their own stuff. They
all do.
The one here, Amazon. I mean, the thing is, if there's 5 or 6 shows that you really want, you're going to have to subscribe to 5 or 6 different services. And I think as that gets more fragmented, it's going to hurt the growth of that industry.
Right now,
and everything goes in a cycle. I realize that.
Netflix and Disney Plus, 200 million customers and 95 million global. So 200 million in the United States of America, and we only have 350-something million people.
Yeah,
and 95 million global. And they said so. Paramount Plus has a tall order competing with these giants, and also they'll have to compete, as you said, with Apple TV Plus, Hulu, Discovery Plus. And it just goes on.
Yeah, I would say it's getting more and more fragmented. Obviously, the first ones in and the bigger people that have the bigger library are going to have an advantage, but Paramount's got a lot of stuff, like Frasier and all these other TV shows.
Now they're rebooting it.
Yeah.
But again, I know the average – the reason you went to streaming was to get away from some of the hassles. Some of this is going to give you more.
Yeah, if you were listening yesterday, hey guys, what's going on? Yesterday, Bubba and I, and look, we tried to move past it. I mean, we knew, but we found out yesterday that as far as 2024, we know people wanted us to be nominated for the Radio Hall of Fame. We did not make the nomination list again. 30 years and 5 months and still nothing. But anyway, the show that is embraced by the people and is loathed by the industry.
I saw that Kevin Calloway made it.
By the way, we have a speedy update that's going on everybody here in just a minute. Okay. All right. While we're waiting on and we
I think he's got it.
Does he have it? Okay. So we do.
Well, he's Adler. He's got everything.
Right. We do need to discuss this. Okay. So. It was, I know was it last year? Time goes by. Guys, what y'all said on the kickoff hour, and I've been saying it too, I love seeing Tim Spencer and today, his lovely family, and we love what we're doing with Buffalo Wild Wings. But we have something like them that's a marker, and if you missed that, they were on earlier in the show. They come once a month. It feels like that he's coming every other week.
That's how time's fly.
Months go by like.
I'm glad because I start missing that chicken.
Yeah, Greg, you made that very clear today. So going back to this, and as you age, and I want all of you to know this, is that okay? I want all of you to know this. As you age, okay, days become hours. Okay, weeks become days, and months become weeks.
Boy, that's a fact.
Yeah, and years become months.
That's true.
I mean, it really is amazing how, and Bubba explained it one time, and I think he's right. I think the older you get, you have such a bigger, I forgot how he said it, but I mean, I couldn't.
Well, you get that same routine that goes every day.
Right. So anyway, it was 2021.
Yeah, it was.
2021, in this room, and Greg, I know this is hard on you what I'm about to say, so just
okay.
All right, you want to get closer to me so I can wrap my arms around a little baby brother and snuggle him?
I'm good.
Okay, a little bit of snuggle, my little baby brother.
Guy's feelings hurt.
Is that Speedy, Rick, remarkable, Bubba, remarkable, Helmsy, all graduated from Jacksonville State University. Adler graduated from Auburn. Okay, Greg.
He graduated from partying.
School of Hard Knocks.
Greg graduated from the School of Hard Knocks. Greg does not have a college degree.
No, I know that's
and
very successful career.
Very successful. Hard worker.
I don't know about that,
neither one of us. I think one of the miracles that has been overlooked, and some people think they have the answer. Greg and I were so alike when it came to academia. I don't know how I have a college degree. I don't remember how I got it.
Well, it's a strange degree, first of all.
Yeah, sociology is not strange.
But in your world, it is. There's no way you would have picked that.
This is where he makes you feel bad.
You're telling me that Rick, when we graduate, he's talking to the counselor.
It's what a little envy, thinking about? Little envy talking here.
It is.
Come a little closer.
Well, what do you want to do at college? Well, I think I really want to go sociology.
Study
of man.
No, that's fair. That didn't happen. And we all have told.
10 years later, he got his diploma.
We're talking about on the air. We've talked about this before. I sat down with a counselor because I already had a full-time job in the field I wanted to be in.
See?
And I sat down in front of the counselor. My mama didn't think it was going anywhere. She wanted me to have a safety net. I don't know how a sociology degree was going to be a safety net. And I looked at the counselor, and the counselor then says, wow, tremendous amount of sociology classes. I said, yeah, well, they're easy. That's why I take those. I didn't know about stats because I had avoided that one. And the counselor said, if you can find a way through stats, I think you can get a sociology degree, and we can get you out of here.
You said, done.
I was never going to get the communication degree because it required 4 semesters of a foreign language, and I just wasn't built to speak another language. I can't even speak this one.
Be proud of it. Like I say, I didn't graduate because I didn't realize you actually had to go to class to pass.
The guy did say you didn't have to come in all
He
fairness.
did tell me that, and I thought I'd try it. That was just one class that taught me that, and it didn't work out either. But anyway, that was 2 fun semesters.
Yeah, Greg and I had similar approaches to academia. You might be shocked hearing the show, but I got in more trouble than Greg. Not sure how that happened.
Mm-hmm.
We were just talking about Greg sat down with our vice principal from high school after an incident involving an overhead projector.
Yeah,
I'll leave it at that. And he said what? And he said what to you?
He told me that he said he was going to just give me a warning this time because I haven't given him a lot of trouble, but your brother's in here enough for both of y'all. That was his statement. He said, "Now your brother, he's in here enough for both of you."
As he told me, he said, "You come in here every other day, but apparently you've never done anything."
Yeah.
So anyway, in 2021, Bubba and I were featured at the Jacksonville State University bookstore. You know, because their approach to us, even though they've given Bubba now an honorary doctorate, I think they now are fully embracing us.
Yes.
But their approach to us in the past has been, do we want to embrace them as graduates from this university? Is that what kind of light does that cast on the university?
Right.
But we were honored. They do this thing in the bookstore. It's called The Faces of JSU.
Correct.
And they put up a little display that represents people that you might know that graduated from Jacksonville State.
Helmsy will be a future one,
right?
For
and
sure.
we were honored to be there in 2021. Well, this year, one Calvin Speedy Wilburn has made Faces of JSU, and we have his display.
Oh, I got to see
this. I got something in the mail, and I almost didn't know. You know, sometimes
he's even got his belt on. It's from the buckle.
They really do their research
somebody that
here.
knew.
Yeah. In the display there, the glass display, I guess on the second shelf, there's an article that I think, Rick, you and Bubba were even featured in, where it talks about, me and the history of the show, whatever, and it talks about some of the things I've been through.
Right.
And he'll pull up a little closer look at that.
You're not going to believe what's in that glass case, what they put in as part of his display.
They talked about...
there's Calvin Speedy Wilburn.
Yeah, there you go.
Calvin!
There you go.
I'm a TV radio personality and producer.
I'm from Pascagoula.
I'm down around Gula Way.
Okay. And so anyway, in there it talks about some of the things I've been through, like Vicky Quest and going to get Big Boy and all that. And then it talks about Richard Simmons. Greg, I know you'll be happy about that.
Right. I bet it didn't go into detail.
And then it talks about the problem I had going to the Titans game.
Got lit.
And then being attacked by the canine. So that's why it has that dog sitting in front of me. Now, I'm learning about this. I got an envelope that said, hey, you're one of the faces of I almost didn't, Faces of JSU, I almost didn't open it. And then when I opened it, I saw it came from the JSU bookstore, the manager. And
the manager looks like it.
Christy Webster.
Look down on the bottom shelf.
Christy Webster was nice enough to send this to me. So if you look from top to bottom, you got the Rick and Bubba hat, you got the article, then you have the Titans jersey of me being with the Tennessee Titans for so long. The next one is a cowboy hat when I went with the Bandit and went and got Big Boy at the state line. And then the last one is Imodium AD.
They've got Imodium AD in there. And toilet paper.
Which that should have been at the top.
Look, well, I know in your mind it is.
Yeah. Did they have a naked picture of you for streaking?
Greg, no, they don't.
And there's the old logo, Rick. Look at that. I don't know where they got some. I didn't even know this. They even did this.
Wait, but you didn't send that hat in?
No, they did all this on their own. I didn't even know what happened.
Softball hat.
That's the Rick and Bubba softball team.
Now?
Yeah, it's been up.
How about I go in this building?
You haven't seen it?
A couple times a week, and I never
really. I think it stayed up for April and some of May. Now it might be down now.
I can't believe
that's
they took
that I did not see that.
How did you not
see that?
I know
that's crazy.
Yeah, you probably
Imodium.
Yeah,
I go in there and get a smoothie or a little bowl.
How's the smoothies in there?
They're good,
Excellent.
real good.
Okay.
Yeah.
What kind of bowl?
Not necessarily in there. It's in the other side.
What kind of bowl?
They even got a bald,
Like a-
bald mannequin.
I know. I noticed that too. They didn't give me
eyes.
eyes, but just a bald mannequin.
Yeah.
It's an Asian type cuisine.
Oh, they have any picnics
Ooh.
from the Playhouse?
Good. They got a good
Yeah,
food
it's
court
good.
area.
Oh,
there.
yeah.
They were going to do a tribute to the Calvin's Playhouse, but they thought better. of it.
Yeah,
Well.
they got voted down.
They only had
It
one.
got replaced.
They only
with
had one mannequin.
Yeah, it got replaced with Imodium.
I can't believe I didn't see that.
I know.
And that would have been a perfect
I
picture and say, golly, guys,
That's
guess what I get?
Yeah.
Golly.
The
You
fact
should have
that-
come in with that.
I know.
Well,
That's-
this shows how much research they do. I didn't even know this was going on, and they came up with all that on their own.
You should be so proud, man. Like, Auburn doesn't even admit that I went there.
Yeah, well, would you?
Oh.
No.
Okay. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Hassles where you have to just you got a credit card, subscribe. I've got people drawing from 6 different ways. Oh wait, 2 of my bills are messed up this month. It's just I don't know. The technology is great, but the way it's playing out, I think, is not going to be as consumer friendly as it was when we could just go to Netflix and see everything we wanted to see.
Yeah, but you understand, like you said, it goes in cycles. You understand if I've got programming that belongs to me and people would prefer it being streamed somewhere else, everybody starts saying, well, they are just streaming it from us.
Right.
And so that's
right.
what's caused it.
Right. Yeah.
But
absolutely.
But what'll happen, as you said, is it'll be so fragmented that people that come into it late, I think, will hit a fatigue and not be able to build the audience that the big ones would.
Well, and again,
like with me right now, I've gotten to the point where I've got, but to try to get me to add another one.
Yeah.
And another one.
and
another one.
Yeah,
and
because
another
we've
one.
been looking at Discovery Plus and hadn't pulled the trigger on that. But to your point, Apple Plus, you got CBS All Access, you got Netflix, Amazon Prime. How many do we need?
Well,
and then they try to attract you over here.
What
with
happens
something
is the ones who have the best programming will survive, and the ones that don't won't.
Yeah,
just like every other platform.
Well, I think what you'll probably see too as this. Well, let me give you for instance, and I think the younger folks grew up with this, so they're more accustomed to it than some of the older. But like we there's some shows we want to watch. We got Netflix, we got Hulu. I mean, we're paying. It gets pretty sizable when you start going 15 here, 15 there. You're still sitting through commercials, okay? So it's just aggravating. But I think what you'll eventually see as it fragments, you'll see some of them come together in partnerships, and they'll go back up under one umbrella.
Yeah, I think the all this is correct. I think the thing that everybody has to understand though is the platform of streaming is now more preferred than cable and satellite. I mean, with the next generation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's, with the younger folks.
Yeah, so that's just the way they're going to get their programming. And then everybody will fight about who competes with who. But that's the platform they prefer. Bubba Springsteen, an update on the Bruce Springsteen DWI charge that cost him a endorsement gig when he was riding his truck around telling us to all come together. Springsteen has pled guilty to alcohol consumption in a closed area. Does that mean this place was closed? He stepped over the gate and got back there and was knocking a few back?
Yeah.
I think it was vodka, right, that he was talking about? Some kind of drink?
Tequila, wasn't it?
I can't remember. For some reason, I don't know why I think I know that, but it seems like that the story said vodka at one time, and maybe I'm wrong.
So wait a minute.
So, here it does say tequila here.
Say the headline one more time?
Bruce Springsteen pleads guilty to alcohol consumption in closed area. DWI charge has been dropped.
Okay. I see that too. It says DWI charges dropped against Bruce, who pleads guilty to just drinking in the park.
Yeah, I don't know
on
why
this headline.
I don't understand why it's called enclosed area.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the part. He said I had 2 small shots of tequila. The boss told the judge, who then assessed a $540 worth of fines and penalties to the rock icon. He asked Springsteen, or she, I don't know if it's a male or female judge here. It's Anthony, I guess it's a male. Asked Springsteen how much time he needed to pay the fines, and then Springsteen, smiling, says, "I think I can pay that immediately." Yeah, I don't think Springsteen is rolling through his pockets for $540. Do you? So how funny is that? He also he acknowledged that he knew that it was illegal to consume alcohol on the federal property.
Yeah, I guess it's like a federal park or something.
Mm-hmm. And of course, the judge, who was gushing because he was actually, standing before the boss, the rock icon, pointed out that now 2 years ago, alcohol consumption was allowed within the confines of the Oceanfront Park. Well, I want to say to him, Judge, look, I know that you're beside yourself, that you got Bruce Springsteen in here, and these are the ones that believe that the rich are evil and all this, and get special treatment while they themselves are receiving the same special treatment.
Right.
But anyway, you're gushing. He just admitted to you he knew that was no longer the case. Okay, and if you want to say he doesn't have a history of being problematic, and let's just fine you and you go on your way, I got no problem with that. But I don't. There's no need for the judge to point out, well, I can see how you can mess that up because 2 years ago it was fine. Springsteen said he knew he wasn't supposed to be drinking there, and he did.
Mm-hmm. And that's because it says the evidence of the DUI, he did submit to a breathalyzer test at the ranger station, and his blood alcohol level was 0.02.
35 minutes now past the hour. Welcome back. Somebody say, there must be some kind of way out of here, said the Joker to the thief. MyPillow.com/Bubba. I don't know. Speaking of Speedy being honored by JSU, it's kind of shocking. Are you contacting Lindell? I mean, this $25 sale is still going. I thought it would be over by now. Either the copy is old and we don't know it, and it looks like that's not the case, or Speedy, how this is...
I actually told Helmsy, I reminded him about this just the other day.
Yeah.
That this is an avenue for he and Amanda.
If you ever wanted to get a MyPillow, $25, premium Giza MyPillows, $25, my slippers and my sandals, $25, MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Dream, Percale, and Flannel, $25. 4-pack of dish towels. You're going to love these dish towels. There's nothing that infuriates me more to have a doggone towel that you're trying to clean something up and it won't absorb. I hate that. Theirs are fantastic, $25. 2-pack multi-use MyPillows, also $25. Beach towels, Greg, $25. And many more items for $25 too. The $25 extravaganza sale continues at MyPillow.com/Bubba. Free shipping too. So go to the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors too. Don't miss this. I guess it's going to end here before too long. All right, so let's take a look, see, at some other things going on. Not only was Calvin Speedy Wilburn honored by JSU as the faces of JSU with a mannequin and also a display of famous Speedy moments, the ones they could actually display. Whoever picked that belt out is fantastic.
They knew.
How funny is that?
I'm telling you, they did research.
How does it feel, Speedy, when they're doing a tribute to you, and one of the things that pops to the top of the list is you having diarrhea?
There we go.
You know
what a legacy.
Yeah. Let's list things that he's accomplished. Here's
What
one.
a legacy.
He had diarrhea in his clothes.
Why do you have a purse, by the way? What's up with the bag?
I'm trying to figure that one out.
Oh,
So
I didn't see that.
Oh, Greg, how did you miss that?
I didn't see
Well, no,
that.
I don't know what that bag is. Now is that supposed to be a parachute? Because they mentioned that I also jumped out of a plane.
Because
like if you zoom in on what they wrote down of some of the things I've done, I know there's a better picture of it, but it runs through the list, and one of them is that I jumped out of a plane.
That's close as they could get to a
So I'm
parachute.
thinking that's a
I
parachute.
tell you what it looks like is somebody's daddy is acting like somebody's mama and carrying the beach bag down to the beach.
So that's where you
Well, that's what it looks like.
Big
Little
son
brother.
hat on. Drafting with baby brother, huh?
Mom, have you got our beach stuff? I sure do, kids.
Hey, I don't get it. What's that Imodium? I'll tell you.
It says here, that's the only thing. It says attacked by a police dog, jumped from a plane, streaked across a golf course.
Ooh, that ain't on there?
Titans fell victim to gastro distress on 65.
Which is another word
escorted
for
Big
diarrhea.
Boy into our lives as the bandit.
Yeah, we know what it means.
Maybe that's the bag that you put your clothes in while you went and streaked across the golf.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I know it's not a purse.
Hey, Rick, what are you doing here? What's all this out here? This is like just a bunch of different potty humor items. Yeah, I'm trying to find Greg. If I leave this stuff here, he'll show up. I mean, he loves potty humor.
I just thought it was kind of ironic.
He loves it.
That's the
A
first thing
list
you
of
went
things
to.
people remember
Right.
you by.
Yeah. Oh, first thing you saw, toilet paper. Look at that.
Greg, our spokesperson for IBS Awareness Month, Speedy Wilburn from the Rick and Bubba Show.
Yeah, it's a great story to go along with.
Yeah. So anyway, also, Greg, King Charles has a new painting. Have you seen this piece of work, guys?
Does he paint?
Have you seen this piece of work?
No, y'all.
All right, so the current king,
There's a lot of pressure for this.
Wait till you see this painting. It is
boy.
odd.
It is creepy.
It is odd. I say, what in the world?
Of himself?
Would
He
you be
didn't do
disappointed?
that, though,
Would you be
right?
disappointed if you were the king and that's what they did for you?
Is that what
Oh,
they
so
did?
they did it for him.
Oh, I thought
Yes.
he painted it.
Okay.
This is like the official royal portrait for King Charles.
Well, it's nothing but a bunch of cloudy, and then his old big face.
And what else?
Red.
Oh.
It's red, y'all.
Is that?
Oh, they, and
It's
they
hot
look.
paint.
And look, they gave him.
Look at Powell standing beside him.
He's the artist,
That's the
Greg.
artist, Greg.
He's a good-looking fella.
He is.
Thanks, Greg, for focusing in on how ugly the artist
Look
is.
at it.
By the way, I know this might be a record. I don't think I've heard you say one nice thing all week. And I know we're just to win. Yeah, I mean, I think normally like once a day he'll say something.
In all fairness,
I don't want you to change, but I don't think you said one
wrong.
nice thing all week.
Let me tell you where you're wrong. His record is actually 8 straight days.
Oh, is it?
Work days.
Okay.
I'm so glad
we
I
don't know
know
what he
you.
says on the
Yeah,
weekend.
yeah.
What?
I'm so glad I know you.
Yeah.
Like in person.
What?
Because if I didn't, you'd just make fun of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Somebody be showing, hey, here's the coach at Jacksonville State. Look at that guy.
I was nice to Tim when he brought that chicken.
Look at Widow's Peak.
I
Nice
was nice
sweater.
to Chicken Man.
Chicken Tim.
Look at
Tim and
Widow's
the guy that
Peak.
got up and cooked it.
Yeah. All right, so I don't like this. I mean, paintings
just
normally.
weird.
I mean, it seems like they should have that uniform painted like the color, like to your point, Adler. Why is it red? And his face and his big old corn dog fingers come out of the redness, and that's all you get is corn dog fingers in that face. It's like his face is floating inside a hellish flame.
Yeah, yeah.
People are saying it's satanic.
It does
Well,
look
look who
satanic.
painted it.
Greg, you're back.
You know,
looks
you look at
nerdy.
him.
Will you look at the painting?
Look, hey, I was already ugly, so I'm gonna get an ugly pair of glasses to go on it to go with
Greg,
it.
he's not the focus of the story.
You know, say I'm ugly.
God.
Let me
I'll
pick out
find a
pair of
picture without
glasses.
the artist in it.
Please find me the portrait without the artist, so
Golly.
Greg can actually see it. That's I
On
didn't
your
re-
wedding day, did you tell Lisa, "Hey, you look nice"? Or did you go, "Hey, you got your dress on"? I mean, you
makes
know.
no
Can I ask
I've
you?
never heard you be
Can
nice.
I ask you this?
That's not true.
Something because we've been studying rude Tourette's, and Greg has it. No
Y'all
doubt
think
about
that guy's not funny looking?
it. No, listen.
Never thought about it.
Here's
actually.
what I've noticed to Helmsy's
Didn't.
point.
I didn't. I
Listen,
never even
to
thought
Helm-
about
I
that,
never
Greg.
even saw the guy.
No, I didn't. I didn't know he was standing there.
Because I was actually looking at the
I
portrait.
haven't seen Charles yet.
I was looking at the portrait and the King of England. But listen to this. But listen. Greg, I've
Standing
noticed.
there like him.
Here's what I noticed. See, it's continuing. The rude Tourette's people can't make their eyes leave.
Okay, that's it.
Until they've shredded the person that they're focused on. And at some point, I guess, kind of like lions eventually will leave the rest of the animal laying there. But they're not leaving until they're done eating.
Yeah.
Right. And he's not going to move off that guy till he said every possible thing he can. Yes. And then he might be willing to look at the portrait. Maybe.
Here's the weird
But
part.
it's like he can't stop looking at
Yeah,
that guy.
right. Now here's the thing, though,
He's
Greg.
giving
I
me
don't.
a picture without him in it, and now I'm looking. What about the butterfly about the land?
I didn't see that till
Is that
then.
what that
Something
is?
probably about blood rituals
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah. Now here's the thing, Greg.
That's an odd portrait.
I don't
all
want
kidding
you-
aside.
It is.
I'm not trying to change you.
No,
I want you to.
evidently you
I
are.
want you to do this, but I just noticed it. Now I will say this: could they have not made like what he's wearing and then the backdrop a different color?
Yeah, I don't know
looking
what
at-
this message is. Now his whole face looks like him. I'll give him
Yeah,
that.
it does.
So this
It
guy, old pal, old ugly, he could
Greg, that's
actually.
Jonathan Yeo, I think's his name. I'm looking at his previous works, and he does some weird work.
Well,
But
yeah.
it's all in this kind of weird. This is kind of the thing he does.
But I'm the King of England. Can I say I don't want the weird guy doing it?
yeah, you could.
But
I mean,
I
maybe
want
he
the weird-
asked. He probably wanted the guy.
Well, why did they have him?
He's not that weird.
Greg.
What makes them pick having this time to? Oh no,
He's not that weird, Greg.
Thanks, Adler.
nah, not at all.
Hey, move him up over Greg and see him better. Good job.
Ooh, and look, and with big old creepy painting behind him.
Yeah.
God, man.
Those glasses look heavy.
Do you realize what Greg said? And we don't want to.
Okay.
Let's go back and review like we're looking at instant replay. He literally said, So the only thing I decided to do, I'm not just ugly, I'm going to make myself even uglier with an ugly pair of glasses. I couldn't even pick a pair of glasses that wasn't ugly.
Well, you would think he'd go, I got to wear glasses. Maybe I can do one that'll actually improve my looks, but he went the other way.
But I bet he didn't see it that way, Greg. I bet he thought he probably picked the right glasses. I see you
Rick, incorrect.
It's obvious you don't agree. But
Yeah, he shouldn't be
by the way, does that guy like Taylor Hicks? Or
Rick, I thought it was.
Yeah, every time I see this chef guy, he looks just like Taylor Hicks. He's on TV4. Pardon me for getting on the tangent.
He does.
But
Good night. Look at that.
so people are saying, Adler, they think this is some kind of Illuminati painting or something.
Oh yeah, definitely is.
Why did we paint? Like, did they have a timeline? You go, okay, time to paint the king. I mean, that was.
I think when you become when you become the king or the queen or the president, they always do like a portrait.
Well, that's a weird one, but
They do,
Remember Obama was like in the bushes weirdly. You remember that one?
Oh, I forgot about
Oh,
that.
that was.
But if I'm the king of England, wouldn't even though I don't know why he wears a military uniform, did he serve in their
well, they might have acted
in the
like
King's Army too, or Queen's Army when he was in?
Yeah, I bet he did.
But anyway,
He did.
But yeah, wouldn't you like to have the portrait? Put the uniform the color it is. That would actually look kind of cool.
Yeah, because
And-
again,
and-
the face looks like it.
Oh, I forgot about Obama sitting in Poison Ivy. Why is that?
That was
Painted that Andy Warhol.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like. You ever seen some of his paintings?
Hey,
He's a good-looking guy too.
What do you think
right,
about
Greg?
Andy?
Boy, he was a nut.
And the streak continues.
Does Andy Warhol go?
Yeah.
You know what I would like?
That's too easy.
I'd like to play the name game with him and just run a
Just
list
throw
of
anybody
names
out.
and
Throw
just see
anybody
what
out.
his reaction is.
Oh my goodness, guys! If you put the paintings next to each other, like double it, mirror it, what do you see in the middle?
Oh, that's a face.
Oh, that's a face of a goat, devil, demon, blood ritual.
Do you not see it? I see it.
Yes.
I do.
We'll take your phone calls next. Our first phone troll of the day, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Which is well under the legal limit there of 0.08, 0.02 versus 0.08.
Yeah, and to me, I mean, I'm not trying to be an expert on alcohol consumption because you know I'm Baptist, but can 2 shots of tequila get you to 0.02? You see where I'm going. I'm entertaining the thought that maybe that wasn't all he had prior to getting there.
Right.
Yeah.
You know. So.
Yeah, the ranger said that when he pulled him over, he smelled strongly of alcohol, and he was on, I think, his motorcycle, and stopped to have some shots with some fans. Admitted to it.
Yeah, but here's I'm back to my original point. It said he had glassy eyes, and you just said it, Speedy. He smelled strongly of alcohol.
Right.
2 shots of tequila get you there. It just seems like there's more to the story. Now, the 2 shots of tequila may have been the only place he drank on this property you weren't supposed to be drinking.
You said he
on.
may have had one. Or
I'm
two.
just saying he may have already had 1 or 2 before he ever got there of something.
Or does that get you to that level? I don't know.
Like I say, I'm Baptist, so I'm not an expert on alcohol, but you know, in a past life, I consumed more than I should have, and I don't remember 2 shots of tequila getting me at 0.02. But maybe I just, you know, I've never been an expert on that. I don't know, but it just seems like the way he smelt and his eyes and all that seems like it would be more than 2 shots of tequila. In my very limited and hard to remember experience.
Right. I love little things like this in the story. He said that this is back to the ranger. He was visibly swaying back and forth while I observed his eyes. He said he took 45 steps during the walk and turned instead of the instructed 18. So I guess he walked a lot further than he was supposed to.
Sound like he was trying to make a getaway.
He's 71 years old, by the way. But they say New Jersey's 0.08 threshold that indicates intoxication was the reason why the DWI charge was dropped.
Yeah, the numbers wasn't there. Yeah.
So you know him and Obama starting a podcast together, right? Bruce Springsteen and President Obama.
No, he was already on one.
Yeah.
I think that's where President Obama called for reparations.
It's Renegades Born in the USA. Yeah.
Yeah. I was keeping that from you.
Thank you, Bubba. You were trying to protect me. So reparations?
Yeah.
Now, how are we going to work that out?
I don't know that there's a lot of detail in it.
Right. So they must have been taking shots of tequila to come up with that plan.
Both must have been in
I think, you know, when you look at an evil that was long ago that no longer exists, the problem you run into is kind of what Dave Ramsey brought up when he was looking at the world that we now live in. I don't know how you tell people who never owned slaves to pay reparation to people who never were slaves. I just don't know how you lay that game plan out. That would, to me, be difficult.
Yeah.
But, maybe they were knocking back a few shots. I mean, that's just one of those things they were talking.
Don't read Obama's reasoning why he didn't bring it up while he was president. You can read that later today.
What are you doing to me?
I just later today.
This is supposed to be Bruce Springsteen has had his court case, and so if they drop the DWI, can his commercial run again?
Well, that's a good question.
I would think so. I really didn't care if the commercial runs. I mean, I don't look at Springsteen as being.
It wasn't that good a commercial.
No,
really.
It really wasn't. I mean,
it wasn't like a marching band attacked by ravenous wolves.
Well, I also know when I see the commercial.
Or trunk monkey.
I also know when I see the commercial, there's an entire crew shooting it, so he's not dangerous on the road.
Right.
I got to tell you, at first, I didn't know it was him.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
I didn't either.
He's 71 now. And rock and roll lifestyle. He must have got a little bit of Keith Richards blood. Bubba. Patriot Mobile phone troll happening now. All 10 lines are available. Release the Kraken. The audience pouring in at 866 We Be Big. 30 seconds a pop. Largest number of people. Shortest amount of time. Make your phone money matter. Switch today to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. And when we roll through the troll, Speedy, the latest edition of Faces of JSU, Speedy now taking your phone calls. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer grabs you. Your time on the program comes to a close. Someone else gets their opportunity. No meaningless shout-outs. No shameless plugs. No baby predictions. What we're talking about now is you simply asking questions, making comments, and bringing information to the table. We are 10 lines loud, so getting in is much easier. It's a bigger sample of people, and then we'll troll through them. So even if you don't get in immediately, the beauty of the troll, barriers are a blessing, is you don't have to stay in line very long. Okay, so updating you on a couple things. Tomorrow, a brand new RBU. I mentioned this earlier. And that is that I think a lot of you have been talking about this over the years. We had a big discussion about it just a few weeks ago. We're going to be interviewing Patrick Morley. He's written the new book, From Broken Boy to Mended Man. If you are someone out there and you maybe grew up in a very dysfunctional family and you've got the scars from that, Patrick is going to be talking about in his book steps to break that cycle, and I think they can be real beneficial for you, or maybe if you're helping someone who's been through that situation. So that'll be tomorrow's RBU, Lord willing, and it'll be out this coming weekend. So Speedy now getting you lined up and ready to go. He'll also be with the Birmingham Stallions coming up this Saturday in Birmingham, Alabama. If you're going to see the Stallions taking on the Roughnecks, Speedy will be with you. All right, to the phones we go. Let's start with James in Birmingham. James, welcome to the Patriot Mobile phone troll. You got 30 seconds, brother. Go right ahead.
Buddy, I am old school. Since you guys are retired, can we bring the pig back on Friday night?
You know, thinking about that, you know, we're all looking at what everybody's going to be doing in 2025, and so do we bring the pig back? You know, as we've gotten older, when you're younger, your body, you can just take your body and run it into the ground. But to be able to do pigskin roundup with the other things that we're going to be continuing to do, I just don't know if it's there.
Maybe do it just one Friday, Rick.
Yeah,
one Friday.
I want to just say that pigskin roundup, and some of you that came onto the show newer, you missed that era. Pigskin roundup was such a wonderful experience. I'm sickened that the ability to archive those was not readily available, because those pieces of gold are really, really something. It was probably us in our purest form, because it was like taking the Daily Show and any ounce of hesitation that the Daily Show had, which is not a lot, it was removed. It was literally anything goes on that show. Yeah. And plus, making fun of high school scoreboard shows is fun anyway. Let's go to Ann in Alabama. Ann, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Thanks, guys. Just wanted to say thank you for all of the years that y'all provided great radio and great times for me out walking, which I'm doing right now.
Are you walking? What kind of pace do you keep up at? Now, look, a lot of times when I go...
it's much slower now.
Okay, good. So do you...
I'm almost 60. I'll be 68 next month, so it's a much slower pace.
Oh, well, enjoy today's show, and I'm glad that we're with you on the walk again, and thank you for your kindness. Appreciate that a lot.
You could tell she was walking.
Let's go to, you could tell. And I was wondering, because I don't know whether she is married or if she was, does she still have her husband? But, our pastor talked about it last weekend, and he's in the same situation we all are. If you go and try to walk with your wife, the pace they try to keep.
Yeah, I don't know what
I didn't know we were going out for a mini jog.
Kind of going for a stroll.
Are we going to walk? Or are we going, let's go to Robert in Florence, listening to WLAY. Robert, go ahead.
Yes, I had cancer in 19.
Sorry about that.
I started taking a immune booster right after I went through chemo and everything. It's called echinacea. I haven't had a cold since 19.
How about that? And what's it called again? What's the name of it again?
The best I can pronounce it is echinacea.
Echinacea. Okay, not familiar with it. I have one that is really good called Nucleoimmune. It is a really good one as well, and I've been on it for a while. And I'm with you. I can't. We certainly. I mean, you never get sick again, but I haven't been sick in about the same amount of time. Mine. I guess the last time I was sick was actually 2020. So we continue. Let's go to Sarah in Birmingham, listening on ZZK. Sarah, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Got a question for Greg.
Oh, boy.
How much, for 72 hours, for you to say the nicest things of all time or try your best, how much money would one have to pay? Just
72 hours?
72 hours. Of you,
Yeah.
You say nothing but kind things.
I'll do it for 500.
I think the real story there.
That's a bargain, Sarah.
Well, I was gonna say, I think the
That
real.
is a bargain.
Here's the thing. I think the real story there is somebody actually has to pay you to do it.
Yeah, that's my point. It helps.
Sure, it does. It does. Let's go to
Everybody's
Chris.
motivated by something.
Chris in Florence. Greg's not motivated by the fact that just might be the right thing to do.
Yeah, well.
Chris in Florence, WLAY. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I wanted to share a story that I thought you guys might be able to relate to. Called up our youth pastor yesterday, going to invite him out to lunch, things we've been talking about for a while. We get to where we're going. I reach down to grab my wallet. My wallet's gone. I'm like, oh, crap. I said, I left my wallet in the truck. I run to the truck, and it's not there. I come back embarrassed. Youth pastor says, don't worry about it. I got it, right? And I'm like, okay. Again, so embarrassed. And as I'm sitting there, I thought, this is what it's like to be a big-time radio producer in Birmingham.
That's good.
You got it in.
Yeah, I thought he could.
Yeah, I felt that Speedy joke coming. Somebody said that Speedy's a mannequin on Faces of JSU. It does not have a wallet because they want it to be something that seemed more authentic. We continue.
It was in his truck.
Yeah, let's go to Scott in Alabama. Scott, go ahead. Yeah, Scotty.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, let's bring back turkey toss this year.
Yeah, when you bring that up, to the team. You know,
we won't end on a good note.
Yeah,
your phone's not working, sir.
Yeah. Well, we lost our major partner in that.
Yeah,
and that helped get things going.
Yeah,
as far as places
the route
to have
going.
it.
That's smart, Greg. Thank you, Greg. That's better.
If
than
not for that,
yeah, I this is one of those.
We'd be all over it.
This is one of those things. The audience, I think, wants us to do it, but the show doesn't want to do it.
I got a better idea.
Yeah,
let's do turkey toss on a Friday, pigskin roundup that night.
There you go.
I'd rather bring the Dean family back.
I think now there you're onto something.
And I'll actually sit in here.
That requires much effort.
No, it doesn't.
All kidding aside, they need to be back this one last time.
It's just your brother, Rick.
Absolutely. You know how I am about weird people.
Yeah, Greg. We're perfectly clear on that.
I mean, I enjoy watching them.
Craig in Alex City. Craig, go ahead.
Question for Greg.
All right.
Greg, how would you feel about a roast for Bubba and Helms? Not the kind you put in a crock pot, but how they did like for Tom Brady.
Oh, buddy.
Being this is their last year.
Oh.
I tell you what, if you can come up with the money Tom Brady got, I'll air every little bit of dirty laundry I have.
Wait a minute. If you can get the Brady check, you'll let Greg stand there and just say, well, you can be finished.
It can be half the Brady check. Y'all never see me again.
Yeah. I think I can take that myself.
Oh, yeah. I don't.
My feelings, they may get hurt, but I'll get over it.
But really, a roast would mean nothing to any of us because we get roasted by each other every day.
Daily.
Every single day we get roasted by our fellow employees.
Kind of why I'm looking forward to December 15th.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Go to Mississippi with me. Look at there. There's old Tex.
Let's go.
Old Tex standing by in Mississippi. Tex, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, buddy?
Say there, man. You doing all right?
I'm good, Tex.
Hell yeah. I listen to y'all guys all the time, man. I just heard about Bruce Springsteen, and y'all was talking about how drunk or how intoxicated he was. I was like, man, maybe give him a break. If it wasn't for him, y'all might not have a job.
Y'all working for Bruce?
Now run that by me.
This guy.
Tex, you're gonna have to walk that out for me. How has Bruce Springsteen allowed Bubba and I to have a job?
I'm just saying, fellas like him kept the radio going, man. That's all I was saying.
Oh, you're saying with his music that he put out?
Yeah, that's American Hero. We got enough trouble with folks trying to drive American heroes down. Y'all have a good one, brother.
We need our American heroes not to be drinking and driving.
At .02, guys, he was good.
Yeah, .08 is actual intoxication in New Jersey.
Legally.
Rick, I got an email from a bartender that said, former bartender, said we used to have to take a class on how to roughly calculate how drunk someone is.
Absolutely.
Rule of thumb, we calculated one drink, which was a 12-ounce beer or a 1.25-ounce shot, would equal 0.02 an hour. So that would probably be pretty consistent with what he said he consumed. Okay. And he said it differs wildly based on what a small lady could tolerate versus a bodybuilder.
Well, and don't get me started.
But he said that's just the rule of thumb.
And you experience what happens with little people.
Yeah, it's a whole different.
Well, y'all get off Bruce's back. You hear me? Y'all get off Bruce's back.
Ricky's American.
Get off his back. Guys.
Now,
Ricky's a working man's friend.
But what I'd like, though, in all fairness, I would like for Tex, and he hung up. I was going to ask him. I would like for Tex to sit down with Bruce and discuss Bruce's view of America versus Tex's view of America.
Yeah, and I would, like it may be different.
And I would be shocked if it matched up.
I bet it would.
Because I ain't never met a man named Tex that I didn't like.
Absolutely, right. Even if he's in Mississippi.
Right. Dwayne.
But he goes by Tex.
In the great state of Alabama. Dwayne, how you doing?
Hey, guys. How are y'all?
We're great. We're really good.
Man, it's an honor to talk to you guys. And I know how you are about people being long-winded, taking over the show. I'm going to try to get this out right quick. This is something different for you guys. Single father, a business owner. The grind gets tough. You get up in the morning at 5:15, get her ready to go 50 miles to drive her to school. And she's the pride of my life. And it gets tough. Yeah. And then you get a little emotional, you get a little wide open, you get a little wired up, and all right, let's go. You know the drill. Let's get it going. He ain't got this, he ain't got that, and I love you, but come on. And then get in the truck, and it's tough. The tension's there, and turn you guys on, and it's 5-10 minutes, and we're grinning at each other, and it's seeing how small that moment is.
How about that?
And trying to grow as a 42-year-old man.
Understand.
And you guys hold us accountable. And it's funny a lot. Y'all play a lot. I love it. You give people, I love it. Get on them when they deserve it. But man, the real thing is that right there. Is a ministry, and I'm far from wanting to talk about that, but it touches me, and I appreciate you guys, and I'll let you respond.
Well, you know what? It's calls like that because I know I have to be very careful how I say this next, but I want everybody to hear exactly what we're saying and what we're not saying. There are some single mamas out there, and God bless you, and man, you are working your rear end off, and you know you didn't want to be put in this situation, but you were put in this situation. And you, some of you are the salt of the earth, but we rarely ever talk about the single dad, and there's
especially with a daughter.
With a daughter, there's a lot more Dwaynes out there than you realize in the modern times we're living in because it's become relatively new for whatever reason. Something did your wife or the mother of your daughter, did she pass away or did she you guys just no longer married?
No, and I appreciate you letting me have another chance to respond there. We're divorced since she was 3. Baby girl will be 12 in October. And the gist of it is I needed to build myself as a man. I didn't have nothing to offer to nobody, not even to myself. So I spent the time to learn how to be a father and a mother, both from my parents, and then to branch out to become a business owner, to be working with my parents. Yeah. And it's a blessing. But, man, I could strike myself daily. Well, I got her 7 days, and she goes to her mama 7. I could strike myself daily at trying to get better, trying to grow in all areas of life.
Yeah, well, there's nothing
had a huge impact on ours.
Well, thank you. There's nothing that daughter needs more than a godly father. That's what she. Look, we all made mistakes, man. You probably know my testimony. If God can forgive me and give me a chance to be redeemed, then you're not going to be a problem. So just keep working on that part of it because even the mistakes we made, you know, there'll be earthly repercussions to those on this side of heaven. But the Lord is on record throughout Scripture of taking flawed men and turning them into something that's a blessing, not a detriment. And so
I heard the story of the one that lost a son. Forgive me for the one that lost a child. I was in a dark place.
Yep.
That story lifted me. It was many years ago. You know it was.
Yeah, it was 2008.
Ken Pounders is a great guy up in Outreach Ministries of Alabama, and I was hanging out with those guys, and that right there gave me. I didn't have a kid, but it gave me. I was like, dude, if this guy can stand resilient with that kid, I can stay resilient. And man, look, it's been leaps and bounds. This is not about nothing more than you guys have been a steady impact in our life. I drive 50 miles, taking her to school one way, and we get you guys there, and I get you guys back, and then.
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show 866 We Be Big is our number, and we thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. Bubba not here. He had a conflict today. He's not sick, not hurt, nothing like that. Just had a conflict in scheduling where he could not be here today. He will be back tomorrow, Lord willing. So update you on things that you need to know. 4 different man churches going on this week. Crestview, Florida, Thursday night. Saturday, we have Calera, Alabama. Sunday, we have Anniston, Alabama, and Mobile, Alabama. All those this week. I'll be in Mobile on Sunday night. We got Brian Dawson and Gil McKee handling the others. If you're trying to find one near you so you can plug in, go to themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Speedy will be with the Stallions coming up this Saturday for their next home game. If you're coming into Birmingham for that, or you are in the Birmingham area, go see. What are you doing? Why would you do that?
I don't know.
Huh?
No self-control.
Do you hear that?
He has no self-control.
I did after I hit it.
Yeah, did you just think?
You kept hitting it.
I was in the middle of the beat.
Is that
you had to finish
the
rhythm?
Yeah, that was a good thing. Thank you. If Mom was here right now, you'd be in trouble. So anyway, so catch that rickandbubba.com under upcoming events if you want to be there with Speedy.
It was the noise version of him having something he wants to say, and he can't wait.
I felt like it was a little kid at church and didn't know him better, and you had to get on him.
Yeah, he was louder. If Mom was
was
but
here,
I had to finish it.
Listen,
yeah, you did. That's what was funny.
If Mom was here, you just got pinched.
Oh
Yes.
boy, remember that?
Oh,
golly.
oh, make your eyes water.
Good night.
I mean, it was so loud. It wasn't
It wasn't that
It wasn't
loud.
one of those things that's a little loud, and you
It
cut
had-
your
it was
eyes
just like
over at
background
him
music.
to, you know how you'll cut your eyes at a
Yeah,
kid
yeah.
to go, hey, you're being a little loud, cut
Well,
that out.
yeah.
We had to just immediately go, don't do that.
I know, Greg. I had to bring attention to it.
Playing drums on the top of a laptop,
All
just
right.
so you know.
Yeah, so going on that note, if you can go back, have any of y'all? I know that sometimes I'll go back and I'll catch the podcast archives just to kind of see how'd the show go today, what flowed, what didn't flow. And I don't get to hear much of it. I usually hear maybe an
Breaking
hour.
it down a
Yeah,
little.
whatever. According to how long my trip is, if I'm riding. But it's good to hear, how did that sound? How's that music sound? How'd that drop sound? Hey, how about this? Hey, Rick, stop chewing your words up. It's that thing where you try to coach yourself, but also the whole show and assess it, like most people do who want to make things go well. But
you got to watch film.
our commitment to excellence, but
Maybe lacking.
But one of the things like that happen is because the show, and I love pulling the curtain back, because the show features, when everybody's here, 6 guys who all might have something to bring to the table, like, Greg, some sort of comment to tear somebody down.
No, but y'all are exaggerating.
Hey, Rick, I know I know how to do that. Just do this, this, and this. Hey, yeah, I saw that too. Whatever the case may be. So where I sit behind the control board, you pretty much have to leave the mics open because you don't know when somebody may have something to say. Well, that's okay here because we have microphones here, and unless somebody just takes their mic and starts throwing it around, Greg, or they play drums on their laptop, are they chewing food and smacking? You really, can't, or coughing or sniffling, but most of the time you have to do something pretty intentional, pretty aggressive for it to be an annoying noise on these microphones. Not so much on location. Because on location, we're all wearing our microphones. Our microphones and our headphones
We had a meeting on that.
are one. And I'm also using a board. You can see it in some of the pictures that were put out on social media. I had somebody laughing about how you had duct tape labeled on what.
I'm sorry, I had to do something.
Oh, no, that was the right thing to do. It helped me tremendously. So you go from me having, these are called faders. So I'm fading, thank you, Greg, faders up and down. On location, I have a tiny little knob that is so tiny you almost need a woman's hand to be able to control the controls.
You're right.
So what made it simple is you just leave those, even though I started changing that throughout the show because I wanted people's eardrums to survive, including my own, is that I started having to turn them down, and then you got to remember to turn them all back up. See that look how tiny that little
They
thing is.
really each need a mute button, don't they?
Well, they each need a mute button because what we all do here is once I start saying it's time to go to the break, everybody starts taking their headphones on and just throwing them on the table. And then the microphone goes, whoom, whoom. And I could hear those. It was like
Not
people.
this time.
It was
Not
like
during the kickoff hour.
It was, no, it happened.
Because we had a meeting before.
You had a meeting
Speedy
about it.
dogged us.
Yeah, and I should have
said,
said
guys,
something.
The guests
forget.
do it.
The guests
are
do it.
the ones that
The
are doing
guests
it.
do it.
We did it in the past. I'll give you that.
Oh, absolutely we did. But he said, guys, remember.
And we did. We were good. We were coachable.
Well, we waited to hear Davey go all clear.
All clear.
Yeah, it was shocking how loud that is when I could hear the guests doing it or anybody else doing it.
Especially when Saban kicked his that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
So there was not much I could do about that because in that setup, see, this is simple. I can. That's simple.
Yeah, you can't turn them others down.
But those on location, you literally have to turn it up to where you can hear everybody, then turn it back down, and it's a minor thing. But having the headphones and the mic all one unit, so if you throw your headphones down, the mic goes down with it while it's turned up. My favorite is when you hear everybody grabbing to put them on coming out of the break.
Right.
You hear the bed music and everybody's grabbing them to put them on. And so I there's not much that can be done about that. But I actually had a guy send me an email, and he's a sound man. And he said, I notice on the faders that you take your faders and you pull them down as opposed to just cutting them off. And that's just been a habit I got into. It's almost like I'm trying to give myself double sure I've got the mics down.
Yeah. Right.
So if I was just going on and off, that's just too dangerous because any bump, now I'm back volume. So I take the faders and bring them down, then turn each one off because just that way you know the mics are off.
Yeah.
It's just almost like being overly cautious.
Was he
and
saying,
now it's habitual.
Was he saying that, because I'm interested in this, because listen, not being in this business and jumping into it 15 years ago, I kind of just watched the way you did things, and I just do it that way.
Right.
Is he saying that you should cut them off, then fade them down, or it's purely a preference?
No, a lot of people leave them up after they turn them off.
Right, but I'm saying to your point, because you said you want to be double, you want to check it, have a layer there. So with the layer he's talking about, cut them all off, then bring them down.
No, what he was saying, and I understand, because if I'm mixing a band or I'm mixing music, well, I get everything like I like it.
Yeah.
So if I want somebody not to be heard, I'd rather just do that.
Yeah.
And that way, if I bring them back, I've already got it set where I need it. Well, when you're talking about talking, I'm adjusting volumes anyway. That's really not necessary. But no, what he's saying is not to pot them down at all.
Just
leave them up and just simply on and off.
Yeah.
But it's too dangerous to do that in here.
It is. Yeah, it is.
So that's a double.
Well, it's even more dangerous now that we can turn them on from here.
Right.
Like we just put our headphones down or a coffee mug down.
Yeah.
You've only cut them off. We're in the break. I put coffee over here, and all of a sudden now I'm back on.
Yeah, we gave
one-liner.
We gave mute. We gave
in the break
mute buttons because sometimes, especially if you eat food during a show, you can get choked. You can have a cough. You can need a sniffle. And see, I have no way of knowing that over here at Master Control. Right. So we gave each individual the ability, though many times it's totally ignored.
I use mine a lot in defense. Greg doesn't. Speedy will use his.
I use mine.
To mute your microphone if you need to cough, finish your food, or whatever. But so that we do now have that. But we also found out if somebody sets their headphones on the mute button,
it causes all kinds of problems.
It causes all kinds of problems.
Back to the Comrex unit. That's what we used out there, Rick, and how you had to control everything. When it was dark and I was setting everything up, of course you can't see because it's dark. But then when every year, because every channel is exactly the same, and it's almost like where is everybody, and you're trying to. The only thing I had, and I didn't have any dark painter's tape, which I know it's green, so I apologize for that. But then I thought, well, Regions is green. But I was like, I wish I had dark blue or something like that. It wouldn't have shown up as much. But that's the quickest thing. I had it in my car.
And I will say this.
Because that helped figure out quickly, like, this is where this person is and that person is.
Look at the size of my fingers and the size of that knob.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a great piece of technology, but you're right. As far as
those are tiny. But
they probably make one now that
has the
is advanced.
Yeah, or something.
I will go back to this too, and it was funny. The guy said, "I can't believe Rick's been doing it this long, and Speedy still has to label it." In all fairness, I have not used that piece of equipment very long at all.
No, when you use it once a year, and every channel's the same, and not only that, but when you've got a bunch of headphones and which knob goes to what headphone, it all looks the same.
On location,
you almost have to follow the cord. So
on location is a lot more complicated than those sweet home studio.
Exactly.
Now this baby right here, once we got accustomed to it, it is
took a minute.
Not as heavy duty as I'm used to, but it's we got it now.
A few pops later.
We got the pop out of it and all that.
Sure.
We'll be back. It is 16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Starts, and you guys keep doing what you're doing. I don't have a lot of accountability. I'm a business owner. There's not a lot of people. I have some people. You know how it is. But you guys have held me accountable in a lot of ways, and I appreciate you guys.
Well, thank you, man. That's what a kind call. Hang in there, man. Just keep press on.
Thank you, sir.
Press on. And thank you for that encouragement for us, because that'll help us today as well. Let's go to Tracy in Gadsden, Z93. Tracy, how you doing? Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
I'm good. I don't know how to follow up that call.
Yeah, well, you know what? Those cut both ways. It's a great encouragement to all of us, too.
Well, I wanted to talk about, I hadn't heard anybody mentioning the dewormer that people are getting when they get COVID.
Yeah, I've heard this.
Dewormer. Say that
for
again.
horses, I think.
Dewormer.
Yeah, is it for?
Is she saying dewormer?
Yes,
like
she is.
Worms?
Yeah.
Yes, like worms.
Who is taking horse
I've
dewormer?
heard this. I don't know if it's horse dewormer, but I've heard that there is.
Me.
So
She's taking it. Oh, we got one.
No, there is.
I'm gonna have to call a timeout.
There are plenty of stories, not necessarily on the internet.
We're not trolling, but thank you for that anyway. All right, so
I want to be sure.
Okay, Tracy, you've been dewormed, so tell us exactly what you've done that you ought to be able to tell us.
I have. It was the end of January, and I got COVID. So I went to the, we call them the doc in the box, and I tested positive, and the nurse practitioner said, it sounds crazy, but I'm going to give you a dewormer. I'm not going to say it right. I'm going to butcher this, but I think that it's called invermectin. And so I took it. Instantly, the next day, I felt totally well. It was a miracle. I was so surprised.
Helms has heard of this.
When I got back to work, as I'm talking to my coworkers, there was actually a lady who said her dad couldn't breathe. He was about to go in the hospital, and they didn't want to put him in there because the uncle had passed away.
Oh, yeah.
And so she actually went to Tractor Supply, bought the horse dewormer, gave it to him. The exact same thing happened to him the next day. Totally, he could breathe. Everything was fine.
I want to step in here with a word of warning. We're not saying that you should do this.
No.
Okay?
She's not either. She's just saying she did it. And
She said her doctor gave it to her. It's one thing for the doctor to give it to you. It's not they go to Tractor Supply.
No. And I've heard that, guys. I have heard.
Have you kept this from us?
Well, because of what Bubba just said, you can't say anything without somebody dogging you in an email or calling you an idiot or whatever. So there are things that you just don't bring up. I mean, I just don't. I mean, serious business. People can't
pick your fights.
Hey, Rick, people out there can't handle it.
Right.
They can't.
So you're saying, Tracy, that your doctor at a Doc in the Box gave you a dewormer, and there have been people that also.
It was a prescription.
Right, and I think that's important.
When we say dewormer,
something you'd give an animal.
Something you give an animal.
Because they have worms.
Right.
3 weeks ago, I got a phone call from a family
The pharmacy's not going
relative.
to fill a pet's prescription for an adult.
They did for Tracy.
Did they take it and shove it down your throat and close your mouth shut as you
I'm
swallow?
telling you.
You remember we used to do the dogs?
Guys, I know this is one of those things you
Blowing
want to
their
close
nose.
the door
Hold
and
still,
move on and act as if it's not happening, but I got a phone call 3 weeks ago from a family member asking me if I had heard about this, and that the people at the tractor supply companies that offer this are sitting here, they pick up on it and go, hey, wait a minute, we need to start telling them, hey, we don't recommend this. So the tractor supply companies are actually having to go, don't be using this for COVID, but people are, and it's working big time.
Is she still on the line, Rick?
Well, don't worry, Bubba. You got all the deworming calls you want. She ain't the only one. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Let's go to Ken. Ken said he's on it right now. So, Ken, who gave you this prescription? Or did you go get it at Tractor Supply?
Unfortunately, I had to go get tested yesterday because I felt like I'd been run over by a truck.
Yeah, you sound rough.
My doctor prescribed all this, and he gave me this. It is 8 tablets. 4. You take 4. I took 4 yesterday, and you can't take it again until Friday. And I'm assuming because you might start barking or something. I don't know. But
so, what is the name of the actual drug you're taking?
They just named it. What invermectin?
Yeah, whatever Helms is saying.
So that's it.
And is that a dewormer?
That's what he said. He made a comment. He says, well, and I guess they don't know a whole lot about it because it must be kind of new, but he said, well, hey, look at this one.
Let's celebrate 21 minutes past 31 years of the Rick and Bubba show as we roll through year 31 right now. All right, so today, Wednesday Bible study is back. If you haven't been with us, we just started a new series 2 weeks ago. We're in the book of Hebrews now, and we'll be in chapter 3 today. If you want to join us, live at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, and then archived soon after. And if you're ever in town and you're here, I have guys sometimes say, "Hey, I will be in town. Can I sit in the room?" Yeah, you can if there's a seat available. So anyway,
get here early.
Yeah, but we do that most every Wednesday without many exceptions. All right, so a couple things out of the animal world. You know, we'll update you on what's going on with animals. You do not have to worry about that. But
we love animals, right?
Yeah, we love animals. Well, sometimes, we don't talk a lot of technology without Bubba here because, he's kind of our resource. But we can openly talk about animals because of my years of studies of animals and my warning that animals are attacking at unprecedented rate now. And be aware of it. First of all, today we're going to spend some time because I want y'all to understand how big a Kodiak bear is.
It's a big animal.
Oh.
Okay.
That's a big animal.
Look at that head.
When you talk about Kodiak, see, you're talking a different level here. You're not talking about black bear. The Kodiak.
Like to see a little better cage.
I want you to look at that Kodiak bear right there compared to other bears.
Is that chicken wire?
It looks like it.
Yeah, that looks like.
Don't y'all think that a Kodiak bear should be in something?
In comparison, the girls
See-
are about 6 feet tall.
See, that's a male right there. Look at him. Look at Kodiak. 10 feet, some
Where'd
of them.
they get these?
10 feet.
Explain what's going on, Rick.
All right, so there's a cage, not as big as we'd like. It ain't a show enough good one, Greg.
Yeah, look
and
at that.
we have a male and female
Like hot wires.
Kodiak bear, and they're showing you how much bigger the male is. The female still, can get over 6 feet, but they're the largest bears in the world. But a male can
Big old
stand
bear.
over 10 feet on its hind legs.
no.
That's a
Golly.
basketball goal.
That's a big bear.
That's a big bear. Look at his big self.
Where's
sitting-
this at?
I don't know, Greg, but I don't like the cage. I think that male could come out of there. Do y'all? If he got ill and said, "I'm coming out," what would anybody be able to do about it?
Talk about slapping RVs. I mean, he'll knock that right down.
So no way. What kind? Greg, you talk about a Kodiak.
Look at him.
Wow, that's such a
Kodiak.
big animal.
It's and they can run over 30 miles an hour.
I'd kind of like to have one.
I'm gonna say that again.
So the Kodiak
you
is
got
a
no chance.
subspecies of the brown or grizzly bear. They live in the Kodiak archipelago,
Watch your mouth.
Yes.
where they've been isolated for 12,000 years. There's around 3,500 Kodiak bears, a density of about 0.7 bears per square mile. I'm not going
That's
there.
a lot of bears.
I'm not
That's-
going there.
That's
Yeah.
Southwest Asia, Alaska.
How about
Southwest Alaska.
How about if you go there, you're going to see a
All
bear.
right, so if somebody
There's
said
no
we're
way
going
around
on a Kodiak bear hunt,
No
do
way.
you go?
No way. No how.
I'm
But
not
we're
a
going to
big
go
giant
bow
bear.
hunting. We're not.
No.
Bow hunting.
No way. No how.
I don't know. I just thought I'd up it.
Not going to do it. Remember, whatever animal takes me out, if that is my destiny, it will not be easy. I will not make it easy like this next woman who gets attacked by a wild bull on the beach in Los Cobos, Mexico.
There's a bull on the beach.
She
Bull on
she
the
keeps
beach.
trying to
Bull on
reason
the
with a bull while
look at
looking through her belongings.
Why is there a bull on
Not
the-
the
I've
sharpest
Never seen
tool.
a bull on the beach.
Greg, you've
Mexico.
This is Mexico, Greg. All right, look, she keeps messing with. I mean, she's just gonna keep getting her beach bag, like Speedy's got.
She's trying
And
to get
Greg,
all right,
quit bending down, woman.
why are you doing this?
Good
I mean,
gosh.
Let him have the bag.
He sees that red.
Get away, they said. Please get away.
Yeah, what are you doing? It's not worth it, ma'am.
Adios.
They're like, ma'am, why do you keep
Oh,
trying? It's
no.
and there it is.
And there we go.
And
Oh.
now she's
Oh,
getting
no.
what she deserved.
Oh, right to the
She-
head.
I'm sorry. She got
Oh.
what she deserved.
Oh,
You had a chance to get away. Just let them have the bag.
that
This was
that was forehead to forehead. Did you see that?
that video was edited, so I played that. This is before that. This bull is chasing around a mom with a kid.
Oh my
see.
gosh.
Or maybe that's a dad. Anyways,
Who's got the
there's
bull?
That could
there's
be you, Adler.
dogs. There's dogs chasing the bulls. They're
Who?
trying to help out.
Who
but
who opened a Slits malt liquor?
Wow, I didn't know Greg was there.
I remember them commercials.
And so now,
Come bust-
here's that same lady we were just looking at. So I guess after things calm down with the dogs and the bull, this lady thinks the bull is now going to be calm. She's gathering her beach things, and what we just saw, this is where it goes south, and we have more
Leave your
footage here.
sunscreen.
But did you
Yeah.
hear the guy scream, "Ma'am, please just walk away"?
You're not helping us. You're not helping anybody.
Turned her back too.
Oh, you don't do that.
Oh, no.
No.
Don't turn your
Gloria,
back.
grab
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Don't do
Oh,
this.
my gosh.
Oh,
my
no.
no. Oh, it's down. It's on her.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Why is nobody helping?
Somebody help!
Thank goodness she had a baby sitter.
What are we doing?
Oh, my
gosh.
She's
Wow.
still going.
She's out now.
Still.
Why are we watching
Why
this?
What is
She's
this guy
out now.
doing? He's
What are
just
we doing?
standing under his umbrella.
What are we
Oh,
doing,
she's
everybody?
hurting.
She's hurt.
Why are we not grabbing umbrellas and hitting it and
no.
just?
Where's the rodeo clown when you need him?
Why are we not having?
Look at Powell. Look, wow.
How about there was a guy over there standing under his umbrella? He just didn't want to get in the sun.
Where is
Yeah, he's like,
everybody
hey, boy,
to
if it was
help?
over here, I'd help.
Well, who would let that happen? I know it's a bull. I got that.
But you got trucks out there.
Yeah.
Run over the thing.
Thank you.
Honk the horn, something.
Honk the horn. Grab an umbrella and throw it. You don't even have to just throw something at it.
That one guy was standing there just watching.
Yeah, well, I guess he thought. We
My
told her to walk
gosh.
away.
We told her.
Y'all, she
that's
thought
where Los
there
Cobos
was one.
is.
There was one point
Mess
where
with
she
the bull, get the horns.
thought she was out of it. Did you see her where she's like,
Yeah.
"Ooh, I survived."
It didn't end well.
No.
Hey, he doubled down,
Did
didn't
you
he?
see that?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
That was awful.
What was it he wanted?
I don't know.
Something was in the
That
bag.
bag. He liked that beach bag.
Some red.
Yeah, it must have been a red handkerchief. You know how
Where's
they
a
are.
matador when you need it?
Where?
Yeah.
Why are there bull? Do you think there's
Look at this guy over here. He's doing nothing.
Is there a
Look, he's
bull?
going the other way.
Matter of fact, he's going back to the shade. So it's hot out here.
Give me another beer.
Yeah,
Did you see him? He even went, "Ooh."
Cerveza, please.
guys, if
Come
I-
in, Tig. Come
can
in,
I
Tig.
tell y'all something? Love y'all.
Look,
If,
that guy
if
ain't
y'all
moved
see
on.
this happening, help me.
Yeah.
No matter how dumb I was, help me.
Make noises or something.
Throw something. There's plenty of things to
Somebody
throw.
help.
Oh yeah.
There's trucks. You can run up. The
him with
door
that
is open
surfboard.
with
Yeah.
the truck. Just
Grab a
run.
beer, and if you miss him and hit me, at least you tried.
Right.
Sling
Do
something.
Yeah.
Help me.
That's sad.
All right. So, oh wow, they finally went over to the bull
Don't be mad with me.
and tried that, but that didn't help.
What noise would you make to get it away? Like, get out of here. That one.
Yeah.
That one. Okay.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Oh yeah. Why? Like with big
Of
arms?
course, that's
out?
what you do for a bear, not a bull.
That's right.
Well, but I'm just thinking
Right,
you look
yeah.
bigger.
Well, but
I think that's actually a mountain
that
lion.
bull.
I
Might,
go,
the bull might be like, "Oh, thanks for giving me a target."
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to watch bulls. You know
They don't
that.
play. You see them run the streets.
But y'all, there was a moment in the very beginning. If the woman had just left her bag and walked off, I think the
He
bull
just
would.
wanted the bag.
Yeah.
She was trying to feed it out of a bowl.
So you think so?
No.
That's not true.
Are there bears? I mean, a bear. I'm looking at a bear. Are there bull signs like warning, don't feed the bulls?
Yeah. Is this common at this beach? Or that beach full of bulls?
A what?
Man, this is
Beach
bull.
full of bulls.
I've heard of okay.
Where do y'all want to go? Let's don't go to Bull Beach. I don't want to go there.
No.
Rick and Bubba.
You won't have worms.
Yeah, now we're looking right now from the FDA.
The FDA says no.
And the FDA says you should not take this.
Well, that's because it's a cheap drug.
Right.
That's
well,
why.
Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying. But undoubtedly, his doctor's not that concerned about it because he gave it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, elections. I mean, this election coming up is a big one. Hey, Rick here. Look, it's going to get even crazier, and you need to have a resource that you can trust. You need Blaze Media. We're part of Blaze Media. You should be too. All of this is going on. If you're already a Blaze subscriber, you saw that Blaze Media, things are happening that they have been talking about and predicting, for years. So this is a place where you can speak freely, no repercussions, a place where viewers can be part of the solution. They also they can't cut you off from Blaze Media because you subscribe. It's yours. No matter what censorship is going on, your subscription to Blaze Media will not be impacted. So why don't you consider supporting Blaze Media, where the mission is to set fire to the lies the left wants you to believe. Not only can you get our show, you'll have access to everything else that we do at Blaze Media. The Blaze Original Series, Steve Baker's incredible investigative work revealing the shocking lies about January the 6th, and so much more. Become a subscriber. Go to blazetv.com, subscribe today, and when you do, be sure you use the promo code that's from this show, Bubba, to get you $20 off your subscription. That's blazetv.com. Now more than ever, use the promo code Bubba, get $20 off today.
Looking, it was on my insurance. It was $7.50.
All right, Ken, let me ask you this. When did you test positive for COVID?
I tested yesterday, and they did a rapid test, and I had been kind of feeling bad since about Monday, I guess. And,
Right.
Achies and all that stuff, like you got the flu, kind of.
And they said you had it.
Yes.
Did he give you any steroids too?
Man, Bubba, I got so much stuff here. I think I got a steroid. I got zinc. He said I asked him about the hydrochloric, and he said that usually needs to be done if you have not had any symptoms, except for a day or so. And I had been kind of coughing a little bit since like Sunday, so.
I like this attitude about it. I like his approach to being sick.
Yeah, well, hang in there, man. And so
good luck.
So you haven't really been taking it long enough to say whether it's helped you or not.
No, I don't know if I got worms yet.
Thanks, man.
Ken, you might ought to listen to that podcast this weekend and listen to Dr.
Guys, we're getting emails and text messages that doctors are okay with this and prescribing it. Okay, what I want to hear from is the person that actually walked into a Tractor Supply, grabbed it, went home, treated theirself, and they were fine now. That's what I want to hear.
You know what this is going to turn into? It's like trying to get NyQuil now. You can't get it because all the meth heads are cooking it somewhere.
Yeah.
So you won't even be able to deworm your dog down at Tractor Supply.
You're right.
You know,
Shadow,
it'll all be hid in the back in a locked up thing. Dewormer.
Shadow, go ahead.
Dewormer.
Yes, I was just calling. I'm actually a store manager with Tractor Supply. The ivermectin we carry is actually toxic to humans and can kill some.
You would think, yeah.
Yeah.
So don't go in Tractor Supply store trying to get something that you think is the same thing.
But people are.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
Shadow, I don't know. I kind of figured that I shouldn't go to Tractor Supply and take things made for animals. I kind of would have, but I'm worried about people that won't understand that.
Don't forget the ones
we actually have signs posted and saying that it's not intended for human use.
Are you? Hey, Bubba, you know why they had to post those signs? Because people were going in there.
Are you having a run on it?
Yeah.
Shadow. The shadow is gone.
You remember the people that the fish tank cleaner?
Oh yeah,
remember that?
That killed themselves.
Yeah, when this first started.
Now, you can't blame deworming on Trump, right?
No,
maybe they will.
This is Biden.
This is a Kamala drug.
Matt,
that's what I heard.
That's right. She endorses it.
Matt in Alabama said he and his wife took it.
Oh Lord.
Matt, was it prescribed to you, or did you go to Tractor Supply? Which you should not do. Do not go to Tractor Supply and get it.
No, we went to a farmer's co-op in our small town.
You're making that up. You don't say that.
No, I'm not. My boss turned me on to it. We had got COVID, and he had his brother's wife worked at a nursing home where there's like 60 people was like tested positive, and his wife's a nurse, and she turned up positive, but lack of employees, she had to go in, and they got on that.
Yep. 35 minutes past the hour. Let's go to simplysafebubba.com. Do you have a Simply Safe system? Do you? Why? Don't hang around in the past with these boilerplate security systems that are not customized for your home. You're writing that check, and they're very intrusive. You got to wait on the installation crew to get there. They take over your house. Doors are open. Flies are coming in. How about simplysafebubba.com? Go there. You install it yourself. It customizes to your property. You can take it with you if you are moving. That means it works for rentals as well. They have indoor cameras, outdoor cameras, sensors for every possible place that you may be susceptible to a break-in. Had a friend of mine yesterday, buddy, I love you, but you should have listened to me. Went on vacation, came back, back door kicked in. I said, do you have a Simply Safe system? He said, I do now. Wish I'd have had it before I left. I kept putting it off. He's got it now. So go to simplysafebubba.com, get 20% off any system. Okay, if you're joining us for the first time and you're getting your first system, 20% off, no contract, 60-day money-back guarantee. Their professional monitoring is less than $1 a day, and they can see emergencies and break-ins in real time. That's the technology we have now. So go to simplysafebubba.com. There's no safe quite like simplysafebubba.com safe. All right, let's hit some headlines of stories we haven't covered. Then we'll wrap up the hour by hearing from you, America, at 866 We Be Big. Tom Brady admits his Netflix roast affected his kids, I bet.
Sure.
After brutal jokes about the divorce from their mama.
Who'd have thought it?
First of all, tell me his kids didn't see this roast.
Yeah. How are his kids?
I mean, because I haven't seen it, I'm not going to watch it because
teenagers or older.
Because y'all told me that it was as nasty as it can possibly be.
Speedy loved it,
and
I hadn't seen it. Greg.
But anyway, and Speedy said it bothered him so bad he couldn't watch it.
I have heard.
but after that second time, Rick was done with it.
No, I'm just kidding.
I have heard interviews from people who were there and played a part in the roast, and they said they tried to talk to Tom Brady after, and he left so quick.
Yeah.
That he didn't say anything to anybody.
So is this one of those things where he thought he could handle it?
Hey,
since then, he
listen,
may have got over
listen,
it.
I'm not going to be the guy that says he left and he was mad.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, he may have just had to be somewhere at a certain time. I don't know the answer to that, but there are people that are saying.
Yeah, I'll read the headline to you. Here's Mail Online, and they said, here's the opening statement. I don't think you're exaggerating. Tom Brady appears to have some regrets about doing his Netflix roast special after a few of the quips hurt his children. Now, you would think he would be upset about some of the other things said, but at least there's some form of normalcy that I don't really want my kids to hear all this. And he said that it was ruthless material. There were crude jokes about his divorce and the 13 years of his marriage. It did not go well at home, he said. If they wanted to do jokes about me, that was fine, and us having fun was fine. I didn't like the way they didn't think about the effect that some of the things they said would have on my kids.
There you go.
So he was mad about it.
Yeah.
But what did he think was going to happen?
I heard the interview with the girl that was on there. I forget her name.
Nikki
and she
Glaser.
claimed she had some jokes about that would involve the kids. She said, I decided not to.
She's
do it.
clean.
Yeah, boy. Wow.
Good
She said
night.
she decided not to do it because she goes, they're kids.
I would hate to know what those were.
I know.
Yeah.
You only imagine?
Well, these nasty female comics, and I know that all nasty comics should be in the same category, but I do think there's a design of the male and female dynamic, whether our insane society believes that or not. There's a difference, and it's bad when men are that way. To me, it's almost like if you see men fight, you hear men cuss, you hear men be profane, it's a terrible thing. But when women fight and women are nasty and filthy, it's almost like you go, okay, society's gone now.
Yeah.
That's another level of depravity. And some of you can say that's not fair all you want to, but it really is a fact. So anyway, I haven't seen it, not going to see it based on what I heard about it. But again,
I'll tell you why he did it. $25 million.
Yeah, right.
But think about it on terms if you're Tom Brady. I know $25 million is a lot. Don't get me wrong. Did they really pay him that?
Well, listen.
Did they pay him that?
Yeah.
That's what I saw. That's the number I saw.
Yeah. Well, think about this, okay? But,
$2,500 does.
But Netflix, that's a good investment for them.
Yeah.
But go back to this.
That and Tyson Fund.
And Bubba mentioned this week, and he was right. Go back to watch the Friars Club or whatever, and they would roast all these celebrities. And Don Rickles was always the feature. Nobody could wait for Don Rickles to get up there. They had fun like this show, at each other's expense, cut up, whatever. But it's almost like I think the problem is, hear me out, I don't think we have the kind of people now in the entertainment business that are talented enough to do even a proper roast. You can have fun at somebody's expense. You can cut them down. You can all be in good fun. We don't have people talented enough to do that anymore. All they know to do is watch me try to be shocking, not watch me try to be entertaining, not watch me try to be funny. Watch me try to be shocking. I'm gonna say something that nobody thinks should be said. Well, there's a reason that nobody thinks it should be said because it's not appropriate, no matter where we are. And we don't have that anymore. We don't have barriers like that anymore. We don't have bumpers like that anymore. And I think it's a sad state of things.
I will say this, and I went in with the attitude that I wasn't going to think she was funny. What's the lady that came to Birmingham? Did you go to it?
Lori Morgan?
Funny.
Very funny.
Oh, yeah. She's
funny.
Sherry and I went to that. Bubba and Betty went to that. And
my expectations were low.
Yeah.
And I watched her special, and she had me laughing.
Let me tell you
where can you see that? Is it Netflix too?
Yeah, that's on Netflix.
Okay.
Let me tell you where you were the same place I was, because some attempts at the kind of humor I thought she was come off as corny and campy.
Yes.
And I thought she was in that camp too. Look at me, I'm a redneck broad.
No,
But
she's legit.
to me that stuff, it's kind of tired. But she's clever.
Oh,
yeah,
she is.
and she's funny. And she's just straight up funny.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, I went in with low expectations.
Right.
Well, I bet.
I was like, wow,
and
this is funny.
She talks about some adult topics involving marriage, but she's not nasty about it.
It's funny.
And it's all funny stuff.
What is wrong? He just said something nice. Did
he really?
He complimented somebody.
Oh, he did.
He complimented somebody, and I was just, this was the mark.
No.
This was
But you missed the other
Did he say?
thing
Did he dog her though?
No, he said, but I went into it with low expectations.
No, but it went way beyond that.
But the expectations were so low. That's what he was.
I don't mean it that way.
But our expectations were low for nice too.
No, I didn't mean it that way.
It was somewhat complimentary.
I just think that he did something nice, and that was.
She was really good. Is all I'm saying.
Well, you should have just said that, and that's shocking.
I was like, oh, some chick trying to be.
Wait a minute.
The timer starts over. It's kind of like those incidents at work.
Yeah.
When the days start over.
What's her name again?
Leanne Morgan.
Leanne Morgan.
I want to mark it 9:42 on May 15th.
Right. The time.
That was the time.
Over.
You know how you'll do time of death?
Yeah.
This is time of nice.
Right. Okay.
9:42 on May the 15th.
Okay. Got it.
He earned it.
Let me tell you how far he's going with it. I'm now Googling Greg Burgess connection to Lori Morgan money.
Ah.
Is Greg got an endorsement deal?
That's the scene.
What's her name?
Leanne Morgan.
Leanne Morgan. Was Greg got an endorsement deal with Leanne Morgan?
Well,
I mean, I think they've cut some deal.
Well, Rick, next race at Talladega.
Can she sing? Oh, that's Leanne Rhymes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, right. Rick, won't you say her name right?
Yeah.
All right.
That's good, Greg. We'll just start
Good
the timer
job.
over.
We'll give you credit for it.
Yeah. Look, that's what we're doing.
You know what?
really
You
good.
you
She's
walk
funny.
into the plant today. You know what it says? 0 injuries.
Really right.
You know, goes back to it. Starting over.
Right. Yeah. 0 days.
We have gone now 6 minutes with 0 injuries. All right. Anybody care about the major internet provider revealing a new streaming bundle?
No.
Well, they're having to adapt. I mean, it's creative, I think.
No, I think you have to do this, and this is one of the things that we talked about when Bubba was here too.
Yeah.
There's so many single apps now, you almost get overwhelmed with it.
Mm-hmm.
I think all of us looking, going, could y'all bundle some of this for us?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's
Who
what,
is it? What we got?
Peacock is going to be bundled with Netflix and Apple.
It's part
Apple
of
TV.
I think it's part of Comcast, right, Rick?
Mm-hmm.
Is that who's doing it?
So I can just pay one money, and I've got Peacock, Netflix, and Apple TV.
So like Disney, Hulu, and ESPN
could bundle.
But they bundle.
They did
They
bundle.
do bundle.
They did
right.
So this is their version of
bundle.
that. Okay.
It's a new bundle. I like the bundle format. May not. Y'all got to look at my bundle, see what I got. I might not. Right?
Yeah. No, you're right.
You got almost think.
right.
You almost think one of them's thrown in for free. You know, you're not really paying for it. So I know that's how Speedy sees it.
You know what? No, I did do the Hulu bundle with
I bet you
ESPN
did.
Plus.
I bet you can smell
and
a
Disney,
bundle.
but the reason for it is I had ESPN Plus, and they kept going up in their prices. And I'm thinking, well, for $5 more a month, I get all three. So why not?
Math.
You can smell a bundle.
Well, that'd be stupid not to do that. Sorry for those of you who didn't do it.
Also, why also the
Great, yeah.
Well,
I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
Overcompensate.
I didn't say it.
Buddy,
7.5 minutes.
I mouthed it.
You can't whisper.
I did not say it.
You still went.
7.5 minutes.
I could hear it in the headphones.
I'll do this since Bubba's not here today, even though he's done better because he's at the point where he's done being critical of Jimmy Carter. Bubba struggles with Jimmy Carter.
Well, Jimmy just hangs on like a
well,
rusty fish hook.
His grandson says he's near the end.
Yeah.
He's 99. He's in
We've
hospice.
heard that before.
Hospice. Grandson today, this is a story today from Daily Mail, that Jimmy Carter is near the end of his life.
99?
You see page 3, the picture?
No, I don't do that. You know that. We'll come back. 15 minutes to the top. Phone calls in the hour. And anything... I told you I don't do that. Well, in the hour with your phone calls, Helmsy goes to handle it at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you, America, when we come back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And like within 2 days, like you take it's like a big vial, like $60 at a co-op. It's like enough for 20 or 30 people.
That's
and they took it, and within 2 days they were like, 80% better. I mean, my wife, she was like laying in the bed for like 2 days, and she took it, and within 2 days she was up.
Can I say again?
It's called IVO, man.
This is callers to the show, the Rick and Bubba show, and its members do not in any way endorse you going to the co-op or Tractor Supply for your medical needs.
Well, Shadow,
now for your farm,
Yeah.
for your animals,
Yes.
for your tractor, it is a great place.
And if your doctor prescribes you something, do some research, pay attention to it, and listen to the Rick and Bubba podcast from
just get you a range of opinions on it, and then make your own mind up.
Don't forget the side benefit. You don't have worms.
Well, thank you. Greg.
Yeah, I pointed that out.
Jeffrey,
how about worm be gone?
Yeah,
Jeffrey in Mississippi.
If you had them, you don't now.
Hey, yes, sir. So I had the bilateral COVID pneumonia. God spared me. I thought I was going to die after the 13th day. I saw a fat of 76%, but I was prescribed the ivermectin, and on it, didn't do anything. It didn't do anything. Didn't help me in any way. And I would say day 14. I got the same drug that Trump took, the I can't pronounce it. Hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah.
4 days later, I was cured. I was well.
Wow.
It's boy, this COVID thing. It's just.
Come to find out, he had the worms though.
And that's the problem.
Rick and Bubba.
If you just tuned in, we've been in a barrage of calls from people taking horse dewormer.
Yes.
To fight COVID-19. I do have some information on it. Would you like to hear this right quick before we go to these calls?
I guess, yes.
And the name of it is say it again, Hams. How did you say it? Ivermectin?
It's either ivermectin or evermectin.
Okay. Several clinical trials are now underway to test possible therapies. The worldwide response to COVID-19 outbreak has been largely limited to monitoring and containment. This drug, an FDA-approved antiparasitic, previously shown to have broad-spectrum antiviral activity, can also be an inhibitor of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. And it goes on to say that, it says it warrants further investigation into possible benefits in humans. So there is a version that your doctor would give you that could potentially help with COVID. Okay, can we leave it at that?
Yeah, but we want to emphasize again, the co-ops and the Tractor Supply stores.
Not where you should get your medicine. Okay for old Spot, but not your medicine.
Well, and I just got a text from a buddy who deals with cattle. He says they use this to deworm cattle.
Right.
The one that you have at the co-op.
Right, yeah,
So-
I got it.
so-
I don't, now, I've also got the text from people saying it's the same thing.
Yeah, I've heard that too. It's just a different dosage, and that's what people are doing. They're going to the Tractor Supply place, and they're dumbing down the dosage to what the humans would use.
I would just be real careful. Just be real careful with that.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you for being with us today. Father's Day is coming. Would you like to get a signed copy of the new 31-day devotional, Sin Always Matters, from themanchurch.com? It's a brand new resource, and you can get a signed copy for yourself, guys, whatever, or for the men on your Father's Day list by going to themanchurch.com. You'll see that link right there on the homepage. Click on that one. That lets us know you want it signed. And you can do that up to June the 10th. All right, phone calls coming in, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available. Helmsy's on the phones. Emily gets us started. Emily is in Coleman. She's listening on 104.7 WZZK. You can join us as well. Emily, go right ahead.
Rick, I took my son to get his driver's license today, and this woman said, you mean you got to have a star on your license to go to a military base? Really? I tell you what that is. That's the mark of the beast.
So a woman
said that? And I just started laughing.
Yeah.
I started laughing, and my son was very, very embarrassed by me laughing at the woman.
Well, God love her. Yeah. Well, you hear our Illuminati members in here saying she's right. Yeah, that really wouldn't meet the criteria of what Scripture says how the old mark of the beast is going to work. Now, if you want to say things, which I think we see this a lot, if you want to see that the table is being set to implement things that the tribulation is going to demand, sure. Jesus tells us that. It's all birth pains headed toward the actual birth, which would be his return. And if you believe, after the tribulation, middle of the tribulation, or the rapture of the church before the tribulation, you are looking around and seeing the table being set for things. But that itself being the mark of the beast, it would not meet, as you said, Emily, it would not meet the criteria. Yeah. So thanks. That's funny, and always fun to embarrass your kids. It's one of my favorite things. I'm pretty good at it. Nathan in Tuscaloosa. Nathan, go ahead.
Yes, I want to comment on that roast. This is my first time calling.
Thank you, buddy.
That was the worst thing I ever saw in my life. I saw it, and he was not the only one that they cut down. I don't see how the lady sat there and laughed about it.
So, Nathan, did you watch the whole thing?
I did, yes.
Did you not want to turn it off at some point, or were you trying to say, let's see how bad it can be?
I did want to turn it off, but I was too lazy to reach over and hit the button, and I also was watching it to see if it got any better. There was I did not like no humor in it.
Yeah, it's just, we've... That's an honest call right there. Yeah, that's an honest call.
I don't want to reach that far to get my remote.
Right. Lines are available. I tell you what, it was so bad I watched the whole thing.
The whole thing?
866-WE-BE-BIG. Some lines are coming available. You can join us. Haskell in Opelika, Alabama. Haskell, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hope y'all are well.
Thanks.
I was going to comment about with Bubba struggling with Jimmy Carter, and I do too, I've always have, but I will say this. I disagree with every policy that he ever came up with, and I think he single-handedly basically ruined this country when he started the Department of Education. Yes, that's on him.
How about this? An interesting butt is coming in.
Has a farm over in Smithfield, Georgia, and when I go over there from Opelika, I take 280, and you go through Plains, and I will say this because of my love for the country. Every time I go by there, you go by his house, and I am in awe that the President of the United States lives there. That it's nothing. It's just I'm in awe of the office, and that I know the President lives there. And it's to see the Secret Service things out front, the black. It's going and coming. I always slow down and stop and look over there. Although I totally disagree with every policy, me and him totally disagree. I'm in awe of the office, and it just strikes me that to achieve that office of the greatest country ever is just amazing to me. So thank you for what y'all do. Thank you for all your years, and look forward to whatever comes next.
Thanks, man. I understand that.
Yeah,
I really do.
get that.
I understand that.
You go, wow, that's one of the presidents right there.
Hey, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Go ahead.
Hey, Alan from Asheville, North Carolina.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, man, I just want to tell you it's been a good 30 years. I started listening to y'all way back when. I was just too tired to turn the radio.
I just couldn't give
Enjoy you guys.
That's a good one. Yeah, I was just too lazy to hit that one button. Show's awful. I just never could reach up there and change it. Gosh, what a good line. That's funny.
At least the guy was honest.
I will say this. I think that caller really was a veteran because you'd have to be a veteran. I mean, that was just so good.
Yeah, that was good.
That was really good.
That was funny.
Man, that was a good
we go to Guntersville where the gun. Look, we got this letter last time in the letters from the audience. We didn't even entertain it this time because we've entertained it so many times. We're not going to tell you about the Guntersville Treaty. I mean, we can explain to you what the Guntersville Treaty was, what it was intended to accomplish, but the story that brought on the Guntersville Treaty, we can't go there. I mean, because it's one of those things. It's almost like I feel like all of us are on a journey. Okay. And everybody on the show is redeemed. Thus, we start the beginning. Justification. And the rest of our life, there's sanctification. And one of the things, y'all may have these people in your life. I've tried to remove them. They never will let you move on. They always remind you of what a sinner you once were, who you used to be, and they try to somehow hold you to that, even no matter how many changes have obviously been made in your life. They won't let that go. And usually those people are no good to you. You need to remove them. But to go back there, I just think it would shed a light on us that I don't want to go back there. I just say, okay, look, we made some mistakes.
Yeah.
Things were getting out of hand. We were all trying to one up each other, and that's all been put in the past.
Yep.
It's been nailed to the cross, and there's no need to go back to that. And
yeah.
Right, Adler?
That's what I'm saying.
Adler, do you even know that story?
Guntersville Treaty?
Mm-hmm. What caused it?
I've a vague, yes.
Okay. Michael from Guntersville. Quickly, Michael, we're running out of time.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Being that this is the last time around for the show, I just wanted to say that Saturday actually marked 7 years since I proposed to my then girlfriend in the Broadcast Plaza at Teleport during the hard break for the 8 o'clock hour. And Sunday, we actually celebrated 6 years of marriage and counting.
All right. 1, 2. Happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my little show history tied to it, too. I like it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.